الحضور الكريم، أطلب من جميع المندوبين والضيوف.
Excellencies, I would like to ask all the delegates and representatives to take their seats. I would also call upon all the media outlets to come into the room.
وقبل الشروع لبدء
Before we start,
Antes de começar,
بالتقدم إلى المنصة لالتقاط الصورة الرسمية. شكرا لكم.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank you. Kindly take your seats on the panel.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the State of Qatar and the United Nations, I have the honor of welcoming you to the first leaders' meeting of the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty. A year ago, this alliance was established with 141 members in Rio de Janeiro, and today it is a landmark. We are meeting today with you here in Doha on the sidelines of the Second World Summit for Social Development 2025. More than 200 members are convening here to deliver their commitments to people. We are here assessing a year of work. Real partnerships we will see today will change and shape the life of people and put the human being at the heart of development. We will be witnessing here today that hunger and poverty are not set in stone. They are realities that we can change. Allow me now to represent the first speaker who will be delivering his opening remarks on behalf of the State of Qatar. I would like to call His Excellency Maryam bin Ali bin Nasser Al Misnad, the Minister State for International Cooperation at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in the State of Qatar, to deliver her remarks.
Me to welcome you all to your second home here, the State of Qatar, and I will be delivering my speech in Arabic, so please put your headset on.
Mr. President, Ms. Annalena Baerbock, the President of the 8th session of the UNGA, Mr. Wellington Diaz, the Minister of Assistance, Family and Poverty in Brazil, and the co-chair of the Global Alliance, Mrs. Eva Grandas, the Minister of Cooperation in Spain. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I am very pleased to welcome you here in this in Doha for the first leaders meeting of the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty, which is held on the sidelines of the Second World Summit for Social Development. We would like to thank Brazil for launching this Global Alliance during the previous meeting in order to serve humanity at all. Qatar hosting this meeting stems from its belief in the quick response for development for peace and its conviction that combating poverty and hunger is a collective action that requires solidarity and a real partnership that is based on equality. Excellencies, more than 700 million people globally are still living in dire poverty, while the consequences of conflicts, climate change, and lack of financing is jeopardizing the development process in several countries in the world. This is why the state of Qatar welcomes the adoption of the civil platform for action to create financing and living a world for better equality and more balanced without leaving anyone behind. Qatar is working under the directive of His Highness Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, the Emir of Qatar, to build a sustainable world built on innovative human capital investment, welfare protection, and the protection of environment. This is how the Qatar continues the 2022-2031 program that was taken together with the United Nations in order to help least developed countries embark on the social development. The aim is to take those countries from being LDCs towards sustainable development. Qatar Development Fund, together with the United Nations and the UN High Commissioner for Least Developed Countries, to work together in order to have a food bank in order to fight food insecurity. Qatar believes in the work of the United Nations as a platform to combine efforts and as a multilateral partnership, and therefore supports the work and programs of all resident members and to implement the UN 2030 vision. Qatar works with all its partners in order to rid the world of poverty and hunger and build the development for peace as a quick response to empower people by investing in people and by upholding the values of solidarity. We can make sure no one is left behind, and we provide sustainability and development as a right to everyone. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Your Excellency. We move now to the remarks of Ms. Annalena Baerbock, the President of the 8th session of the United Nations General Assembly.
Hasn't eaten for days, too weak to cry. A father counting the last coins in his pocket. A mother shifting through rubble to find food. Searching not only for something to feed her family, but for hope that one day war will end. This is not just one family's story. It is a story of an entire generation on the brink of being lost to war and starvation. Today, rates of hunger and food insecurity remain alarmingly high. In 2024, roughly 673 million people faced hunger. And about 2.3 billion endured moderate or severe food insecurity. That is billions wondering where the next meal will come from. Millions having to see their children going hungry to bed. All this while the world wastes, on the other hand, on average over 1 billion meals every single day. In many cases, food is even discarded directly from the supermarket shelves. The crisis of hunger is not a lack of food. It is entirely preventable. Your Excellencies, dear ministers, ladies and gentlemen, hunger and poverty are not just consequences of war. These scourges persist in the South and North, developing and developed countries alike. Allow me to make 3 specific points at the beginning regarding our shared responsibility and shared interest in fighting hunger and poverty. First, we are seeing new epicenters of hunger and poverty emerging as a result of climate crisis. When I visited the Sahel region, I stood in 53 degrees Celsius, heat among sand and rocks. I could hardly breathe, where 50 years ago, cotton once grew. Local farmers told me how the rains no longer come when they used to. The wells have run dry, the harvests have withered. Mothers now ration the little millet they have left. This is not just one farm or one country. It is a new front line of insecurity. Rising temperatures are fueling food crises globally. But we are not here today to simply admire the problem. We are here to share solutions because the future still lies in our hands. If we continue like this, it is estimated that if the planet warms by 2 degrees, 189 million more people could face food insecurity. But if some continue to doubt or even boycott the fight against climate crisis altogether, and the planet rather warms by 4 degrees, instead of 189 million facing food insecurity, the number could reach to 1.8 billion, 1 in every 8 people alive today. But there is also a positive side, which still lies in our hands to change course. If we combine our efforts to fight the climate crisis and live up to the promises we made in the Paris Agreement to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees, the numbers of people subjected to poverty could be reduced by several hundred million by 2025. Fighting the climate crisis and standing up for social justice to end hunger is deeply interconnected. Both is purely in our hands. This is still not our goal of no poverty, but it's a situation we can handle if we also join forces on adaptation as well as loss and damage, areas in which we are also not simply powerless bystanders. For example, the women in Sahel who I met are able to grow crops and feed their families thanks to the support of the international community through solar-powered drip irrigation system that cut water use by up to 50%, and, if connecting it to weather forecast, to grow food even in the hottest surroundings. Initiatives like this, combining fighting climate crisis, our new answers of technology, and fighting hunger and poverty, should be in the interest of everyone. Because hunger and poverty are not contained by borders. Their consequences cascade across regions, across continents. Therefore, second, hunger and poverty, as they are drivers of displacement, are also part of our bigger global responsibility. When you see your child too weak to even cry out for food, when fields turn to dust, or when bakeries on the front lines of conflicts are deliberately targeted, people are left with no other option but to move. It is estimated that every 1% increase in food insecurity drives nearly 2% more people to migrate. Again, this is not a choice. Families do not want to leave their homes, their communities. It is a last resort. And a large-scale displacement puts pressure on neighboring states, straining resources and testing governments. Therefore, ending hunger and poverty is not merely an act of charity, it is a matter of security, even of self-interest for all countries. But the story doesn't end there. Hunger does not just follow insecurity and conflicts, it fuels them. When I met local people in Mali, they told me how young farmers with fields barren and pockets empty often join extremist groups. Not out of ideology, but again out of survival. Thus begins a vicious circle. Climate insecurity leads to hunger and poverty. Hunger and poverty spew migration and conflict. And conflict deepens hunger and poverty once more. This cycle threatens our entire Sustainable Development Agenda, not just SDG 2 on zero hunger. Because when we fail on hunger and poverty, we undermine the foundation of all progress, from education and equality to peace and climate action. And that leads to my third and final point, which is on the need to integrate hunger throughout global processes. I commend Brazil's leadership in launching the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty, and for reminding the world that without defeating hunger and poverty, no society can grow or thrive. This week's Second World Summit for Social Development is our chance to renew global resolve to tackle this issue. The Doha Declaration calls for holistic strategies to confront multidimensional poverty, hunger, and malnutrition by strengthening resilience, financing, and social protection. And it also links our efforts in the Paris Climate Agreement, the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, the Sevilla Commitment to close financial gaps for social development, and most recently, the Pact for the Future, which calls for a systematic transformation of food systems to eliminate food insecurity and all forms of malnutrition. These are not siloed agendas. They all underscore that human security is a foundation for global security. Besides our medium and long-term strategies, which need, because we can't change the root of causes of crisis overnight, we should still not forget to focus also and intensively on immediately action when, as we sit here today, starvation is growing in certain regions, especially in war zones. Without the World Food Programme last year alone, 125 million people would have lacked life-saving food assistance. So we have to remember, every cut we are making, your governments, member states, are currently making in international organizations, always affect real people's life. It affects the child who hasn't eaten for days, too weak to cry. The father counting the last coins in his pockets. The mother shifting through the rubble to find food. And remember that we, the UN, governments and partners, have made real progress if we do not cut, but rather join forces. Extreme poverty has declined from a high of 2 billion people in 1990, a third of global population at the time, to about 800 million today. In a world of plenty, where there should be more than enough to go around, ensuring that everyone, everywhere has enough to eat is entirely possible. That is why today's meeting is so important. to move from pledges to practical actions, from statements to solutions. Because a world free of hunger and poverty is not a distant aspiration, it is within reach, if we work for it together. I thank you.
شكرا لكم سعادة الرئيسة.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Let's move now to an important part of our meeting, which is the presentation of the work of the Global Alliance in 2025 and plans for 2026 and 2027. We will have an idea on the progress of the first year into the Global Alliance and the promising roadmap ahead of us. Let me call His Excellency Wellington Diaz, the Minister of Social Development, Assistance, Family and Combating Poverty in Brazil and the co-chair of the Global Alliance. You have the floor, sir.
Muito bom dia. Bom dia.
Good morning. I would like to start by citing a Brazilian scientist, Josué de Castro. He alerted us a few years ago, he warned us that when a great part of the population doesn't eat, the other part of the population doesn't sleep, scared with the people that doesn't eat. So it's on behalf of changing this reality of many countries in the world that we are here today. That's why I would like to greet Your Excellency, Minister of the State for the International Cooperation, Mariane Zinacé. I thank you for your generosity and overall about your strategic overview of Qatar to host our first leaders meeting of the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty since its creation. So, Your Excellency, and Elena of Heribok, President, General Assembly of the United Nations, to whom I thank you for welcoming us on the second summit of the social development. So, Your Excellency, Eva Granados, Secretariat for the International Development of Spain, my partner in the co-chair in the Global Alliance, and I would also like to greet all the members of the Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty. Mr. Renato Godinho, Director of Mechanism of Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty and Secretary of this meeting, alongside with our Ambassador Aldo. I would like to greet all the Brazilian delegation, Excellencies, Chief of States, Ministers, Chiefs of Ambassadors, champions, and representatives of the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty, delegates the second summit of the social development. Ladies and gentlemen of the press, it's an honor to receive you and welcome you here in this historical meeting against hunger and poverty. I thank Qatar and the United Nations to host this meeting just about the second summit for social development. It's not by chance. The social development and eradication of hunger and poverty, they are inseparable. And we are here to prove that they are within reach. Just 1 year ago in Rio de Janeiro, the Global Alliance was born. We had 148 founding members united by one conviction. Hunger and poverty, they're not inevitable. They are, just like President Lula says, they are the result of political choices. And if there are choices, we can make choices, different choices. From these 12 months, we have major commitments with the Alliance in November last year for 41 governments, 13 international organizations and financial institutions, and 19 philanthropical entities to reach 500 million people with transferring revenue until 2030 and broaden school and the food in the schools for more than 150 million, and to also serve 200 million women and children from 0 to 6 years with health care, and also reach 100 million people with social economical inclusiveness, focusing on the women. We are advancing to support these countries and organizations to fulfill these goals. Today, we are 201 members, 104 countries and 94 organizations, international organizations, financial institutions, UN agencies and organizations of the civil society, and we transformed the promise in a living mechanism of solidarity with coordination and action. Other members present themselves, and let me share with you the journey of this first global alliance. In December 2024, Brazil established a team to transition to guarantee immediate action. We built the political basket of it's a support of our work based on concrete evidence. 51 categories of the programs and 70 examples of national implementation submitted by the members and carefully taken care of. In February 2025, we created the Champions Council, reuniting representatives of highest level up until 550 members, countries, international institutions, and civil society to impulse the engagement. We are in conversations to establish a seat representing academical institutions, universities from all over the world. In the same month, the Council and the team of transition, they launched the initiative of accelerated fast-track planning, a process that has been structured to transform national plans into concrete partnerships. In March, 13 countries began to develop national programs of high scale based on the political basket, regardless of what the other politicians were working on. Between March and July, 9 countries validated their plans and they presented to the members of the alliance. Until now, we received 85 manifestations of members' interest willing to support the international programs with knowledge or financing. In July, in Seville, in Spain, we launched initiatives to seek financing that is more well integrated against poverty and hunger, as will be detailed my colleague Eva Ganados. In October in Rome, we inaugurated the mechanism of support of the alliance, also hosted by FAO, led by Director Renato Godinho, with teams in Brazil, Ethiopia, in Italy, in the United States, and also in Thailand. And we hope also to have here in the Arab region. We are also in the Champions Council of the Alliance, one declaration about hunger and poverty and climate action centered in human-centric, that will be adopted by the chiefs of state here this Friday at COP30 in Belém, in my country, in the heart of the Amazon. The declaration will show that the worst impacts of the social impact will always follow on the poorest and the more vulnerable. And we have to protect their rights and strengthen their resilience and guarantee the dignity. We invite all countries represented here to endorse this declaration in this week so that we can be a part of the adoption. And today in this leaders meeting, countries such as Ethiopia, Haiti, Kenya, and Zambia will announce partnerships for national programs of great scale in food in schools, family farming, social protection, access to agriculture, with support coordinated of banks, multilateral countries of the South, agencies of the UN, and entities. All of them aligned to national priorities. These are not fragmented projects. They are national programs led by governments designed to reach millions of people with transferring revenue, also food at schools, support to local farming, drinking water, and economical opportunities. Other countries like Benin, Palestine, Rwanda, Tanzania, they already have pre-plans validated. A new wave is starting. Cambodia, Cuba, Lebanon, Dominican Republic, Indonesia, Mozambique, and Somalia. They are well advanced in this process, or they have expressed their interest to begin. But our collective impact will go beyond these countries. The alliance helped put hunger against poverty back in the global agenda. The country, there's members, they are strengthening their own programs, generating social and inclusion and jobs. This year, the growth of hunger and poverty has been stopped, and they are starting to be defeated. And then the report of 2024, when the alliance was launched, the FAO was calculating 735 million of people in hunger until 2023. This year, the report of 2025 shows 673 million of people in hunger. Even though the trajectory is still beyond what we have to do with the social development for 2030, in many countries, progress has been promising. Brazil is a proof of that. Between 2023 and 2024, we took 24.4 million people of hunger and many million from poverty. Great, thanks to policies based in evidence and Lula's position to include the poor into the country. We have left the map of hunger from UN before the goal that we had established for 2026. The Global Alliance is an instrument to adopt more countries in the capacity to act decisively against hunger and poverty. We need special attention for the more vulnerable regions. More than 3/4 of the population are living in Africa or in countries that are marked by conflicts. What makes Global Alliance different? We don't impose abstract strategies that won't be implemented. Together, we put the countries in the center. We support their plans based in evidence. We coordinate partnerships, knowledge. We mobilize finance, integral finance, and we facilitate cooperation, triangular cooperation. I would like to say that from today, any member country can ask for help from the other members with the support of our mechanism in the alliance that has been installed in Rome in a process of construction of partnerships that are completely based on demand. The alliance is open and ready and in operation. And I'd like to make a call for action. The Global Alliance is not Brazil, it's not Spain, it's not Qatar. It's not a mechanism of support. The alliance, it's all of us. And without everybody's action, it won't reach our objectives. So I would like to invite all leaders to announce partnerships and commitments in the fight against hunger and poverty, and to renew our hope and our energy and overall our action. If we choose justice, solidarity, and action, if we choose to put the poorest in the center of our budgets, in our policies, and of financial global architecture, then hunger and poverty can end soon. So I'd like to wish you an excellent day of work and count on Brazil. Thank you very much.
شكرا لكم سعادة الوزير. أما الآن أدعو إلى المنصة سعادة السيدة إيفا غراناداس وزير الدولة للتعاون الدولية في مملكة أسبانيا والرئيس المشارك للتحالف العالمي، فلتتفضل لإلقاء كلمتها.
Muchas gracias. Buenos días.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Of Qatar, Vice President of Brazil, esteemed President of the General Assembly, esteemed co-chair of the Alliance, Renata Godinho, Chairman of the Support Mechanism. It is truly an honor to participate as co-chair in this historic First Leaders Meeting of the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty. Let me begin by expressing our deepest gratitude to the State of Qatar for its warm welcome and for its commitment to this agenda. I would also like to recognize the leadership of Brazil, and in particular of Minister Wellington Dias, whom I thank for his intervention and his tireless dedication for rekindling the flame of social justice on the international stage. It was an urgent matter and a moral imperative to put the fight against hunger and poverty back at the center of international priorities, from a human approach based on the dignity and rights of all people. And here we are. We are approaching the year 2030. It is not a distant date. It is the threshold of a collective decision and a key point in our history. The multilateral system is faltering, but meetings like today's show that there are spaces where hope turns into collective action. The Alliance is one of them. But it is more than an initiative. It is an urgent call to global awareness to address the silent crisis that is reflected in food insecurity. The data are overwhelming. The President of the General Assembly gave them, so I'm not going to repeat them. But extreme poverty after the shock of the pandemic and also of conflicts continues to trap 1 in 10 people in the world. Without a significant effort to advance SDG 1, we will not achieve it by 2030. We cannot, therefore, look the other way. Hunger is not just lack. It is an injustice that undermines the achievement of most of the SDGs. It is an unacceptable collective failure, and it is a political problem in a world where enough is produced to feed us all. But there are also signs of hope. At the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development in Seville, we saw a strong will to seek consensus and the common good. The Seville commitment and platform for action are testaments that multilateralism responded and that the 2030 agenda remains the way forward for most countries. It is in this spirit we are meeting today at this leaders' meeting this morning, and it is in this spirit that we will be tomorrow at the 2nd Summit on Social Development and very shortly at COP30 in Belém. Spain firmly believes that it is time to move from words to action. We need a clear, effective and ambitious roadmap, mobilizing technical and financial support. Please allow me, complementing the words of my colleague and dear Minister Wellington Dias, to set out 3 crucial pillars for the present and future of this alliance. Firstly, the basket of policies. Just in 1 year, we have launched rapid implementation initiatives in 13 countries. 9 are already in the advanced stage. Spain actively participates, supporting small farmers in Ethiopia or the Dominican Republic. We invite all those present here to join. We know what policies work and drive transformative change. Let us not wait any longer. Secondly, financing. Let me go back to the Seville conference where we endorsed 2 Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty initiatives aimed at integrated financing of SDGs 1 and 2 and climate resilient social protection for smallholder farmers. We are already seeing its first results with the proposed leaders' declaration for COP30. So let us mobilize commitments and resources to strengthen work because the time is now. Thirdly, knowledge. We have gathered the best leaders in diagnostics, policy analysis, and implementation guides. We have a highly regarded academic studies and think tanks as part of this alliance. But we want more partners, more ideas, and even more rigor. We do not just want to mobilize resources. We want to do it efficiently, effectively, with impact, and with respect for country leadership. Excellencies, I do not wish to end without first mentioning women who are the most affected by food insecurity. Spain, its government and its cooperation are committed to the fight against hunger and poverty, aware that it cannot be achieved without women. And it is for this reason the Spanish government is promoting a feminist cooperation strategy. If we do not reach women, we do not reach humanity. We know this challenge can be met if all make this commitment. Today, Spain stands before you not only as a nation, but as a firm voice that is not resigned to the fight against hunger and poverty. And we do so as part of this alliance, which has thus taken its first steps. And if this path has taught us anything, it is that when the word comes together, change comes together. The alliance is not alone. There are other spaces that push in the same direction and with the same spirit, such as the Ibero-American and Caribbean Parliamentary Fronts for Food Securities. A space where Spain participates, in which, with more than 100 laws approved against hunger, makes an urgent call for action to transform the future. We met not long ago in the Senate in Mexico. We cannot afford to be slow. 2030 is not a distant horizon, it is an imminent reality. And the world is watching us. Let us please ask with responsibility, ambition, and determination. When there is political will, the world move forward. Thank you so much.
شكرا لكم.
I would like to thank you, Your Excellency. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, prior to moving to our next segment of our day, I kindly ask members of the media to please leave the meeting room. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we now move to the first high-level debate on opening fiscal space, mobilizing financing, and reinventing international cooperation to put country programs at the center of the fight against hunger and poverty. This session brings together an exceptional group of leaders representing countries, international organizations, financial institutions, and civil society. They are all united in their commitment to transforming how we finance and deliver programs against hunger and poverty. Allow me now to give the floor to His Excellency Salah Ahmed Jama, Deputy Prime Minister of the Federal Republic of Somalia, who will deliver his keynote remarks. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Distinguished heads of states and government, honorable ministers, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor to address this first Leaders Summit of the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty. I wish to express my deepest gratitude to the State of Qatar for its gracious hospitality and to the President of Brazil for his visionary leadership in bringing this alliance to life. We gather here in Doha at a time when humanity faces one of its oldest and most stubborn challenges, the injustice of hunger and the persistence of poverty. Around the world, millions of men, women, and children wake up each day uncertain whether they will eat. Behind every statistic, there is a story. A child whose growth is stunted, a mother who skips meals to feed her family, and a farmer whose crops have withered from droughts or floods. These are not distant stories for us in Somalia. They are our daily reality and our daily resolve. For decades, Somalia has endured the compounded shocks of conflict, climate change impact, and poverty. We have lived through droughts that turned fertile land into dust and floods that swept away homes and herds. Yet we have also witnessed the extraordinary courage of our people, farmers replanting after every failed harvest, and pastoralists rebuilding and restocking herds, communities standing together at a time of adversity. Today, Somalia stands at a transformative moment. Through governance reforms, debt relief, and national recovery programs, we are turning fragility into resilience. Our economy is stabilizing, institutions are strengthening, and the hope of self-reliance is taking root. We have recently completed the HIPC initiative process of debt relief, unlocking access to international finance. We have launched our National Transformation Plan. At the center of it is the objective of poverty eradication and getting rid of hunger, linking growth to social protection, food security, and climate adaptation. And despite immense challenge, we have expanded social safety nets to reach families in the hardest hit regions. This progress is not a miracle. It is the outcome of partnership, perseverance, and the belief that hunger and poverty are not destiny, but conditions that we can overcome. In Somalia, hunger has rarely been about the absence of food alone. It was about the absence of peace and stability and the opportunity that would empower citizens. Past conflicts have disrupted livelihoods, displaced millions, and climate change has eroded the foundations of rural communities. Global inequalities have left fragile states like ours struggling to compete and adapt. Yet we know when we invest in people, in farmers, in women and youth, we build peace and prosperity together. Every school meal is an investment in stability. Every irrigation canal is a wall against despair. Every social protection payment is a vote in dignity. That's why the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty is so important. It brings moral clarity to our global agenda. That eradicating poverty is not a charity but justice, not an aspiration but an obligation. Ladies and gentlemen, Somalia fully endorses the objectives of this alliance. We are aligning our national priorities with its pillars of inclusive growth, sustainable food systems, and equitable partnerships. First, we are expanding our national social protection systems, which we began from scratch a few years ago. Our goal is to ensure that every Somali household is registered with a unified social safety net program and deliveries of cash transfer, nutrition support, and livelihood opportunities. Second, we're investing in local food production, from revitalizing irrigation schemes along the rivers to adapting and scaling up climate change in the fisheries and crop sector. Our strategy is to move from emergency food aid to sustainable food sovereignty. Third, we are empowering women and youth. We have enshrined gender equality in our constitution. We continue to ensure that women have access to land, credit, and representation in decision-making bodies. Because no society can defeat hunger with half of its population excluded from opportunity. And finally, we're linking humanitarian action to long-term development and peace-building cycles of dependency by creating pathways from relief to recovery. Ladies and gentlemen, while national commitments is essential, enduring hunger requires collective effort. We therefore call for a global architecture that recognizes the unique realities of fragile and conflict-affected states. Somalia and many countries like ours are disproportionately affected by shocks we did not create, and climate change, rising food prices, and debt burden are having compounded effect. We urge our partners to translate solidarity into action through increased concessional financing, debt swaps, and food security investments, direct support for social protection systems in fragile countries, and expanded climate finance access for adaptation and resilience. A fairer global trade system that gives African farmers and producers real market opportunities. We must move beyond the language of aid to the practice of shared responsibility. Hunger anywhere undermines stability everywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, no discussion on hunger today is complete without confronting climate crisis. Somalia is on the front lines of the climate crisis impact. In the past 5 years alone, we have suffered the worst droughts in many decades, followed by devastating floods in living memory. Therefore, these are not isolated events, they are the new normal of a warming planet. We cannot ask our farmers to adapt without giving them the tools, access to water, management, early warning systems, green technology, and affordable insurance. Equally, we cannot talk about hunger without addressing peace. Displaced farmers, conflict is displacing farmers, destroying markets, and driving hunger deeper than usual. That's why Somalia continues to pursue reconciliation, security reform, and community stabilization, because peace is the soil from which prosperity grows. The alliance must therefore integrate climate resilience and peace building into its operational DNA, ensuring that every dollar spent on food security also builds capacity for climate adaptation and social cohesion. Let me share a simple story in the district of Baydaba. I met a mother named Fartoon. After losing her livestock to droughts, she began receiving small monthly payments through Somalia's safety net program. With modest support, she bought seeds, planted vegetables, and sent her 2 children to school. Today, her family eats from their own garden, and her daughters dream of becoming doctors. This is what transformation looks like, not in spreadsheets or declarations, but in the dignity restored to one household at a time. If we scale up such stories a million times over, we will change the trajectory of nations. Ladies and gentlemen, the Global Alliance must not become another platform for promises. It must be a mechanism for measurable results. Let us set bold but achievable goals. Zero hunger is not in our lifetime, zero hunger in our lifetime, not as a slogan, but as a plan. Universal social protection coverage by 2030, climate resilience, food systems that leave no one behind. Let me conclude by acknowledging the role and the leadership of the Brazilian government, the President of the UN Assembly, and the State of Qatar in bringing the practitioners, the nations, and the financial institutions together so that we can collectively forge a vision and a plan. Hunger, getting rid of hunger and poverty is an economic issue, a political issue, and a societal issue, and it needs an integrated approach, and Somalia is willing to share its experiences with the rest of the countries here and institutions, while also learning from others. Thank you very much.
شكرا لكم سعادة نائب.
I would like to thank you, sir, for this remarks. We have a high-level interventions as part of this debate. Allow me here to remind all speakers to please to keep your speech within 4 minutes to allow all voices to be heard, as we have many requests for intervention. We start with you by calling upon Mr. Manuel Marrero Cruz, Prime Minister of the Republic of Cuba, to take the floor.
Excellencias.
Excellencies, thank you to the State of Qatar for his hospitality and for hosting this first meeting in the Global Alliance. Thank you to Brazil for its leadership and for bringing us together in this initiative. We live in a global scene that is critical. It is a result of an unjust international order that increases the difference between countries and perpetuates inequalities. Extreme poverty affects millions of people in the world each year, and it creates a cycle where the lack of resources condemns generations to malnutrition and it limits its productive capacity. It's a structural breach or gap for development of countries, especially those in the south. The current international financial architecture, the unsustainable external debt, the deceleration in the global economy and the effects of the pandemic in the supply chain and work markets, as well as the impact of the climate shocks, of the extreme climate shocks, have decreased the production of food in the world. The developing countries are especially vulnerable to the volatility of prices internationally, of food prices internationally, as well as agricultural inputs such as fertilizers and fuels. The dependency on importations, as well as depreciation of local currencies, are putting a very high pressure on the commercial balances and reducing the fiscal capacity of states to implement robust measures. Fight against poverty and hunger is second to an irrational spend in defense. such multimillionary resources should be destined to development. Only in Gaza, more than 500,000 of people are under poverty and hunger, whilst the government of the United States keep financing genocide of Israel. Excellencies, the block imposed by the United States, which is criminal against Cuba for more than 6 decades, is strangling on purpose our economy, and it impacts directly and severely on the food security of Cuban population. It impedes the access to food, inputs, and financing, and thus blockage is the main obstacle to the production and to buying medicines. Nevertheless, my country has the first priority to feed our people, and this is expressed in the law of sovereignty and food security at national level. Ladies and gentlemen, from Cuba, despite the cruel blockage that we are imposed and the frequent climate shocks, such as the Hurricane Melissa, which was devastating and impacted the south of Cuba only 4 days ago, we will keep continuing so that this alliance is strengthened as the fundamental pillar of cooperation on the technical, scientific, and human capital level. They can keep counting on the modest and solidary help of Cuba, knowing that a better world is possible. Thank you so much.
شكرا لكم سعادة.
I would like to thank you, Your Excellency, Prime Minister. Allow me now to invite to the panel His Excellency Dr. Mustafa Madbouli, the Prime Minister of the Arab Republic of Egypt. Your Excellency, the floor is yours. In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful, Excellencies, head of delegates, and government members of governments, presidents of the Republic, allow me at the outset to express my appreciation to the State of Qatar for hosting this beautiful summit and for its generosity. I would also like to commend the excellent efforts of the co-presidency of Brazil and Spain, leading the way for the Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty. Excellencies, poverty and hunger are the main challenges and most pressing challenges nowadays. More than 2 billion people worldwide live in food insecurity at to different extents. So 1 out of 5 in Africa suffers from hunger daily. The crisis in Gaza shows clearly how armed conflicts put or destroy people's neutrality and deprive them of their basic rights. The first peace summit, which was held last month in Sharm el-Sheikh, came at the right time to uphold peace in the Middle East and to start recovery and reconstruction plans for Gaza. Egypt will be hosting a conference for the reconstruction of Gaza, and I call upon you all to attend it. There are other intrinsic issues to hunger and poverty, which is lack of funding, limited access to easy financing. These are all challenges that require the reform of the financial structure worldwide. At a national level, Egypt has launched several or an ambitious safety net poverty, which is the dignity program that provides cash assistance to more than 7 million families monthly in order to reduce the dire poverty of those people, in addition to dignified and decent life, which is another ambitious program that provides sustainable development to rural Egypt. More than 60 million people will benefit from this program. All those programs aim at alleviating the impact of crises and also are part of our political and economic reforms in Egypt. As I said, more than 60 million people, or 600,000 people will benefit from it. This also goes hand in hand in upholding our wheat reserves. There will be 17 wheat silos that will be built in Egypt with a capacity of 1 ton per day in order to provide food for people. Other specialized programs will help farmers in wheat plantations in Egypt. Last but not least, Luxor coordination sector for innovation, transfer of knowledge has been established in southern Egypt together with the UN Food Program and the FAO, and therefore it will host the wheat silos in the Suez Canal as well as part of its efforts. Thank you and peace be upon you.
شكرا لكم سعادة
We thank you, Your Excellency. I invite now Mrs. Roxano Menzato, Executive Vice President for Social Rights and Skills, Quality Jobs and Preparedness at the European Union. The floor is yours, Your Excellency.
Excellencies, dear partners, let me thank Qatar for hosting the first leaders meeting of the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty, and Brazil for its steadfast leadership. 1 year after its launch, this alliance has become an invaluable platform for the world to unite in tackling hunger and poverty. The European Union stands firmly behind its key objectives. Through our Global Gateway strategy, we are supporting sustainable agri-food systems worldwide. For example, with projects to restore irrigation systems in Somalia and enhance agricultural value chains along the Lobito corridor connecting Angola, the Democratic Republic of Congo, and Zambia. Together with our member states, we have already mobilized 306 billion euros to advance the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Yet, we all know the challenge is immense, with a 4 trillion euro annual financing gap to meet those goals. The Sevilla commitment calls for urgent collective action across all funding sources. The European Union is committed to doing its part and work towards common solutions. We are leveraging public funds to mobilize domestic resources and private investments and maintaining high levels of official development assistance. Last year, the European Union and its member states provided 42% of global official development assistance, around 95.5 billion euros. In an increasingly complex financing landscape, the ODA continues to play a crucial role in achieving the 2030 agenda. Our commitment demonstrates the efforts of the European Union and its member states to provide support to those in need. And we are pushing to reform the international financial architecture to make it more inclusive and more effective. Through this alliance, the European Union stands ready to work with all willing partners to put the fight against hunger, against poverty, against inequality at the heart of our global agenda. The commitment extends to crisis zones like Gaza. Since 2008, our Pegasi mechanism has challenged around 670 million euros from the European Union, from member states and other donors its cash transfers programs to combat hunger and poverty. The war collapsed Gaza's banking system, halting operations there. But talks are underway to restart once conditions allow. The ceasefire could unlock this vital lifeline, injecting quick liquidity to help those in desperate need. We are also taking action at home. Our current 7-year budget allocates around 5 billion euros to provide basic support, including food aid, to the most deprived. All EU member states have adopted the European Child Guarantee, ensuring at-risk children of poverty, of social exclusion, are able to access early childhood education and care, education, healthcare, nutrition, and housing. And next year, in 2026, we will present an ambitious EU anti-poverty strategy to address the many faces, the many dimensions of poverty, of social exclusion, and to work helping eradicate poverty in the European Union by 2050. We are looking forward to working together to advance the goals of this alliance, and I thank you.
شكرا لسعادة.
We thank you, Your Excellency. Now I invite to the floor His Excellency Idil Baisalov, Deputy President of Cabinet of the Ministers from Kyrgyzstan.
Mr. Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, on behalf of the Kyrgyz Republic, allow me first to thank the government of Brazil for its leadership and initiative, and brotherly Qatar, as well as our co-chair of Spain and other members of the Board of Champions for convening an excellent organization of today's meeting of the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty. Kyrgyzstan is honored to be part of this alliance. We see it not as yet another forum, but as a moral commitment. As President Lula da Silva has reminded the international community, hunger is not an accident of nature, it is a political choice. And ending it is therefore also a political choice. It is a question of dignity, justice, and political will. The Kyrgyz Republic is working hard to create fiscal space, defend our people from poverty, and invest in human potential. Under the leadership of His Excellency President Sadyr Japarov, the Kyrgyz Republic has delivered one of the fastest economic accelerations in the world over the past 5 years. Since 2021, we have more than doubled our GDP and tripled the size of the national budget. Over each of the last 3 years, our economy recorded real annual growth of 9%. This is not a one-time rebound, it is a sustained performance. This progress was not achieved by chance. It is the result of effective public administration, better governance, and a decisive action against corruption. We simplified tax administration, digitized government services, and closed loopholes with improved compliance. For the first time in many years, we closed the budget with a surplus 2.5% of GDP, giving us the freedom to reinvest in social protection, food security instead of financing deficits. And the trend continues. In the first 9 months of 2025, GDP expanded by 10%. Our responsibility is to ensure that this new fiscal space reaches the people who need it most. Between 2021 and 2024, we carried out major increases in public sector wages. We also sharply increased social benefits, in some cases tripling them. For the first time in our history, we set the minimum pension at the level of the subsistence minimum. A few years ago, that seemed impossible. Today, it is constitutional policy. We are still addressing the social shock of the pandemic when poverty jumped to 33%. Rural areas remain the most vulnerable. Poverty in rural communities stands at 27%, and almost 2/3 of all people living in poverty are in the countryside. Every year, direct social assistance to low-income families with children covers roughly 400,000 of our citizens. We have launched an ambitious social housing construction, expanded state guarantees of free medical treatment, and initiated large rehabilitation programs. One of our most successful instruments is a social contract program launched in 2022. Instead of indefinite passive benefits, families receive a one-time startup grant to begin an income-generating activity, a small farm, a service, a trade. To date, more than 43,000 such contracts have been signed. There is an important gender dimension there. Over 94% of participants are women in rural areas. When you empower a rural woman, you stabilize an entire household. We see education as the most powerful anti-poverty tool. We are modernizing schools, improving teacher qualifications, and expanding vocational and technical education that leads to real job. We are also reshaping fiscal policy to protect health. We are aggressively increasing excise taxes on tobacco, alcohol, and sugar-sweetened products. Excellencies, across the world, hundreds of millions of people are struggling with hunger, poverty, and displacement. A tragedy that demands our shared humanity and urgent collective response. We must do everything in our power to alleviate their suffering and uphold the dignity of every human being. Yet today, we must also speak with special solidarity for the people of Palestine who are enduring a catastrophic man-made famine. The deliberate deprivation of food, medicine, and aid to an entire population constitutes not only a moral outrage, but a crime under international law, a form of collective punishment and genocide that the world must not ignore. Excellencies, let us use this alliance to share what works, to mobilize financing at scale, and to hold each other accountable, not only for speeches, but for outcomes in the lives of real families. Thank you, Co-Chair. Thank you.
We thank you, Your Excellency, Deputy Chairman of the Cabinet of Ministers. Now let's welcome Her Excellency Sanni Grahn-Listening, the Minister of Social Security from Finland.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, 30 years after Copenhagen, our priorities remain clear. End poverty and hunger, ensure decent work, and build inclusive societies. The Doha Declaration renews these commitments, but without financing, they remain words. That's why the Seville Conference on Financing for Development matters. It gave us a roadmap to expand fiscal space and close the SDG financing gap. Investing in universal social protection is vital. Hunger is not just about food, it's about vulnerability. Social protection floors, child benefits, maternity protection, pensions stop shocks from becoming hunger and poverty. We support global efforts to develop inclusive social protection systems to advance Agenda 2030 with progress shaped by national context. The International Labour Organization has been instrumental in putting social protection on the global agenda and embedding it into international declarations such as Seville and Doha. We hope that social protection will be meaningfully reflected also in the climate discussions in Belém. Finland's history shows how social investments transform societies. We grew from poverty and malnutrition to well-being and equal opportunities. And one specific key driver was free school meals introduced in the 1940s. Every child received a nutritious meal at school, improving learning outcomes and enabling mothers to fully join the workforce, advancing gender equality. School meals were part of a bigger picture: free education, universal healthcare, and a fair tax system to fund these services. These investments build trust and a strong social contract, reducing poverty and creating resilience. Today, school meals linked to local food systems teach healthy and sustainable diets and reduce inequalities. Finland stands ready to work with partners to turn commitments into results. Globally, Finland is an active member both the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty and the School Meals Coalition. With decreasing development funding landscape, it's imperative to increase national revenues, in particular taxation. Domestic resource mobilization is the most sustainable way to finance basic services. In Sevilla, Finland pledged support to initiatives to help countries broaden tax bases and curb evasion. Looking ahead, we remain committed to reducing well-being gaps and advancing the SDGs, because investing in human capital is the most efficient way to fight hunger and poverty. Thank you very much.
We thank you, Your Excellency, and now I invite to the floor His Excellency Hidayat Abdaliyev, Deputy Prime Minister for Social Security or Protection from Azerbaijan. The floor is yours, Your Excellency.
Distinguished Chair, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to address you today. I would like to begin by expressing my gratitude to the governments of Qatar and Brazil for convening this important meeting of the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty. As a committed member of the Alliance, Azerbaijan fully supports this mission to eradicate hunger and poverty, reduce inequalities, and strengthen global partnership for sustainable development. Over a short period, Azerbaijan has transformed from transition economy to an upper middle income country with a high human development index. This progress has enabled our country to contribute as an emerging donor supporting nations in need. To coordinate our international assistance, the Azerbaijan International Development Agency was established in 2011. Since then, Azerbaijan has provided humanitarian and development aid to over 140 countries, including 43 of the 44 least developed countries. During the COVID-19 pandemic, Azerbaijan supported more than 80 countries with medical supplies and vaccines. We also invest in youth through the Heydar Aliyev's International Education Grant program, which provides 500 scholarships for students from the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, the Non-Alignment Movement, and the Small Island Development States. At the national level, Azerbaijan's social policy remains strongly people-centered. The poverty rate has fallen from 9.1% in 2010 to 5.3% in 2024. Our targeted social assistance system for low-income families has doubled its eligibility threshold since 2019 and now stands 9.5 times higher than in 2006. 5 major social reform packages have been benefited around 4 million citizens, increasing wages, pensions, and social benefits several-fold. To enhance efficiency and transparency, Azerbaijan established those centers, an innovative model integrating 161 social services through a single platform. These centers have served 3.9 million citizens with 98.4% satisfaction rate. The DOS model has drawn strong international interest, and Azerbaijan stands ready to share experience and model with partner countries. Ladies and gentlemen, social and public security remains at the heart of Azerbaijan's development vision. Through the Great Return Program, large-scale reconstruction is enabling forcibly displaced people to return to the liberated lands and rebuild sustainable livelihoods. In conclusion, Azerbaijan reaffirms its commitment to the principles and objectives of the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty and to the goals on 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Thank you.
I would like to thank you, Your Excellency, and I call upon Mr. Chris Elmore, the Parliamentary Under-Secretary of State at the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office of the United Kingdom, to take the floor.
Excellencies, colleagues, friends, thank you to the Alliance for convening this crucial meeting, to the Qatari government for their hospitality, and to Brazil and Spain for their continued leadership. Our collective efforts to act against hunger and poverty matter more than ever in a turbulent world. And let us be honest, keeping pace with the scale of the challenge requires a new approach. That is why the UK is acting and changing how we work. We're moving from a donor to long-term investor, partnering with countries to unlock agri-food growth, build resilient food systems and mobilise private capital. We're shifting from delivering services to helping countries build systems that last, drawing on UK expertise to support locally led solutions, and that's why we are steadfast in our support of the Alliance and a proud Vice Chair. Because it offers a new model for international cooperation, demand-led, country-owned and focused on delivery. And at the heart of that model is a razor-sharp focus on delivering better value for money through better coordination so that every penny is helping those in need. These fast-track partnerships are already showing what is possible, and they are exactly the kind of locally driven, inclusive and impact-focused partnerships we need more of. I'm pleased to share that the UK is helping deliver just that. In Ethiopia, we're providing technical assistance to boost livestock productivity and rural incomes. In Zambia, we signed a poverty reduction pledge last year. And today, I'm delighted to announce the launch of a new 6-year Zambia poverty reduction programme worth up to almost £40 million. This will strengthen social protection systems that build climate resilience and help families find pathways out of poverty. And that's not all. We are delivering on our commitments and leveraging more private funds for agribusiness. Today, I'm pleased to announce a new UK match fund through the Common Fund for Commodities to support small, sustainable agribusinesses across sub-Saharan Africa. This is part of an exciting portfolio of UK agri-food innovative finance, and these are not isolated projects, but part of a broader shift towards smarter, more strategic partnerships and investments. Now, while the UK remains a major ODA provider, we know that public finance alone will not be enough. So the UK is supporting reform of the global financial system and better integration of funding streams. We co-sponsored the Seville Platform for Action on Financing for Sustainable Development Goals 1 and 2, and are providing senior expertise to design pooled mechanisms so we all get more for our money in the right places. Let me end by once again applauding Brazil for their leadership in driving global action on hunger and poverty. It is now up to all of us to build a system that works for the poorest and keeps hunger and poverty at the heart of our global agenda. Thank you.
شكرا لكم السيد إلمور. أدعو الآن إلى المنصة السيد ماكسيمو توريرو كبير الاقتصاد.
I would now like to ask Mr. Maximo Torero, Chief Economist of the Food and Agricultural Organization of the United Nations, to take the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, thanks to the Alliance and the Brazilian government for organizing this and for, of course, leading the Global Alliance, to Spain and to the Qatar government for organizing the first leaders meeting. Despite progress in some regions, hunger remains unacceptably high. In 2024, 673 million people are in hunger. 8.2% of the global population face hunger. Although there is a light increase, still is at levels that we cannot accept. Around 2.3 billion people were moderately or severe food insecure. Transforming the agri-food systems is essential to achieve SDG 1 and 2, the two core goals of the Global Alliance. Yet, the annual financing gap stands at an estimated $680 billion per year. Today, financing remains inadequate, fragmented, and poorly targeted to those most vulnerable to food crises. Fiscal space in low and lower middle-income countries is shrinking as debt servicing crowds out investments in resilience and food security.
Colleagues, this is where having the three pillars of the support mechanisms of the Global Alliance are essential. The policy basket will tell us what and how to do it based on best practice and solid evidence, as it was mentioned before. Second is the action at the country level, because the countries is where we need to transform and to work with them, and they have to lead this transformation. But also, especially, is the financing pillar, to assure investments from IFIs, development agencies, development banks, is coordinated to the policy basket at the country level. If we know what to do, we need to coordinate and converge that financing into those type of actions. A particular alarming figure is that only 4% of the global climate financing is directed to agri-food systems, despite the sector being responsible for 1/3 of the global emissions and the front line for climate impacts, and especially the sector that provides the right to food. Building resilience is therefore not an option. It is the most cost-effective path to reduce vulnerability, hunger and poverty, and prevent future crises. To overcome the current financing shortcomings, we need to do decisive transformation on 4 areas, and the Global Alliance can accelerate this shift. First, direct the right financing to the right countries. Countries most dependent on agri-food systems often have the least access to private finance. Increasing grants and high concessional lending, together with debt relief solutions such as debt swaps for food security, are essential to resolve this fiscal space. ODA remains critical, especially to fragile and low-income contexts. Second, reach the right people, small-scale producers and agri-food SMEs. These actors produce a large share of food in developing countries, yet 70% of their financing needs go unmet, and less than 1% of climate finance reaches them directly. Closing this gap, estimated to around $106 billion annually in sub-Saharan Africa and South Asia alone, requires a stronger collaboration with national and private financial institutions. Third, we need to increase efficiency also from the countryside, and that means repurposing of existing agricultural support. Today, many subsidies and incentives don't align with sustainability and equity objectives. Repurposing these resources creates one of the fastest and most politically feasible sources of additional financing for a productive, nutritious, and low-emission future. Fourth, ensure financing is systemic, localized, and rights-based. Short-term fragmented projects cannot transform the systems. We need long-term nationwide investment approaches that integrate climate resilience, nutrition, and rural livelihoods, women and youth empowerment. Instruments such as blending finance guarantees, GSSS bonds, and parametric insurance are essential to scale these solutions. Let me highlight 2 FAO-led initiatives that embody these principles. First, the Financing for Shock-Driven Food Crisis Facility, the FSFC, launched under the G7 Italian presidency with WFP and OCHA, shifts the paradigm from just late humanitarian response to anticipatory, trigger-based action, which reduce both human suffering and financial costs. It increased effectiveness from each dollar investment to $7 investments and increased the coverage 10 times because of the bringing and the crowding in of the private sector through the reinsurance companies. The second one is the Hand in Hand initiative, which now covers 80 countries in the world, which is powered by FAO geospatial data platforms and investment planning tools, which supports countries with the highest poverty and hunger levels to identify through territorial approaches where each dollar of investment can generate the greatest impacts for income, resilience, and food security. This is the ways we can support countries, and we are currently supporting countries, and we are ready to keep supporting the Global Alliance. To conclude, if we want a world free from hunger and poverty, we must urgently scale climate-resilient investments in agri-food systems, coordinate financing so we achieve convergence towards the financing pillar, support countries facing the highest risks, and ensure that farmers, especially women and youth, are not left behind. We need to target the tail of the distribution, and that's where social protection plays a crucial role, but we also need to increase resilience and capacity of absorption of countries, and that means also agri-food system transformation and means investments in the agri-food systems. Unlocking and better targeting financing is not only economically sound, it is a moral imperative. Thank you very much.
I would like to thank you, Mr. Torero. I would like to call now upon Mrs. Mary Beth from the OECD to deliver her speech. So Mary Beth Goodman.
Good morning. It is a true pleasure to be here with you as distinguished leaders and delegates. I am truly honored to join you for this inaugural leaders meeting of the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty. Today is our chance to turn ambition into real results, our ambition to lift people out of hunger and poverty. The OECD is proud to stand with you as a champion of the board and as part of the knowledge pillar of the Global Alliance. Allow me to highlight 5 areas where we believe that we can turn ambition into real progress. First, let's focus resources where they deliver the greatest impact. In 2023, only 13% of aid spending targeted poverty directly, and $16 billion US, which is about 10% of the official development assistance, went to food security. This gap is simply unsustainable. Donors need to make poverty reduction measurable in every program. They must protect the budgets that keep people healthy, educated, and nourished. And they should invest together in climate-smart, locally led agriculture and value chains that build food security and rural livelihoods. Second, we need to support partner countries, mobilize more, and to mobilize more predictable resources domestically. Expanding fiscal space is not only about aid, it is about credible domestic reforms. The OECD is supporting partners to strengthen tax administration capacity, broaden the tax base fairly, and reduce leakages so governments can sustainably finance anti-poverty priorities. We also help governments design people-centered transitions that pair climate action with stronger social protection so that no one is left behind. This matters because the gaps are stark. For example, informal workers make up 60% of the global workforce. Yet in 59 developing and emerging economies, only 37% of those workers are covered by social protection. And of that, just 25% of the informal workers have coverage. Through our social dialogue on policy and social protection, countries share real solutions to strengthen coverage and resilience on things like cash transfers and flexible insurance. Our next meeting with the ILO and World Bank will focus on financing social protection through fair taxation and more effective aid. Third, let's make every dollar, every rupee, every euro, every yen count and be tracked. Total official support for sustainable development, known as TOSD, used by over 120 providers, including the multilateral development banks and South-South actors. This institution, TOSD, tracks public and private resources mobilized to fight hunger and poverty using common definitions and methodologies. This shared evidence base can underpin the Alliance's basket for trusted policy measures and help align financing with country priorities. Fourth, we need to work together to deliver, not duplicate. As a champion of the board, we have leveraged our Development Assistance Committee to spotlight the Alliance. We've briefed its community of practice on poverty and inequalities and are aligning reinforcing delivery through the Global Partnership for Effective Development Cooperation, from the Busan Partnership Forum to the ongoing monitoring. So cooperation is country-led, results-focused, and transparent. Finally, let's safeguard food systems and regional resilience with real-time data and coordinated action. And of course, as the OECD, you know we always start with the data. Through the Agricultural Market Information System, we strengthen food market transparency and rapid policy response. The Food Crisis Prevention Network, which is a joint initiative of the Sahel and West Africa Club and the Permanent Interstate Committee for Drought Control in the Sahel, this institution provides data, codes for good contact, and a platform for coordination. Following the 2022 high-level meeting, It helped unlock 4.75 billion euros in pledges. This is what effective regional problem solving can look like. These are lessons we can build on as the Global Alliance moves from design to delivery. Brazil's leadership brings us to this pivotal moment. Let's rebalance aid, expand fiscal space, and deliver results through transparent cooperation. The OECD stands ready with the data, the standards, and the convening power to help translate budgets into action and action into better lives. We look forward to working with all of you. Thank you.
We would like to thank you, Ms. Mary Beth. Now, allow me once again to call upon all the speakers to stick to the time allocated to them, which is 4 minutes. Allow me now to call upon Mr. Pedro Oliveira from COMOS, Institute for Cooperation and Language of the Portuguese Republic, to take the floor. You have the floor, sir.
Honorable co-chairs of the Global Alliance, Your Excellencies, distinguished leaders, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to address this first leaders meeting of the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty. So let me extend our deepest gratitude to the State of Qatar for its generous hospitality and to the leadership of Brazil and Spain for their stewardship of the Alliance. So meeting on the eve of the second World Summit for Social Development reminds us that fighting hunger and poverty is the very foundation of social progress. Our task is not only urgent, it is the moral compass and political challenge of our time. Excellencies, we are given the opportunity to address a central question for development: how to open fiscal space and mobilize financing for lasting social transformation. The challenge is twofold. First, to create space, fiscal space, through fairer, more efficient and transparent financial systems that serve people and not debt. Second, to mobilize resources at scale and direct them where they provide the greatest human impact. We believe that domestic public resources are the backbone of sustainable development. They provide stability, sovereignty, and the means to invest in education, but also in health and social protection. Yet, for many countries, that service exceeds social spending. So the Compromisso de Sevilla, which Portugal has proudly endorsed, sets a new course of direction. It calls for responsible lending and borrowing, debt for development swaps, and debt pause clauses that protect nations in crisis. Moreover, Portugal believes that without fiscal space, there is no true ownership of development. Supporting partner countries in building effective, transparent, and equitable tax systems is an investment in their ability to mobilize domestic resources, reduce external dependence, and accelerate progress towards the 2030 agenda. So through our bilateral and triangular cooperation, particularly with Portuguese-speaking countries, we support partners to collect more and spend better. We invest in capacity building for debt management, transparent budgeting, and modernized revenue systems. We are also championing international tax justice, supporting the OECD's two-pillar solution and the call for UN Convention on International Tax Cooperation. Combating illicit financial flows is essential to restore fairness and public trust. Excellencies, Portugal's commitment to this alliance is solid. As Vice Chair of the Core Group and a founding member of the Board of Champions, we match words with predictable action. Our multi-annual contribution of $1.8 million reflects just that, ensuring stable support to the Alliance's support mechanism till 2030. Looking ahead, we are exploring technical cooperation under the fast-track initiatives in Palestine, notably in the framework of the Child Guarantee in the RIFC initiative. So this prospective engagement aims to share Portugal's experience in building integrated social protection systems for children and families, drawing from our own national expertise in social resilience. Excellencies, again, we are in Doha to move from consensus to commitment. Let us ensure that the ambition of this alliance, the outcomes of the World Social Summit, and the spirit of Sevilla and Belen in COP30 converge in a single, coherent direction. Portugal will remain an active, predictable, and committed partner in making our shared vision a reality for the most vulnerable. Thank you.
We thank Mr. Olivero. I invite now Mr. Joseph Motari, Principal Secretary from Kenya.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of the people of Kenya, I reaffirm our unwavering commitment to poverty reduction and hunger eradication. Kenya joined more than 100 countries at the G20 Global Alliance Summit in the year 2024 and issued a statement of commitment aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals, the Constitution of Kenya 2010, Vision 2030, and the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. Kenya has made significant strides in strengthening the legal and policy framework for social protection. The enactment of the Social Protection Act 2025, the Social Protection Policy 2023, and the Persons with Disabilities Act 2025 marks a major milestone in institutionalizing and mainstreaming social protection within the National Development Agenda. These frameworks ensure access to regular income, good security programs, and livelihood opportunities, helping households transition from poverty to self-reliance. Furthermore, Kenya has expanded the Consolidated Cash Transfer Program, increasing the number of beneficiaries from 1.2 million to 1.7 million in the year 2023. Demonstrating the government's commitment to strengthening social assistance coverage, the government of Kenya has also enhanced the cash transfer delivery systems, transitioning payments from commercial banks to mobile money platforms and e-wallets, thereby ensuring faster, safer, and more efficient access to stipends by beneficiaries. Excellencies, in addition, under the Hunger Safety Net program, Kenya constitutes private, regular, and emergency cash transfers to vulnerable households in arid and semi-arid lands. This program currently supports hundreds of thousands of households in ASAL counties, providing practical income that enhances food security, builds resilience, and mitigates the effects of drought. Through this initiative, the government has been able to protect livelihoods, prevent hunger, and promote community stability in drought-prone regions. Excellencies, we have also scaled up and expanded the economic inclusion program from a pilot in 5 counties to 25 counties, targeting 26,000 households. In addition, the program has been integrated to include a sustainable and diversified livelihoods, climate resilience, and the generation of decent jobs for vulnerable and poor households. The program aims to graduate participants from extreme poverty to improved income and asset ownership, better access to credit, enhanced food security, and greater social inclusion. The government of Kenya has also developed the enhanced single registry and expanded the social registry, which currently hosts data for over 4.4 million vulnerable households, representing an estimated 17 million individuals. This registry collects, updates, and links data on vulnerable persons and households, enabling programs to effectively identify and provide services to beneficiaries. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Kenya remains committed to enhancing partnerships. So far, Kenya has collaborated with multi and bilateral agencies to co-finance programs, share knowledge and technical expertise, and reduce risk in implementation. Despite this tremendous progress, challenges remain, particularly in achieving sustainable financing. A large number of vulnerable individuals and households are eligible for social protection interventions, yet limited resources constrain the government's ability to onboard all observing beneficiaries. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, as I conclude, Kenya strongly affirms and acknowledges that social protection is not an act of charity, but a global imperative. Let us move forward with a renewed resolve and urgency, ensuring that every commitment made translates into tangible improvements in the lives of vulnerable groups. I thank you.
We thank Mr. Joseph Mutare. Now we invite Mrs. Laura Thompson, Assistant Director General from the ILO.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, queridos Eva y Wellington, before addressing the core topic of this high-level debate, allowed me to congratulate the government of Brazil and the transition team for their dedication, collaborative spirit, and remarkable speed in setting up the Global Alliance's governance structure and operations for country support. ILO is proud to be a member of the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty. The global consensus regarding the importance of social protection for fighting hunger and poverty is well reflected in the Alliance's policy basket, which contains numerous social protection interventions. The key question that arises is how to finance these policies. I am sure you are all familiar with the ILO estimates of the cost of guaranteeing at least a basic level of social security, a social protection floor. According to our calculations, low and middle income countries require an additional US 1.4 trillion or 3.3% of the aggregate GDP of these countries for 2024 per annum to have a social protection floor. This overall figure includes 2% of GDP for essential healthcare and 1.3% of GDP for 5 social protection cash benefits for children, maternity, disability, unemployment, and on age, with great variations across countries. By reinforcing their social protection systems, including a solid social protection floor, countries can advance social development and social justice and renew their social contracts. This shift from merely alleviating poverty to preventing it is essential for social cohesion and development. Firmly rooted in a rights-based approach, the ILO flagship program on social protection floors for all has been able to support, in the last 4 years, 149 institutional changes in 50 countries and territories, and the extension of social protection coverage for 50 million people. In this context, I would like to make 3 points. The first one is that social protection expenditure is not a cost, but it is an investment with multiple social and economic returns. Social protection benefits stabilize aggregate demand and generate economic multiplier effects. For example, we estimate that every dollar invested in social protection today can increase GDP on average by $1.8 within 2.5 years,
underscoring the long-term growth benefits of social protection investment. Second, it is clear that formalization of employment and enterprises needs to be at the heart of any resource mobilization strategy for social protection. And why is that? Because formalization facilitates an increase in the coverage of social insurance as well as tax revenues to finance non-contributory benefits while enhancing productivity. Finally, other actions to take, as extensively discussed in Sevilla, range from tripling multilateral development banks lending, managing and restructuring sovereign debt, and doubling ODA to combat illicit financial flows that deprive countries of resources to invest in social protection systems, and the important work that is now being pursued through deliberations on the UN Framework Convention on International Tax Cooperation. Combining these efforts will enable countries to make the target of extending social protection coverage by at least 2 percentage points per year, as agreed in the Compromiso de Sevilla and reaffirmed in the draft Doha Declaration. With the extension of effective social protection coverage at this rate, countries will be in a much stronger position to prevent poverty and reduce hunger, laying the foundation for a dynamic economy and inclusive society. Thank you very much.
شكرا لك.
We thank Mrs. Lara Thompson. Let's welcome Mr. Johan Satorf, Parliamentary State Secretary from Germany.
Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, friends, 673 million people. Every 12th person on this planet is suffering from hunger. We all know these numbers, and yet they are worth repeating because they are not merely statistics. They are the harsh reality for millions of people that struggle each day to feed themselves and their children. Germany remains a strong and committed partner in the fight against hunger and poverty. We are making a life of dignity for all a priority of our international development policy. And few things undermine a life of dignity as much as hunger and poverty do. We build on the work of the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty. Its goals are at the very heart of our development policy. And we are proud that Germany was the first G20 member to join the alliance at the Hamburg Sustainability Conference last year. I would like to thank Brazil, Mr. Diaz and Mr. Godinho, who are here today for their leadership and for ensuring that the Global Alliance for Food Security, which Germany together with the World Bank and other partners promoted, transitioned so smoothly over to this alliance. This means that our important work, for example, on the Global Food and Nutrition Security Dashboard, can be continued. Germany stands ready to supporting the alliance, reinforcing our commitment to multilateralism that we confirmed just recently in the Committee on World Food Security. First, through our engagement for the transformation of agriculture and food systems, Germany has long been among the leading donors in food security and social protection. Second, we scale up our support to school meals. They are one of the most powerful levers to improve child nutrition and learning outcomes. And as our cooperation, for example, with the government of Sierra Leone and Laos shows, they can boost local food production and integrate climate-smart technologies. Third, we continue our support to the UN Global Accelerator and the World Bank Compass, the MGA, on one of our priorities here is to focus even stronger on climate resilience and social protection in fragile contexts. Fourth, we renew our engagement in the World Bank managed Sahel Adaptive Social Protection Program, because social protection is one of the most effective ways to fight poverty and hunger. And we are ready to endorse the Belém Declaration, and the final discussion has to be made on the EU level. And last but not least, I am happy to announce that Germany stands ready to support several of the Alliance's fast-track country implementation plans. And I am particularly happy today to announce that Germany is providing 2 million euros to the support mechanism, thereby strengthening the backbone of the Alliance and its daily work. Ladies and gentlemen, the challenges we face are enormous. Ending hunger and poverty not only requires that 673 million people win their daily struggles to feed themselves and their children. It requires for us, as international partners, to rethink and transform food and agricultural systems, to strengthen social protection systems worldwide, and to support the resilience of rural communities in the face of shocks such as natural disasters. Let us join our efforts to advance these goals. You can count on Germany as a reliable partner in the fight against hunger and poverty. Thank you very much.
شكرا لسعادة.
We thank you, Your Excellency, Mr. Satov. And now we invite His Excellency, Mr. Faisal Ali Ibrahim, Ambassador of the State of Ethiopia to the State of Qatar.
Excellency Wellington Diaz, Chair and Minister of Social Development of Brazil, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it's my distinct honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, a proud member of the Board of Champions and a program country under the fast-track implementation program of the Global Alliance. At the outset, allow me to express Ethiopia's profound appreciation to the Federative Republic of Brazil for its exemplary leadership in advancing the global agenda of poverty eradication and food security within the framework of the G20. We equally extend our heartfelt gratitude to the State of Qatar for hosting this important meeting. Holding this dialogue in Doha underscores Qatar's growing role in promoting strategic partnership for food security and agricultural transformation. Excellencies, adequate and predictable financing is the cornerstone of effective national food security programs. In Ethiopia, our flagship initiative, Yelmat Rufat program, meaning the bounty of basket, targets over 20,000 villages across the country and embodies an inclusive, people-centered approach designed to empower smallholder farmers. This ambitious program demands substantial resources and supportive macroeconomic policies that encourage private sector participation in agriculture and food systems. It also requires targeted budget allocation to expand access to agricultural inputs, mechanization, and modern technologies. The government of Ethiopia attached paramount importance to domestic resource mobilization. Nearly 4% of our national budget is allocated to agriculture and rural development. To complement this effort, we have enacted fiscal and monetary policies that incentivize banks to allocate financing to agricultural sector. Microfinance institutions have been strengthened, particularly at the local level, providing essential business development services and linking producers with financial institutions. Private sector investment in agriculture and agro-industry is being scaled up to attract new financial flows to enhance productivity. Public-private models, partnership models also applied across agricultural chains. This model has yielded tangible results, most notably in the development of agro-industrial parks and the establishment of a fertilizer production plant, recently inaugurated by His Excellency Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed. This landmark project, financed through African capital, will become one of the largest fertilizer facilities in Africa. Excellencies, international cooperation remains indispensable. Ethiopia sincerely appreciates all partners that have announced pledges of technical and financial support for the Yelma Trufat program. We especially commend the African Development Bank for its steadfast partnership, including the USD 65 million concessional financing dedicated to the poultry value chain. We also thank the government of Spain, World Vision, United Kingdom, UNIDO, FAO for the pledges. We express our deep appreciation for the pledge of Federative Republic of Brazil to train over 480 agricultural extension workers that have far-reaching impact. Excellencies, despite these efforts, the fiscal space of many developing countries, including Ethiopia, remains constrained by debt challenges, which continue to impede national investments in food security and poverty reduction. We therefore urge for the full implementation of the Addis Ababa Action Agenda and the Seville Declaration. Ethiopia calls for enhanced debt solidarity, including expanded access to concessional finance, debt cancellation, debt for development swaps, and other non-debt creating financial instruments to enable sustainable national progress. In conclusion, Ethiopia reaffirms its unwavering commitment to the objectives of the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty. We stand ready to work with all partners to ensure that no person, community, or nation is left behind in our collective pursuit of a world free from hunger and deprivation. I thank you.
شكرا لكم سعد.
We would like to thank you, Your Excellency, and allow me to call upon Mr. Fernando Regalia, the manager of the social sector of the Inter-American Development Bank, IDB, to take the floor.
Excellencies, distinguished partners, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to address this esteemed assembly on behalf of the Inter-American Development Bank, the IDB. Let me begin by expressing our gratitude to the State of Qatar for hosting the First Leaders Summit and for its strong partnership with the Inter-American Development Bank. I also extend thanks to the co-chairs of the Board of Champions, Brazil and Spain, and for the to the support mechanism, Mr. Godinho, for the progress achieved since the launch of the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty. The IDB fully supports the mission of the Global Alliance and its core objective, eradicating hunger and poverty and reducing inequality. These goals are central to our global commitment reflecting SDG 1, 2, and 10. The new IDB institutional strategy objectives are closely aligned to the Alliance goals: to eliminate extreme poverty, achieve zero hunger, and foster more equitable societies. As active member of the Board of Champions, we have committed to providing technical assistance and mobilizing financing for country-led strategy aligned with the policy basket, as well as delivering tangible support through the fast-track implementation initiative, particularly in Haiti. To translate this commitment into action, the IDB has pledged up to $25 billion in financing between 2025 and 2030 for country-led programs drawn from the Alliance policy basket. We are already making some progress. In 2025, we delivered $4.1 billion in financing to support water and sanitation for vulnerable communities, maternal, neonatal, and child health and nutrition programs, early childhood development and basic education program, school feeding and cash transfer program. These investments have real impact, and let me give you some examples. In Ecuador, a 70 million financing will expand access to clean water and sanitation for over 85,000 families in rural Cuenca. In Haiti, a $100 million grant will improve maternal, neonatal, and child health and other basic health services for 750,000 people. In Honduras, a blending of 55 million loan with 12 million grant will enhance education and school meal for more than 50,000 children in vulnerable municipalities, including indigenous and Afro-Honduran communities. Looking ahead, our 2026 pipeline includes over $6 billion in new investment aligned with the policy basket, which is a clear evidence that we are on track to meet our $25 billion commitment by 2030. And this momentum extends to the Fast Track initiative in Haiti, which we will discuss this afternoon. Eradicating poverty and hunger requires innovative financial mechanisms that can mobilize greater public, multilateral, and private resources. The IDB is leveraging its expertise to deploy sovereign guarantee for debt swap to generate fiscal space for this investment, support thematic bonds, and structure blended financial scheme combining grants and loans. These instruments, which have been applied in the climate finance space, are now being applied to education, health, and nutrition investment across the region, reinforcing our commitment to development impact at scale. Together, these efforts exemplify partnership in action, leveraging country leadership, sharing knowledge, and aligning finance to maximize impact. The IDB engagement in the Global Alliance reflects our belief that ending hunger and poverty is achievable when we act collectively, decisively, and at scale. I thank you.
شكرا لكم السيد ريغاليا.
I would like to thank you, Mr. Regalia, and I would like to call upon Mr. Ron Hartman, a member of and Secretary of the General Economics Division's Planning Commission of the People's Republic. Mr. Ron Hartman from the International Fund for Agricultural Development to take the floor.
And partners, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak on behalf of IFAD today. As we've heard in our opening session, tackling hunger and poverty is not only the right thing to do, it's smart policy. Investing in reducing poverty and hunger in rural areas boosts incomes, promotes stability, and addresses the root causes of conflict and forced migration. But this doesn't happen by accident. It requires targeted investment, strong leadership, and real partnerships. Too often, as we've heard this morning, development finance fails to reach vulnerable rural communities, the first mile of our food systems, and where 80% of the world's poor live and reside. Trickle-down approaches don't work for vulnerable rural families. With development assistance under pressure as needs rise, it's more urgent than ever to use every dollar effectively and mobilize new resources and finance for those that mean it most. So what do we actually have to do? First, put country ownership and people at the centre. Development finance must align behind national priorities. And this means listening to governments, supporting their priorities, and providing flexible financing that responds to local realities. Sustainable and inclusive rural transformation also depends on strong local institutions, women's groups, farmer organisations, Indigenous persons representatives, and rural enterprises. Secondly, we need to make development finance work for those most marginalised rural communities. Blended finance must be simple, transparent, and focused on results. Public funds must better de-risk investments and attract private capital, especially for those underserved areas. And this also means rethinking debt, supporting domestic resource mobilisation, and ensuring concessional finance reaches those that need it most. Third, we need to coordinate better and hold ourselves accountable for results. Too often, us as development partners, public and private, work in silos, and this results in fragmentation and missed opportunities. The Alliance's approach, bringing partnerships together around national priorities and coordinated financing, is a step in the right direction. But we must go further, leveraging our financing, aligning efforts behind country-led plans, and holding ourselves accountable for results that matter to poor and vulnerable rural people. As IFAD launches its 14th replenishment next year, we offer an investment platform for long-term investment in food security, in rural jobs and resilience. For every dollar invested in IFAD, we mobilise over $6 of investment on the ground. And for Alliance members, this means greater demand-led impact, stronger partnerships, and a direct channel to invest and deliver results where they matter most. To sum up, a rural transformation doesn't happen by accident, and development finance doesn't trickle down. It takes leadership, it takes coordination, and it takes a willingness to do things differently. The Global Alliance, of course, gives us a chance to break old habits and put people at the centre of our fight against hunger and poverty. And we at IFAD stand ready to work with all of you to make this a reality. Thank you.
شكرا لكم السيد هارت.
I would like to thank you, Mr. Ron Hartman, and I would like to call upon Mr. Salahuddin Al-Nouman, the representative of Bangladesh, to take the floor. He is also from the Planning Commissions of the People's Republic of Bangladesh.
Distinguished guests, let me begin by thanking the Government of Qatar and Government of Brazil for organizing this event. Bangladesh is honored to be a founding member of the Global Alliance. Hunger and poverty is the gravest moral test of our times. In a world that spends $2.7 trillion a year on weapons, it is beyond any ethical standard to accept nearly 73 million people go hungry every day, as mentioned by my German colleague. Excellencies, in Bangladesh, we have lifted millions out of poverty. And our story reaffirms that hunger and poverty can be defeated through empathy and determination. We made strategic investment in agriculture, women's empowerment, social protection, and innovation. 5 decades of constant attention has resulted in attainment of self-sufficiency in food in a country with severe scarcity of land mass. However, in today's highly interconnected world, we are not immune from challenges that originate beyond our borders. Our vulnerability to climate change as a low-lying country is well known. We often face supply chain disruptions triggered by pandemics, conflicts, and unpredictable export-import policies elsewhere. For countries like ours, debt distress continues to erode our fiscal space, forcing us to curtail investment in health and social protection of our lives. As if that's not enough, we are hosting 1.3 million Rohingyas, posing enormous economic, social, and environmental stress on Bangladesh. Now, as a graduating LDC, we face additional challenges lying ahead with regard to trade preferences and access to concessional financing. Excellencies, global poverty and hunger are not and have never been caused by scarcity of food. They result from systemic failure driven by unchecked greed for wealth, concentration, and unbalanced competition for power. Moreover, the developed countries have continued to fail in fulfilling their commitments. A $4 trillion annual financing gap have kept the SDGs severely off track. Against this backdrop, allow me to highlight a few points. First, the fiscal space must be expanded through debt relief and debt pause mechanisms in times of crisis. Second, the civil commitment of FFT4 must be fulfilled in letter and spirit. Third, the global financial architecture must be reformed to make development financing fair and accessible. Illicit financial flows must be curbed and international tax reforms ensured. Fourth, the investment in people must remain central with integrated social protection systems such as school meals, cash transfers, and nutrition programs. Fifth, we must promote innovative financing solutions like microcredit and social business, which have transformed millions of lives through youth entrepreneurship, women's empowerment, innovation, and digital inclusion. Finally, peace and stability must be recognized as prerequisites for food security. Conflicts destroy agriculture, displace people, and weaponize hunger. The starvation in Gaza is a grave alert that food must never be politicized. Excellencies, we vision a world of 3 zeros: zero carbon, zero wealth concentration, and zero unemployment. Ending hunger and poverty is not charity, it is justice. And it is achievable if we act with courage, coherence, and conscience. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
I would like to thank you, Your Excellency, and I call upon Ms. Li Xin, the Deputy Director General of the International Poverty Reduction Center in China and Vice President of the Champion Committee, to take the floor.
Distinguished co-chairs, Mr. Wellington Diaz and Ms. Eva Granados, Excellencies, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's a great pleasure to join you in Doha for the first leaders meeting. Actually, poverty is a global challenge. It has been mentioned once and again by the leaders and speakers this morning. But although we have fought hard to tackle poverty, but still it's a pity there are still 820 million people living under the poverty line all around the world. The Chinese government has consistently prioritized poverty reduction and rural development in its governance agenda for more than 7 decades. Under the leadership and guidance of our President, Mr. Xi Jinping, China achieved a complete victory over the fight against poverty in 2020. So we eliminated extreme poverty once and for all. If we retrospect from the 1949, when the majority of Chinese population lived under the poverty line, so we lifted 800 million our population out of poverty. So what do we do? The historic progress enabled China to realize the poverty reduction goal set in the UN 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development 10 years ahead of schedule. So China's eradication of poverty stems from its unwavering commitment to a people-centered development philosophy. As mentioned by our government, people's aspirations for a better life is our ultimate goal. So our success also derives from the implementation of a targeted poverty alleviation strategy designed to respond to 5 questions. First, how to identify the poor. And second, who is designated to help them, the poor. And third one, how to help them through tailor-made projects and programs. And fourth one, how to evaluate that they can exit from poverty. And last but foremost, how to prevent relapse into poverty. So after we implemented the right strategy, we eradicated absolute poverty. So from 2021 to 2025, the Chinese government enacted the Rural Revitalization Promotion Law. So we embarked on a new stage to consolidate the progress while continue to promote the development of the formerly impoverished regions and promote new progress toward achieving common prosperity for all our population. Ladies and gentlemen, at the 19th G20 Leaders Summit held in Brazil last year, Chinese President Xi Jinping stressed like this. The poverty issue in developing countries is solvable, just like fledgling birds can take a flight early and soar high. China's success in eradicating poverty proves that other developing countries can also achieve the goal. So this constitutes the global significance of China's victory over poverty. Guided by this vision, we'll continue to advance the Global Development Initiative and the UN 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. We'll actively expand global partnerships for poverty alleviation and development, strengthen international consensus, and deepen exchanges of experience and knowledge. And also, we'll strengthen personnel exchange, capacity building, joint researches, and project collaboration. Over the past year, since its establishment, the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty has made remarkable progress across all areas of its work, thanks to the active participation of its members, and also we must thank the dedicated efforts of the Alliance support mechanism. With the convening of the first leaders meeting today, the Alliance is entering a new stage of growth and cooperation. China will, as always, remain an active participant and a steadfast supporter of the Alliance work. So with that, I'll stop. Thank you so much.
I would like to thank you, Mrs. Lee. Allow me now to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Kate Hampton, the Chief Executive Officer of the Children's Investment Fund Foundation.
Good morning, Excellencies, Ministers, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to be here today representing the Children's Investment Fund Foundation, the world's largest philanthropy focused on improving children's lives. And first, of course, I want to congratulate Brazil and Spain on their inspirational leadership and the government of Qatar for hosting us so generously today. We recognize that global hunger is clearly one of the most important challenges of our time, and projections indicate that nearly 1 billion people will still remain at risk of severe food insecurity by 2030. And as many speakers have already articulated, women and children are by far the worst impacted. Chronic undernutrition due to the inadequate quantity and quality of food have devastating impacts on children. 148 million children today are stunted, which means that they face lifelong development setbacks. And 45 million are dangerously thin and wasting at very high risk of death. But hunger is not inevitable or avoidable without political and economic resolve. This is a rights and equity issue. At SIF, we want to be part of the solution. So at N4G this year, we committed 400 million by 2028 to invest in high-impact, evidence-based, cost-effective solutions. We want to break the intergenerational cycle of malnutrition and hunger with interventions like supplements for women and children to prevent malnutrition, nutritious, high-quality school meals, therapeutic foods for malnutrition treatment, and platforms of care that integrate nutrition services with partnership for governments, donors, and civil society coming together. And I just want to give you a couple of examples of the kinds of partnerships that we at SIF have been working on, because philanthropy alone doesn't get to choose where society goes. We can only work in partnership with governments and civil society around the world. We're founding donors of the UNICEF-led Child Nutrition Fund, which is a landmark coordinating mechanism. We're rallying behind governments using philanthropic matching to incentivize greater commitment from domestic resources. And we're hoping to reach 320 million women and children by 2030 across the 63 eligible countries. In 2024 alone, CNF reached almost 3 million mothers with nutritional supplements and 500,000 children with wasting treatment. It is this kind of collaboration at scale that is going to be absolutely crucial if we are to continue to make progress. The second initiative I'd like to talk about today, which is another example of innovative partnership between philanthropy and official assistance, is our partnership with the African Development Bank. We're working to unlock large-scale sustainable resources for school feeding by blending catalytic philanthropic capital with multilateral financing. It's the first of a kind partnership focused on eradicating school-age hunger. And we're working with the African Development Bank to ensure the delivery of 300 million nutritious meals to children at less than 50 cents per meal through national school feeding programs by improving their quality and cost effectiveness. This work, as we've heard already from many speakers, is made very difficult by the current fiscal context. All countries are facing fiscal challenges, but none more acute than the lowest and middle-income countries that are facing a debt crisis, which we've already heard about today. We know that ODA and philanthropic capital are going to be the lifeline for many nutrition services, particularly in humanitarian and climate-related emergencies. So we're going to continue to expand our work, and we're hoping to make new commitments in the coming year to channel donor resources alongside philanthropic resources to vital nutrition and health services in crisis-hit settings. And we want to work with all governments to find more cost-effective and integrated ways of delivering these services. But foreign aid is clearly on a structural decline, so it's really essential that we support countries in financing their own development priorities. CIF wants to be a key partner to countries that are attempting to do this in very difficult circumstances, not just as a thought partner, but also helping countries overcome fiscal constraints. Our approach is not just to fund proven interventions, but it's also to help unlock fiscal headroom. Philanthropy will not replace public finance, but it can support an unlocking of public finance. We're working on reshaping the international financial system with many partners in this room, and we're also going deeper on capacity building for debt management offices and support for public financial management to improve budget execution and help the money get to those who need it. We're working with global actors on innovative mechanisms to reduce debt burdens, such as debt swaps for development, and we're looking at catalyzing larger flows of sustainable financing from governments, fiscally efficient headroom from donors through mechanisms like guarantees. Working with multilaterals and the private sector, we're also looking at improving outcome-based financing because we believe a new solidarity compact is going to be essential if we are to maintain the flows of concessional assistance. Our experience shows that government commitment and intersectoral coordination is essential. I'm always saddened at these kinds of events at the absence of ministries of finance who are essential to collaborate with sectoral ministries to enhance on-budget financing, including for nutrition. But we will continue to partner more actively with the Global Alliance in using every tool at our disposal, whether it's fiscal, financial, political, to turn capital into sustainable systems that end malnutrition for good.
أشكر لك كلمتك.
We thank you, Mrs. Hampton. Now we invite Dr. Murad Wahba, the Executive Secretary from the ESQA.
Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, friends all. Allow me first to express, on behalf of ESQA, as a member of the Global Alliance, our gratitude to the State of Qatar for their hosting of this Leaders' Conference, but also allow me to express our great thanks to the co-leaders, the co-conveners of this first leaders meeting, Brazil and Spain. I remember with emotion President Lula's first declaration of Fome Zero many years ago, so thank you. I'm honored to speak before you on behalf of many countries in the Arab region on such an important topic. I'm honored, but at the same time, I'm humbled by the responsibility to speak for the millions who are not in this room. The men, women, and children who, against all odds today, are fighting hunger, deprivation, and inequality. They do not need our words. They do not need our pious thoughts. They need our will to end the twin scourges of poverty and hunger. They need strong, well-thought-out policies. And, yes, Minister, they need consistent and sufficient funding. The civil compromise is alive and well. This region, Excellencies, is a region of contrasts, as you know. Great wealth and great poverty coexist. Poverty is born of years of inherited inequality and maldistribution of resources. Sometimes hunger and poverty are the result of well-intentioned but inappropriate policy advice. And only too often, hunger is the result of conflict that in a short but brutal time erases years of growth in human development and progress. 2 out of 5 persons in the region live in countries suffering armed conflict. The changing climate threatens our social achievement, made at great cost, with drought, desertification, and reduced agricultural output. Today, 2 out of 5 persons in this region live in conflict-ridden zones. And today, the face of poverty, the face of hunger in the Arab region is the face of a young girl born in a conflict zone. The man-made famines in Sudan and in Gaza are an insult to our common humanity. These facts call for a strong reaction. And we have seen the governments of the region make impressive progress in the reduction of hunger and poverty, and solidarity in the Arab region and development cooperation from traditional donor capitals has done much to alleviate poverty and hunger. At UNESQA, we are privileged to be working with the governments of the region, with civil society, with private enterprise, and with our sister UN agencies towards a region free from poverty in all its forms and from hunger, the scourge that threatens present and future generations. We do so by aiming to provide reliable data subtending any serious policy efforts, by supporting the governments of the region with policy advice tailor-made to their needs and with solutions appropriate to their issues. We develop national poverty frameworks, and we use modern technology, machine learning, to allow poverty-targeted social assistance programs. We're actively engaged in the Beyond GDP efforts, undertaking to assure that our measurement of poverty responds to the growing complexity of poverty and inequality and environmental degradation. As a founding member of the Global Alliance, ESQA has already supported 11 out of 22 Arab countries in joining us. We've also supported Palestine in submitting 2 proposals, one on expanding social protection and another on early childhood development. We invite you all to consider supporting these important initiatives. We hope more countries will join the alliance, and together we will finally rid the region we hold so dear of the twin scourges of poverty and hunger. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this is not a promise I make to you, but I make it to the poor in our region. We are honored to serve. I thank you.
شكرا لكم الدكتور.
Thank you, Dr. Wahaba. Our dear guest, I would like to remind you and remind all the speakers to stick to the allocated time for the speech, which is 4 minutes, because we have so many other people that we want to listen to. Now we invite Mr. Even Stormen, the Special Representative for the G20 Food Initiatives from Norway.
Good morning, Your Excellencies, distinguished leaders and partners. Norway has been a firm supporter of the establishment of the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty, launched under Brazil's G20 presidency. We are proud to be a member of the Board of Champions and Vice Chair of the Core Group. Norway has contributed with $1 million to the Global Alliance support mechanism established in FAO. The Global Alliance is making strong progress. We welcome the fast-track programs that are now approved for the policy basket. We believe that national ownership and a demand-driven process for development cooperation to reach SDG 1 and 2 can be significantly strengthened by the Global Alliance. It is fundamental that the Global Alliance has a main focus on the poorest rural areas in low and lower middle-income countries, where around 3/4 of the people in extreme poverty live. We appreciated a fruitful discussion and the ODI report on the international financing landscape, which provided valuable input to the process leading up to the establishment of the Global Alliance. We need more capital to reach SDG 1 and 2. However, in the current geopolitical situation, many traditional development aid contributors are reallocating resources to national core interest in their foreign and security policy. Then, it is even more important to adjust to the international financial architecture aimed at fighting hunger and poverty. The 4th International Conference in Sevilla this year sent a clear message. The global community remains committed to financing the Sustainable Development Goals and upholding international cooperation and multilateralism despite global uncertainty. We must work through national systems and make the most of the multilateral financial institutions and their financial models with significant leverage. We must work against increased fragmentation of the delivery system, which too often results in high transaction costs for our partners. Norway would like to emphasize the following 4 key points to increase finance to achieve SDG 1 and 2. First, national ownership is central for strengthening domestic resource mobilization and reducing corruption and illegal capital flows. Improved governance, tax and fiscal policies are main responsibility for both national governments and the international community. Fair and progressive taxation and social services for all are basic pillars in efforts to reach our goals. Second, growth in climate-robust small-scale food production is the most efficient way to fight poverty and hunger. The neglect of smallholder farmers and rural population must change, as they are key for reducing poverty. The share of climate finance reaching small-scale agri-food must increase. Third, private sector investment must be incentivized through an enabling framework stimulating local food and sector value chains and markets. And fourth, we need to leverage scarce development financing more effectively. The multilateral development banks are uniquely placed to support the fight against hunger and poverty, given their ability to leverage capital markets through multiplier effects to mobilize resources for the benefit of low and middle income countries. Norway will maintain its development cooperation budget on around 1% of our gross national income. Norway supported a successful IDA replenishment and prioritizes core support to the major UN organizations and the multilateral development banks. We will work with the Global Alliance to explore the opportunities for connecting the national development programs approved in its policy basket to multilateral development finance. Thank you very much.
We thank Mr. Stormen. Now we invite Mrs. Fonmi Oloto, National Coordinator from the National Social Safety Nets Coordinating Office from Nigeria.
Good morning, Excellencies, distinguished leaders, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I bring you warm greetings from the government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. It is an honor to share our country's experience in mobilizing fiscal and institutional capacity to fight hunger and poverty. Two challenges that shape not only development priorities, but human dignity itself. In Nigeria, the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has placed poverty eradication and food security at the center of the renewed hope agenda. We believe that ending poverty is not achieved by spending more, but by spending better, through coordinated systems that ensure every investment delivers measurable impact for the poor and vulnerable. Through the National Social Safety Net Coordinating Office, NASCO, Nigeria has built one of Africa's most robust and transparent social protection systems. At the core of this architecture is the National Social Register, a dynamic data-driven platform that now covers more than 70 million individuals and over 19 million households across Nigeria, making it one of the largest social registers in the world. The National Social Register provides the evidence base for targeting interventions, channeling resources, and ensuring that social investments truly reach those who need them most. It underpins Nigeria's cash transfers program, homegrown school feeding initiative, and agricultural livelihood support, each directly advancing the objectives of SDG 1 on ending poverty in all its forms and SDG 2 on achieving zero hunger. Beyond data, Nigeria's model is about fiscal coordination and efficiency. By harmonizing programs under one national framework, we have reduced duplications, strengthened accountability, and expanded fiscal space for growth. This means that every dollar or naira committed to fighting poverty goes further, touching more lives with less waste. We have also leveraged partnerships to strengthen financing. Through collaboration with state governments, the World Bank, UNICEF, and other development partners, Nigeria has created a platform where domestic resources and external financing converge around a shared and transparent system. This alignment ensures that all efforts, whether national or donor-funded, reinforce each other and deliver inclusive, evidence-based results. Our focus is not only to lift households out of poverty today, but to prevent them from falling back tomorrow. That is why we are integrating social protection with digital identity systems through the National Identification Number and livelihood empowerment initiatives, ensuring that safety nets evolve into pathways of productivity, resilience, and economic inclusion. Nigeria's experience shows that when governments invest in credible data, coordination, and political will, fiscal space expands not only in budget, but in possibilities. As members of this global alliance, we must continue to connect our financial strategies with evidence, our compassion with systems, and our ambition with accountability. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the fight against hunger and poverty will not be won by charity, but by structure. And Nigeria stands ready to share, to learn, and to build, in building that structure for Africa and for the world. Thank you.
We thank Mrs. Oloto. Now we welcome Rodrigo Kiko Alfonso, Executive Director from the Excel Cidadania.
Dear Minister Wellington Dias, Madam Secretary Eva Granado, Mr. Secretary Renato Godinho, distinguished members of the Global Alliance, partners, and fellow civil society organizations. First, I would like to recognize President Lula for his visionary and inspiring leadership on fighting hunger and poverty, and also Minister Wellington Dias for his amazing work in Brazil, making us for the second time get out of UN's hunger map, proving that Brazilian policies work when there's a political will. It's a great honor to be here representing Ação da Cidadania, a Brazilian civil society movement founded over 30 years ago by sociologist Betinho, a man who profoundly changed the way Brazil understood hunger. He inspired a generation, and even the Brazilian government itself, to recognize that hunger is not a matter of charity, but a social and political problem born from inequality, the absence of justice and political will. Betinho taught us that hunger is not inevitable. It's the result of political decisions. And that's why Ação da Cidadania was created, to transform solidarity into organized action, connecting millions of citizens, communities, and organizations to fight hunger, not as an act of mercy, but as the defense of a fundamental right. His struggle directly influenced the creation of transformative public policies such as Fome Zero, the National Council for Food and Security, and Brazilian programs that became global reference for fighting hunger and poverty with dignity. None of this would be possible without the strength and the persistence of Brazilian civil society. Social movements, community networks, and NGOs that demanded from the state the recognition of food as a constitutional right. It was civil society that designed participatory councils, monitored results, and held governments accountable, proving that democracy and food security must advance together. Throughout our history, Ação da Cidadania has also provided food to more than 50 million Brazilians, making Ação da Cidadania the leading food security organization in Brazil today. These are not just numbers. They represent lives, communities, and the power of citizens to act when governments fall short. And what is true in Brazil is also true for the world. Without an active, organized civil society, the fight against hunger and poverty will always remain incomplete. Governments can design programs. The private sector can invest. But it's citizens who give legitimacy, oversight, and continuity to these efforts. That's why the Global Alliance is so important, because it recognizes that evidence and participations must go hand in hand. Solid data without public engagement is sterile. Activism without evidence is fragile. Only when we bring together can we achieve lasting impact. And that in that spirit that I would like to share a new initiative that we are launching today under the knowledge pillar of this alliance. Our alliance is built on a shared conviction. Without solid evidence and an active civil society, the fight against hunger and poverty will remain trapped in rhetoric and limited impact. On behalf of Ação da Cidadania, together with Instituto Fome Zero and Instituto Comida da Manhã, members of the Civil Society Board of Champions seat, it is an honor to take the opportunity to announce a joint initiative under the knowledge pillar of the Global Alliance. The Global Assessment of Anti-Hunger Initiatives from 2009 to 2024, a collaborative research effort designed to strengthen evidence-based action against hunger and poverty. Over the past decades, the world has created dozens of initiatives to eradicate hunger. Yet many have operated in a fragmented way. With dispersed resources and disconnected metrics, today we have the responsibility to turn those lessons into coordinated action. That is why these three organizations are jointly leading the Global Assessment of Anti-Hunger Initiatives, a study that will, for the first time, compile comparable data on governance, financing, and results. Our goal is clear: to generate knowledge that informs policy decisions and unlocks international financing flows, especially toward family farming, short supply chains, and integrated policies that connect school feeding, nutrition, and climate adaptation. This is a direct contribution from civil society to support the success of the Global Alliance by ensuring that lessons from the past guide smarter, more coordinated action in the future. We want to ensure that every dollar invested produces sustainable results, grounded in transparency, accountability, and scientific evidence. Because hunger is not merely a humanitarian emergency, it's a failure of global coordination. And coordination is like a bridge. It's not enough to build strong bridges between governments, US agencies, and civil society if no one dares to cross them. We must ensure that ideas, data, and resources truly flow across these bridges, transforming dialogue into cooperation and cooperation to change. Today, November 3rd, Mr. Wellington, is a particularly meaningful day for us. It marks the 19th birthday of Betinho, the founder of Ação da Cidadania, a man who believed that fighting hunger was not about feeding bodies, but about restoring dignity. How symbolic it is that we gather here today, continuing his legacy on a global stage, building the bridges he dreamed of between solidarity and action. And only through evidence-based policies, predictable finance, and genuine cooperation among governments, agencies, and science, and civil society can we build a future where eating with dignity is no longer a privilege, but once again, a right. Thank you very much.
We thank Mr. Alfonso. Now we invite Mrs. Yolande Wright, Vice President from Give Directly.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, colleagues, it's an honor to be here, hosted by Qatar, Brazil, and Spain, in this alliance committed to ending the scourge of hunger and extreme poverty. Shrinking aid budgets, rising debt, conflict, and climate shocks are tightening fiscal space at the moment we need it most. At Give Directly, we exist to change that dynamic. Our mission is to accelerate the end of extreme poverty by delivering cash directly into the hands or phones of those who need it most, the majority of whom are women. We've transferred nearly $1 billion already to 1.8 million people across 15 countries, predominantly in Africa, using digital tools and AI to be efficient, transparent, and scalable. Our flagship approach is large, unconditional cash transfers. Robust, independent evidence has proved that transfers of around $500 per adult deliver rapid and lasting progress toward ending poverty and hunger. They enable households to rapidly increase food security, build assets, expand employment, and stimulate local economies, up to 2.5 times the amount of cash initially delivered. And they are a dignified way to support entrepreneurs, farmers, youth to create their own resilient futures, and a complement to national social protection systems. In Rwanda, through the graduation strategy of the government and with support from the Qatar Fund for Development, we've delivered $1,100 per household to more than 200,000 families living in extreme poverty. In program areas, food insecurity dropped by 65%, livestock ownership doubled, savings tripled, and over 96% of children were attending school. Inspired by these sorts of tangible impacts, we've also facilitated the Canva Foundation to commit $100 million to Give Directly to scale up our delivery in Malawi. This complements Malawi's national cash transfer program and explores how upfront, speedy investments can reduce the long-term pressure on national systems. We're also funding the largest randomized control trial of these lump sums and are testing scalable digital plus elements such as AI-powered coaching. Give Directly commits, as part of this global alliance, to 1, expanding digital delivery. While global mobile phone penetration is expanding, the poor are often left behind. To date, we've provided over 650,000 mobile phones, mainly to women, and worked with telcos to expand coverage,
paving the way for financial inclusion and secure, direct cash delivery. 2, data and AI innovation. We are leveraging AI and machine learning using satellite images and mobile phone metadata to identify and reach the poorest families faster and more accurately, strengthening national targeting systems. We're also piloting AI to provide plus elements, including agriculture and health advice. We're also committed to evidence and learning, building shared research to demonstrate the fiscal and economic case for large lump sums to drive SDG 1 and 2. Finally, I'd like to encourage everyone here to think about large cash transfers as an investment. They achieve a wide range of benefits I've already mentioned, and this year we found they also reduced infant mortality by 48% in the villages that receive cash. They're not charity, they're an investment in human capital and potential. And crucially, they're actually something that we could afford to do in the next 10 years, costing less a fraction of the 160 billion return on billionaires' assets annually. Ending extreme poverty is fiscally feasible within our lifetimes. Give Directly stands ready as part of this wider alliance to turn this model into a shared roadmap for ending extreme poverty and hunger, one that's digitally and AI-enabled, evidence-led, and crucially builds on the ingenuity and dignity of people living in extreme poverty themselves. Thank you.
We would like to thank you, Ms. Wright, and I would like to call upon Ms. Dana Bozdocha, the Partnership Leader, Advocacy and External Engagement at World Vision International, to take the floor.
Excellencies, distinguished leaders, colleagues and partners, it's an honor to join you at this first leaders meeting of the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty. And I want to start with a heartfelt appreciation for our co-chairs, Brazil and Spain, for their amazing leadership of the Global Alliance, and to Qatar for the very elegant hosting of this meeting. I speak on behalf of World Vision International, a Christian relief, development and advocacy organization, who is working with the children, families, and communities to overcome poverty and injustice. For 75 years already, World Vision has co-created practical, evidence-based solutions with communities serving all people regardless of religion or background, and bringing this learning into global spaces to drive systemic change. This meeting is such a source of hope for many of us here, but more importantly, for the families and the children who need solutions to cope with hunger and poverty as we speak today. We gathered not only to reflect, but to act, to turn declarations into delivery and promises into progress for the world's most vulnerable children who are living under the spectrum of hunger and poverty today. After years of progress, we are now seeing worrying signs of decline. 333 million children still live in extreme poverty, and 1 in 6 grows up amid conflict. The climate crisis strengthens the right to safety, to food, to learning, increasing the risk of hunger, displacement, and overall lost human capital. We live in a world that produces enough food for everyone, so hunger is therefore not inevitable. It reflects the political will to act. So opening fiscal space and mobilizing financing for the fight against hunger and poverty are not only technical efforts. They are collective decisions that we can make together about our priorities and the kind of future that we choose to build. We are behind our global commitments. We have no more time to lose. We must come together so that each organization here contributes what it does best, optimizing available resources, investing in what we know it works. And we must use evidence rigorously, as Kiko was saying earlier, to avoid repeating the failures of recent years. In a context of fiscal constraints, rising humanitarian needs, and growing scrutiny over the multilateral effectiveness, there is an urgent need to strengthen coordination and knowledge sharing among the global actors. This is why we joined the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty, to deepen cooperation, to share evidence from our own work with communities, and to help translate knowledge into action. And within the alliance, the fast-track countries really hold the key, a key to accelerate progress towards ending poverty and hunger, and their success really depends on the genuine partnerships, shared accountability, and participation of government, civil society, and communities alike. And World Vision is committed to working alongside governments in the fast-track countries to advance the shared agenda into real and measurable results for the children and their families. Our Enough global campaign on child hunger and malnutrition supports policies and actions to eliminate hunger and poverty for children around 85 countries. And we committed to invest $3.4 billion between 2023 and 2026 to find hunger and poverty. This is our reaffirmation of our global commitment to accelerate progress for children. So together we must invest wisely. We must scale what works and turn commitments into real change for the children and families. Let this meeting be remembered as the moment when we chose delivery over delay, when we strengthened the alliance built on trust, when we share purposes and the conviction that ending hunger is possible, when each of us, the organizations who are contributing, does what we know best for a common goal. When we finance hope, we finance change, and together this alliance can make that hope very real, ensuring that every child has enough nutritious food, enough opportunities, and enough hope. Thank you so much.
We would like to thank you, Ms. Bozdocha. We would like now to call upon Mr. Gabriel Ferrero, Senior Strategy Advisor at the Global Agricultural and Food Security Program, to take the floor.
Querido Ministro, querida Secretaria de Estado, Excellencies.
Dear Minister,
the Global Agricultural and Food Security Program, the GAFSP family. Allow me first to thank the government of Qatar for hosting this meeting and commend the governments of Brazil and Spain, and very especially Minister Wellington Diaz and Secretary of State Eva Granados for your leadership and for your outstanding steer of the alliance. Excellencies, you may know the Global Agricultural and Food Security Program is a multilateral partnership and financing platform dedicated to improving food security and nutrition in the world's poorest countries. Launched by the G20 in 2010 after the global food crisis, GAFSP provides coordinated support to country and stakeholder-led long-term investments in inclusive agri-food systems that address the root causes of food insecurity. It brings together contributing partners and countries, the UN Rome-based agencies, FAO, IFAD, WFP, multilateral development banks, including the World Bank, the African Development Bank, the Asian Development Bank, and the Inter-American Development Bank, as well as producer and civil society organizations. And since 2010, GAFSP has deployed more than $2.4 billion in grants and concessional financing to countries, producer organizations, agribusiness, and financial intermediaries, reaching nearly 32 million people. Distinguished delegates, Commitments need to be coupled with accountability for results. Let me now share the progress on our commitments with the Alliance. Since the Alliance was established, GAFSP has delivered on its commitment to organize anew the 8th 38 million call for producer organization-led proposals supporting smallholder farmers in low-income countries, while funding allocations are expected by the Steering Committee in February 2026. GAFSP has also launched its new second-generation blended finance window, the Business Investment Financing Track, with a 75 million grant envelope to improve access to credit and financial services for smallholder farmers, producer organizations, micro and SMEs, and startups through blended finance. The African Development Bank has been the first MDB partner to receive a 14 million allocation in the Risking Capital and Technical Assistance grant from GAFSP, expecting to unlock up to 200 million in private sector lending across Ethiopia, Uganda, Tanzania, Malawi, and Zambia. And meanwhile, IFAD and the Asian Development Bank are currently developing additional blended finance innovations under the Business Investment Financing Track this year. Under its forthcoming Vision 2030 Strategic Plan 2026-2030, expected to be adopted before the end of this year, GAFSP will first scale up its efforts in support of the Alliance financing pillar by deploying an additional $204.7 million by 2028 in innovative, integrated programs for agri-food systems transformation, particularly in support of the African Union's Comprehensive Agriculture African Development Programme, the CAADP 2026-2035. Second, it will strengthen its collaboration with the Global Alliance Knowledge Pillar, starting the GAFSP Knowledge Forum, expected to take place at FAO headquarters in May 2026. And finally, through its new Vision 2030 strategic program, GAFSP will contribute to implementing the Civil Platform for Action commitments that aim at enhancing the integration and coordination of development and climate finance sources, at supporting least developed countries in implementing integrated programs, and at mobilizing $500 million investment. To that end, GAFSP is already deploying partnerships with the Global Climate Funds. Co-chairs and fellow members, you can count on GAFSP as a financing platform ready to help translate the bold vision of the Alliance into concrete action. Thank you.
We would like to thank you, Mr. Ferrero, and I would like now to invite His Excellency, Mr. Naoto Hisashima, the Ambassador of Japan to the State of Qatar, to give his remarks.
Thank you, Chairs, Excellencies, distinguished representatives. In 2024, it is estimated that approximately 830 million people worldwide have faced extreme poverty, and 720 million worldwide faced hunger. The situation is particularly severe in Africa, where 1 out of 5 Africans, over 300 million, face hunger. Japan has been vigorously working to eradicate hunger and poverty under the concept of human security to ensure no one is left behind. Over the past 5 years, Japan has contributed approximately $16.7 million in measures to combat hunger and poverty, and in addition to bilateral support through Japan International Cooperation Agency, JICA, Japan has collaborated with international organizations such as FAO and WFP to provide both short-term emergency food assistance and mid to and long-term self-reliance support globally including in Africa. We are also focusing on nutrition improvement to achieve universal health coverage. Since 1993, Japan has hosted the TICAD, Tokyo International Conference on African Development. This August, we convened the 9th TICAD under the theme of co-creating innovative solutions with Africa. On this occasion, we shared progress of the African Food Security Initiative, first announced during TICAD 8. Through this initiative, Japan aims to help build resilient food systems by 2030. Key targets include producing food for an additional 250 million people, improving nutrition for 270,000 individuals, providing annual training to 50,000 rice producers, and increasing the income of 1 million small-scale farmers. In this respect, I'd like to introduce two specific measures under this initiative. The first is the establishment of Coalition for African Rice Development, called CARD. Japan has supported the formulation of rice development strategies in sub-Saharan African countries and assisted in increasing rice production in line with each country's strategy. As a result, rice production doubled in 10 years until 2018, and now it aims to further double the production by 2030. The second initiative is a capacity-building support for smallholder farmers under SHEP approach, which stands for Smallholder Horticulture Empowerment and Promotion. It aims not only to increase crop productivity, but to enhance cultivation management and marketing capabilities. With a focus on marketability, since its launch in Kenya in 2006, related training has been conducted in 71 countries worldwide, including Africa, Latin America, Asia, and the Middle East. In conclusion, to eradicate hunger and poverty, a wide range of actors must work in close collaboration and cooperation. In this regard, after its establishment 1 year ago, the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty has become a key comprehensive forum as it involves a number of countries, international organizations, and numerous private sector entities. Japan is committed to actively work together with stakeholders participating in this alliance in our shared pursuit of eradicating hunger and poverty. I thank you.
شكرا لكم سعادة السفير.
We would like to thank you, Your Excellency, and I would like to call upon Mrs. Florence Tingley Matley, the Ambassador of the Swiss Confederation at the State of Qatar, to take the floor.
Distinguished co-chairs, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Switzerland commends Brazil, the transition support team and partners for the important work undertaken in the past year, and the State of Qatar for hosting the first leaders' meetings of Alliance. As we are sliding back on achieving SDG 1 globally and SDG 2 in particular in sub-Saharan Africa, Switzerland would like to thank Brazil for refocusing our global attention towards eradicating extreme poverty and hunger as a condition for achieving the wider SDG ambition. It is an important reminder of our collective responsibility to support coherent national and international public policies that champion sustainable, inclusive, and just transition pathways. SDG 1 and 2 include clear targets such as expanding social protection coverage, ensuring access to basic services, and building resilient agricultural practices. However, even if social protection programs have a demonstrated capacity to deliver results, they are significantly underfunded. As President Lula underlined during the opening of the Alliance support mechanism in Rome 2 weeks ago, without financial resources, there will be no transformation. Indeed, needs are immense and public financial resources are under pressure. Transforming food systems required integrated, effective, tailored, and cross-sectoral financing aligned with the SDGs, the Paris Agreement, and human rights obligations. Debt sustainability and domestic resource mobilization remain essential to national level solutions. And bridging the financial gap requires stronger coordination and collaboration between development, climate, and humanitarian finance. The fight against hunger and malnutrition is one of the main objectives of the international cooperation strategy of Switzerland. We address both short-term and long-term needs. We provide emergency food aid and support food systems by transformation, by enhancing the capacity of local food value chain and regional market to absorb shocks from economic crisis and climate change. We support an equitable and participatory governance of this transformation, with civil society included in the decision-making processes affecting them, in particular, the most vulnerable and marginalized people. We collaborate with Swiss academic institutions and a rich ecosystem of private sector stakeholders, impact investors, and philanthropists to mobilize financing for the fight against hunger and poverty. Donors and finance institutions must collaborate to attract private investors and scale impact investment. We urge multilateral development banks and development finance institutions to use their balance sheet to lend at a larger scale, requiring a rethink of current models. At the same time, donors should shift from traditional grants to food system through blended finance, channeling more capital into this priority area. Improving food, health, and social systems requires courage and patience, cooperation, and dialogue with many different partners. Switzerland is committed to contribute further to this effort. Thank you.
We would like to thank you, Your and the Republic of Brazil for its leadership of this global alliance under the G20 in order to reach a more a fairer and more equal development. I'm very pleased to be taking part in this first meeting to put an end to poverty and hunger as it culminates the political intentions and wills to put an end to this major global challenge. Ladies and gentlemen, Jordan has made the social equality and poverty eradication a main priority, and it is the subject of its economic and administrative and social development and reform. It provided cash funds and social allowances for this purpose, provided cash assistance to households so that it pushes people to live with dignity and to be more productive. We used digital transformation to provide also social assistance. We launched an early warning system to identify the most needy people prior to reaching a crisis point. This reflects the vision of Alliance for Prevention and to ensure that services reach those who need it the most with equality and in all fairness. Jordan has built an integrated system system that let him rank better in terms of food security in the region and worldwide. It launched its national strategy for food security 2021-2030 for it to become a national framework that maintains these indicators and ensure their sustainability. To further research and development against poverty, we host the Arab Center for social policy studies and multidimensional poverty eradication. This is a regional platform for development and studies into poverty and combines national, regional, and international resources to map innovative social policies that are evidence-based. This center aims at understanding the different dimensions of poverty, which falls under the objectives of this Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty. My country believes that climate change impact is not balanced. It affects mainly the most vulnerable, and sustainable development cannot be achieved without fair climate responses and integrated responses. Therefore, we value and support social protection and the support of small farmers and agri-food industries, especially in providing support to forest communities and the most vulnerable. The Kingdom of Jordan commits to work for the achievement of these objectives by providing social security, supporting households in order to better respond to climate crises, building the resilience of communities without leaving anyone behind. Excellencies, we as countries consider the combat against hunger as a priority. However, we are facing a very harsh reality today where in Gaza there is famine. Innocent people, women and children are losing their life for lack of food, medication and water. This is a collective and shared responsibility to ensure the right of life to those people and to ensure their well-being. Under the instructions of His Highness the King of Jordan, as humanitarian and relief assistance continues to Gaza. Our field hospitals in Gaza continue to save lives and to care for the wounded. In conclusion, I would like to reiterate the commitment of Jordan under the leadership of Her Majesty to commit to global efforts to combat hunger and poverty, to ensure human dignity and life and decent life, hoping that this alliance will be a platform for combined effort that lead us to achieve the sustainable development goals. Thank you. We would like to thank the Jordanian minister. We move now to our last intervention, and allow me to call upon Mr. Tariq Nabulsi, the minister from the representative of the League of Arab States, to take the floor. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Co-Chairs, I would like to be very concise in my speech. On behalf of the League of Arab States, I would like to thank you for the invitation to take part in this meeting. We were keen on taking part in this meeting since we consider that hunger and poverty is a daily strive for people, and because we believe that people people have the right to a decent and dignified life. The League of Arab States wishes to join your alliance and contribute to this alliance achieving its objective. And therefore, we in the League of Arab States consider that as part of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda, combating poverty and hunger is a common goal. If we all combine our efforts and move forward with our initiatives, we will be able to put an end to hunger and poverty. However, in the Arab world, and given the practices of some occupying forces and internal conflicts, we have faced some major impediments to improving the life of people, hoping that the situation will improve. We would like to reiterate our determination to work together, and therefore Arab leaders have launched the Arab strategy to combat multidimensional poverty by 2030 and to reduce the different types of or dimensions of poverty by 50 in the Arab world by 2050, and to work together in order to put an end to hunger. This framework is an integrated action plan among the different stakeholders. The Arab Summit has declared the establishment of the Arab Research and Development Center against multidimensional poverty, which is based in Jordan, and this is a platform for our collaboration. There is also the 2045 Arab Vision, which aims to achieve a better future for our Arab communities. It is a vision that builds on human capabilities and hinges on regional coordination and cooperation. Young people are the future of our region. This is why, Excellencies, the League of Arab States has a number of initiatives that we don't have time to mention them all. However, they fall under the same vein of the objectives of the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty through its different mechanisms and the Council of Ministers for Social Development. We would like to reiterate our commitments to taking part in this alliance. Thank you. We would like to thank you, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. With that, we come to the end of our session for the First Leaders Meeting. We would like to thank everyone for their objective and insightful contributions. We will take the lunch break, and our meeting will resume by 13:50 in the afternoon. I call upon all delegates to come back by 1:50 p.m. so that we can resume our deliberations as per the schedule. There is a facility to provide allowance to the delegates. If you need support, please refer to our volunteers. I wish you a good lunch, and let's come back here in the afternoon to resume our meetings.
ماجد
بعدين ترى في ماء معك هنا. هنا من ذا الاتجاه.
اسمع صور من قدام الشاشة. يلا يا ماجد خلاص بس.
Did you get all of this? Thank you.
Can you stand?
Excuse me, please. I will take a picture. Thank you. C'est bon?
La même fantaisie, franchement. Ah yes. Madame, je sais bien que vous avez un bon caméra. Please, please do. Please, please, please. Oh. Ah yes. Yes, come on. Yes, please. This is a beautiful fantasy. Yes, come on. Yes, please.
Okay.
Okay. The number.
J'attends. Please help me and take. Yeah, you can take with my phone too. Yeah, that's it, the red one. Ok. Encore.
Ah, pardon, prends-moi bien. Non, laisse mon chapeau. Hein? Non, non, non. Je suis de Yaoundé, de mon village. Tu as quel problème avec mon chapeau? Non, c'est bon. C'est le Cameroun qu'on doit voir, ce n'est pas moi qu'on doit voir. C'est le Cameroun qui gagne, c'est ça.
So, for example, if I'm making this and it has to work, then that means that everything is in order. And yeah.
Les yeux sont fermés. Fadal. Vas-y alors. Ah, pardon, place-toi bien au centre. Place-toi bien au centre. Monsieur Otou, c'est le Cameroun qui passe d'abord devant avant moi. C'est le continent.
C'est bon? D'accord. Ça va. Merci.
Yes, I can. Okay. So if this has to happen today, then it means that the youths have to be involved. And in every way that this happens, then this is the right way to do it, not just involving, this is just, yeah. I think.
C'est bon? Ewa, nitia ya nani? Hauna telefoni ya mzuri? Yangu iko bien? Au nikamate na yako? Ah, I'm sorry. Je peux faire comme ça, non? C'est bon? C'est bon là? C'est clair? Ah non, c'est pas clair. Oui, pas avec
sorry.
la voix, c'est bon.
Excuse me?
La voix, c'est bon.
Excuse
comme
me?
on est à ça.
Excuse me?
Ok.
أصور قريب لحظة. تعالي هون. سيدي أنا. تعالي هون.
Are we together? Yeah, coming together, no problem. Where are you from? Algeria, and I'm also from Somaliland. Do you know Somaliland? Have you ever been to
Somaliland, you know?
Somaliland. You from Somalia?
Somalia?
Land.
Oh, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
Just WhatsApp me.
I will give you my.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
مرحبا.
مرحبا حبيبي.
عادي تاخذوني صورة بس نبي.
اوكي.
اوكي انا ما تصورت ولا حد صور.
والله صورك.
يلا. لا لا بس صورة من غير يعني ما أدري تاخذها من هنا من هنا عادي. أوكي أوكي بطالع تحت مرة ومرة.
request ano na to on na to eh. You know. To
أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، الوفود المشاركة، أهلا بكم مجددا.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome once again. We would like to invite you to come back to this session so we can resume our work.
أصحاب المعالي والسعادة.
Excellencies, dear delegates, welcome once again. I would like to invite you all to be seated so we can resume our work.
ضيوفنا الأعزاء، نستأنف الآن.
Dear guests, we will resume our work. We will now discuss how we can rapidly implement the international coalition. In order to moderate this session, it is my pleasure to invite Mr. Renato Roberta, the Director of the International Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty.
Thank you very much, Muna. And while we wait, I think some delegations are taking their chairs. I will introduce this session. It will go before we resume our high-level session of the day in the afternoon. We have now a special session that I hope will be short and dynamic. We have been, for the last months, I think 6 months already, working on the Global Alliance Fast Track Implementation Planning Initiative. So this is the object of the folders that you have on your desks. It is also the object of the slides that are rotating on the screen. It is an essential part of the work of the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty. As Minister Wellington Diaz has said, the alliance is all of us. The alliance is all of its members, and how to apply the collective capacity of these members to advance the implementation in country of practical, pragmatic, concrete programs and policies against hunger and poverty. This is the big obstacle that we all face, and this is one attempt that this initiative is pushing to try and address this challenge. So many of the high-level speakers this morning have mentioned the importance of country ownership and country leadership. This is the first principle that the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty takes on. The second principle is regarding putting forward and in front and center the needs of the poorest and most vulnerable. The third is to base ourselves on what has worked, on the experiences and concrete attempts and lessons and successes and failures of all our countries in implementing programs against hunger and poverty on the ground, focusing on evidence-based lessons in the field. So, and the fourth principle and last that we are trying to apply is to create synergies and cooperation and coordination and better integration among the actions of so many that are willing to step forward in this fight. So we want to highlight the results of this initiative so far. It is a pilot initiative of the Global Alliance that will be scaled up. As Minister Wellington Diaz announced this morning in his opening intervention, from now we have tried the fast-track implementation initiative with a small subset of countries, and from then on, with full capacity of the support mechanism, we'll be able to address the needs of more countries in future waves. So to discuss the work and the results so far that are also being announced in a press release that went out this morning, we are very glad to invite here a powerful set of speakers. We will be splitting them into two groups. So I wish to invite first to stage Her Excellency Doreen Sifuki Mwamba, Member of Parliament and Minister of Community Development and Social Services of Zambia, to join on stage. Mr. Jameli Rigolini, Senior Advisor for Social Protection and Labor of the World Bank. Ms. Jen Hogan, Head of Global Food Security, Agriculture and Land in the FCDO, United Kingdom. Ambassador Jean-Marie François Guillaume from Haiti, Ambassador of the Republic of Haiti to the State of Qatar. And Mr. Ferdinando Regalia, Manager of the Inter-American Development Bank Social Sector. Good, so welcome to the stage. I will highlight that the fast-track implementation initiative had a few steps. The transition support team that was supporting the work of the Alliance before the formal constitution of the mechanism, the Secretariat, so to speak, has put forward this tentative list of countries, working with the Board of Champions. These countries have developed their own pre-plans, their own implementation plans for different policies and programs tied to the policy basket. And then an open call was put out for every Global Alliance member to express an interest in those programs, on how they can support. This is a non-binding expression of interest to let the work go to the phase 4, which is the constitution of country roundtables for each and every country program that will discuss the practicalities on how to implement the program, how to finalize, how to fill in the details, and most particularly, how each partner can fit in using its own budget, its own processes, its own programs and approaches. So it is a very complex work that is still ongoing. So we started with 13 different countries, and they are all ongoing. So, and here we invited a sample of the 4 countries that have advanced the most, and one country that is standing out among the list of countries to be one of the next that will reach this phase 4. So I will start with Minister from Zambia, Minister of Community Development and Social Services. Zambia has been a real champion in this work, so has engaged strongly and powerfully with many ministries' full attention in our implementation planning process. And I want to hear you, Minister, from your experience and about the plan that Zambia has developed, and what is the added value that you have seen from this whole process from the perspective of your implementing country.
Thank you, Chairperson, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests. Zambia is indeed honored to be part of this inspiring global collusion. For us in Zambia, the Global Alliance is not just partnership. It's a catalyst for transformation, to transform our poor and vulnerable households. It brings together our national priorities on poverty reduction, food security, and climate resilience into one powerful agenda for inclusive growth. Zambia's commitment is anchored on our flagship, the Social Cash Transfer Program, which covers 30% of the national population of the country and 66% of the most poorest and vulnerable households in the country. But our focus goes beyond just income support. We want to integrate livelihood development, nutritional support, education access, climate smart agriculture, and ensure that our poor households are not only protected, but are empowered for them to thrive. In this regard, we are proud that Zambia has been selected as one of the first countries to participate in the fast-track process under the Sprint 2030 initiative. This engagement has given us strengthened platform and structured platform to accelerate results across the 6 global priorities. Through our collaboration with the Alliance, we have now embarked on developing the national pre-plan, aligning Zambia's programs with global evidence and mobilizing partnerships for scale-up. The fast-track process is enabling deeper technical cooperation with development banks, the UN agencies, and governments, ensuring that Zambia's innovation in social protection and climate resilience can attract the investment and expertise needed to reach more of our people, especially in the remotest rural areas of the country. Chair, I submit.
Thank you so much for these words, which really translate the leadership that Zambia has demonstrated in the whole process and continues to. It is an ongoing process. And now I need to apologize for having misplaced His Excellency Mr. Faisal Ali Ibrahim, Ambassador of Ethiopia to the State of Qatar. I had misplaced you in the second group, but I invite you to the stage. Ethiopia Ambassador is also championing a flagship program in your country. If Zambia's is an example of a program in the social protection space, Ethiopia's Yelemat Tirufat is an example of a program in the food production space. So we would like to hear also from you your experience and perspectives on that implementation.
Chair. Yeah. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it's a great honor for me to share the experience of Ethiopia in terms of our very flagship national program. We call it Yelemat Trufat, which means the bounty of basket. This initiative is a homegrown initiative pioneered by our Prime Minister, Dr. Abiy Ahmed, and it draws upon local knowledge and indigenous resources and community participation to boost productivity in key agricultural subsectors, especially in dairy, poultry, honey and fish and meat. Through full and effective implementation of Yelemat Trufat, Ethiopia aimed by 2030 to triple its livestock productivity. It's also aimed to increase farmers' incomes by 40% and reduce also post-harvest losses by 60%. The initiative targets, it's a very grassroots and broad-based level. It covers 20,000 villages nationwide. This is through mobilizing domestic means and the knowledge to enhance productivity and strengthen value chain across the country. Of course, we take this opportunity to commend all our partners who have already pledged technical and financial support for the Bounty of the Basket initiative, which has already been changing the lives of thousands of the needy community. In particular, we extend our sincere appreciation to the African Development Bank for its steadfast partnership throughout the planning and implementation of the phase. The bank has pledged 65 million concessional financing for the poultry value chain, which is a significant contribution that will strengthen Ethiopia's national food system. We also express our heartfelt thanks to the government of Spain, World Vision, and the United Kingdom, UNIDO, and FAO for their valuable pledges. Our deep appreciation also goes to the Federative Republic of Brazil for its generous commitment to train over 480 agricultural extension workers, which is a vital investment in human capital and the local capacity building. The innovative structure of Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty, which facilitates direct engagement between program countries and the technical, financial, and knowledge partners, is already producing tangible results in my country. This approach enables countries like us to mobilize resources for specific targeted components of their national food security and poverty reduction strategies, ensuring that support is both context appropriate and impact driven. Ethiopia reaffirms that all pledged and delivered resources will be utilized transparently and effectively to achieve the objectives of the Yelemat Trufat program and our broader food security agenda. Within the framework of the Global Alliance, Ethiopia remains fully committed to working closely with all partners to mobilize additional tangible support, exchange best practices, and accelerate progress towards global goals of eradicating hunger and poverty. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ambassador. And thank you for highlighting some of the concrete announcements and partnerships that have already been achieved for Ethiopia. These announcements and others from the countries that are here today and some others that could not be present here in the session, we wouldn't have time for all. They are all displayed in the website. We had a press release for this meeting in general, and another one specifically focusing on the announcements from these country-led processes. I invite you, they are already on display in the Global Alliance website if you wish to reproduce and create awareness of these results. So you have highlighted the many partnerships built on finance, on knowledge, and I think finance is a great challenge, making it happen. So, of course, domestic finance is the purview of the implementing countries, but many of them, need to benefit from also external financing support. And I am turning here to my left. The World Bank is the big fish in the pond for financing social protection, at least. Many other areas of the Alliance policy basket. It is the single greatest purveyor of multilateral or any source of external financing cooperation. At the same time, the World Bank has submitted expressions of interest to several of the country programs here, but there are also, obstacles regarding how to unlock this finance in step with the country plans. So I'll turn to you on your perspectives on this new process, which is also a learning process for everyone. And what do you need, Jamele Rigolini, what would the World Bank need from the countries, from the partners to help bind the multilateral finance with country implementation, country ownership, and the knowledge provision from other partners? How to combine those?
Thank you. Thank you. We are at a pivotal moment, one marked by global uncertainty and fiscal stress, but also by a unique opportunity to reimagine how we invest in people. And the Global Alliance has brought renewed focus to the foundational goals of ending poverty and hunger, which is good, and to the critical role of social protection in creating jobs and expanding opportunity. So at the World Bank, we share these goals. That's why at the G20 Summit, establishing the Global Alliance, we committed to support countries in expanding social protection to 500 million more people, half of them women, by 2030. And it is not just about number. It's about aligning global resources and national priorities to build resilient, inclusive systems that leave no one behind. Now, what do we need? We need commitment. And I think that's something that we discuss over quite a lot. The MDBs, not only the World Bank, are demand-led institutions. So we do need countries to actually work with finance ministries and with our local representatives to actually generate demand for social protection support. That, I think, it's a great mechanism because it forces to put social protection into a broader development perspective. Not everything is about social protection. Countries have different needs. So we really need to make a strong argument, not only about the need and the impact of social protection, which is substantial, but also how social protection complements other initiatives and fits well into a broader long-term development perspective. And that's where I think the Global Alliance plays a central role. Very often we have donors or agencies that actually have a pretty monothematic focus, including our own unit of social protection. The fact that the Global Alliance is country-led, that countries come and after a decision process that involves finance ministries and other ministries ask for social protection is very important to us because we can then go back to these countries and discuss the financing. So my plea is that I'm happy to see here all the Minister of Social Development, the Minister of Labour, but we really need to involve, for us to be able to play that role, the Ministers of Finance. And that's a discussion we look forward to have with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jameli. So the message is taken. The Alliance has also, with the support of Brazil, helped to host a meeting during the World Bank annual meetings in DC about precisely that. It's important not only that ministries of social development are involved, but also the ministries of finance, and explain the value of programs against hunger and poverty, that every cent provided to these programs come back, and this is our experience in Brazil, come back more than once, sometimes twice, back to the economy in return. So let's keep the financing tack and turn to Jen Hogan from the UK. Jen, the UK has also been very active in providing expressions of interest to different programs, and we heard today from your minister announcements that could be applicable to the countries that are sitting here in this podium. So we were very happy to see that. But still, like the point of my question to Jameli, there are still obstacles, no, on how to align the timings and the scheduling and the processes of each different partner to apply to countries. So how you've seen this process and how to improve it moving forward?
Thanks, Renato. Your Excellencies, friends, good afternoon. We responded to a number of EOIs, including, with great delight, Zambia and Ethiopia here on the panel, as part of the new development approach that the UK Minister set out this morning, where we're really seeking to better respond to partner countries' prioritizing, supporting you to strengthen your own systems and to lead your own processes, and to help catalyse those wider investments and wider action that you mentioned, Minister. So we very happily responded to a number of EOIs, really reaffirming our commitment to those countries and to tackling hunger and poverty. So we're really proud to be supporting action in Ethiopia and Zambia and beyond. We've been a long-term partner in Zambia. Over the past 2 decades, the Minister this morning announced the new 6-year Zambia Poverty Reduction Programme that will help build climate resilience, support social protection, support families out of poverty in Zambia, and in Ethiopia, adding to our existing portfolio to provide additional technical assistance in response to your ask for support on the livestock sector productivity, really drawing on our investment in expertise and investment in agri-food and in market systems that we've had for a number of years in the country. And we're still looking to build on the existing portfolios of cooperation and friendship in other places to support other fast-track plans. We've been discussing Palestine, Rwanda, Tanzania, and others are obviously interested in coming forward. And looking ahead, I think a number of priorities stand out as we've been reflecting on the past year and responsiveness to those plans. One is the critical importance of country-level coordination. It really needs to be as strong as global coordination to avoid parallel processes, but also to add real value to what is there at country level, where we're all in quite daily contact with teams and between ministries and different players. To make sure that the demand-led, country-driven process actually gets resources where they're needed most. You know where those needs are. Secondly, at all levels, we do need to work within and have flexibility to be able to build in the reality of diverse financial instruments and processes. You all know that each of us have our own processes, which must cause you many, many headaches on the ground. But our decisions depend on established budget cycles and processes and constraints, which is why partly we need to build in a range of channels to lift and target finance, including raising political demand for concessional lending, just as Yamela was just setting out there from the World Bank's perspective. Equally thinking about the role of philanthropic finance in this space to blend and add resources.
But we are all working in slightly different way and in different formats. And lastly, we really see a value add going forward for the Alliance to build on its strategic work to help unlock these diverse finance streams and to deliver better value. We all want to get more value for the money that we have, which is so constrained in a really turbulent and difficult world. So to that end, we're really pleased to be moving forward with technical and analytical work, with the ODI global report to be published soon, thinking about what might those options be for a potential virtual coordination mechanism that might help us to get better targeting and to reduce the fragmentation of financing, particularly in social protection, but could be applied to other areas, but with social protection as its centre of gravity, to really reduce the fragmentation that Brazil and the Alliance has known from its setup, of really reducing the value for money that we can get for the resources. So I think together we've laid the groundwork and set the foundations, and now together, country level and globally, strategically, we need to deliver.
Thank you so much, Jen, for highlighting these thoughts and possibilities. We all, I think, look forward to the report you mentioned and how we can proceed in next steps. I mean, to one more mechanism or solution to help in this fragmentation. So I'll turn to the ambassador of Haiti, Jean-Marie Francois Jr. Guillaume. Haiti has done a country plan that is also very impressive and trying to prove that you can do country-led development for national systems, social protection systems that are of the country and that can be operated in the country, trying to create, merge or integrate different systems and humanitarian work that has been on the course of the country, which is now facing, of course, serious hardship, but then proving how even then you can build systems that can then respond to the demand and to future stresses. So it was a good example that I want to hear more about.
Thank you. Excellence, distingué.
Excellencies, colleagues, ladies,
Excellencies, partners, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor.
I am
Assemblée. En ma qualité d'ambassadeur d'Haïti au Qatar, en représentation du directeur général du Fonds d'assistance économique et sociale, malheureusement empêché, et au nom du gouvernement haïtien, je suis ici pour présenter le plan d'Haïti.
I am here to present the plan for Haiti in the context of the Global Alliance to fight against hunger and poverty. I would like to extend my heartfelt thankfulness and gratitude to Qatar, not only for hosting us, but for its continuous support for the development of the educational system in Haiti. I would also like to salute President Lula, the President of Brazil, for his important role in advancing this global alliance. This plan is not a new start. It is a continuous effort in our national journey. It is deeply rooted in our national policy, a national social protection policy created by the Ministry of Social Affairs and Labor ever since 2020. This policy expresses Haiti's engagement for a better social inclusion, and it translates our vision as we aspire for social to achieve social equity. This plan that we are presenting today translates this vision into concrete actions and measurable actions. Our goal is to decrease by half extreme poverty and food insecurity by 2030 by benefiting 550 million families in our first stage, the first stage of the program. This program relies on 4 pillars, going from emergency services to long-term empowerment. These interventions align with our strategic axes. Firstly, protecting children. Second, employment and increasing employment opportunities. Third, social protection, notably in health and protection of the elderly. And fourthly, protection from crises and shocks. Our fundamental principles are solidarity, universality, and gender equality. Implementing this plan is the goal or the responsibility of the Ministry of Social Affairs, which is very experienced in implementing nationwide social protection programs. We rely on an existing system and our national registry that uses electronic payment channels and monitoring mechanisms, as well as accountability mechanisms to ensure national ownership and transparency. This plan relies on the financial and technical support of our international partners, notably the American Bank of Development, that finance many social protection programs and that contributes to our social safety net. This bank contributes to installing social protection programs that facilitate a humanitarian this transition from a humanitarian approach to a durable, lasting approach. And we are fighting against all food insecurity and all cases of scarcity and vulnerability. We help families receive trainings to ensure job opportunities and to help families in crisis. This program will help us to be more unified and not work in silos and enhance our programs. We are transitioning from protection to financial aid and a long and sustainable social protection. In the name of my government, I would like to express my gratitude to all our partners for their continuous commitment, and we are actually in an unprecedented vulnerability phase, and their continuous support is crucial to help us improve our living conditions. In the name of my government and my people, I thank you all.
Merci, Monsieur l'Ambassadeur. Mes condoléances aussi pour le dégât et la perte advenue du Roux.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to thank as well the representative of Haiti for coming from Port-au-Prince. Thank you for your intervention.
The Inter-American Development Bank and Mr. Ferdinando Regalia, the IDB has, to my recollection, made possibly the most impressive announcement on the launch of the alliance in the G20 last year, when the president of IDB announced that the availability of up to $25 billion, you all heard it right, on financing for against hunger and poverty in line with the goals of the alliance, paired with $200 million in concessional technical support. So I will ask you also, we just heard it from Haiti. IDB is a strong supporter of Haiti. It's also a strong supporter of the Haiti's pre-plan under this initiative, and is a strong candidate to continue supporting other plans that are coming from Latin America. We heard from some of them today as well that they will be joining the fray. So I wish to hear from you also the limitations and what is the experience of IDB in this, and how to unlock those finance that were announced, and what kinds of conditions are needed to push this forward.
Thank you, Chair. In the morning, I made some remarks about the global commitment and where we are, where we stand. And I would like to focus this intervention on Haiti, because it deserves the attention. So the IDB is a long-standing partner of Haiti. We have financed cash transfer in the amount of $450 million since 2018. We never left Haiti, and we will never leave Haiti. And I think I want to make the point that, as the ambassador stressed, we worked even in very volatile environment to put the country at the center of the leadership of the strategy. Particularly, I want to recognize the Minister of Social Affairs and Labor and the Economic and Social Assistance Fund. All funds go through them, although then they are helping implementation with other agencies. Now, when we joined the alliance, we start thinking forward. We knew that this day was coming a year from now. So since last year, since the launch of the alliance in 2024, November, we approved $71 million in grants additional to support the implementation track. So financing while we build the plane. And I would like to make a couple of considerations. This amount of money will be enough to cover just 310,000, is an important number of households for the next 3 years. So there is an important financial gaps. The work of the alliance builds on strong partnership between IDB, World Bank, World Food Programme, and many other agencies are working there, with very important Asian NGOs and international NGOs in the implementation. But I would suggest that we can refine and go deeper in this technical discussion. For example, reaching a unified approach regarding cash transfers in the country, or cash forward scheme. I think there is still room for improvement, and also stronger and more impactful capacity building in a unified approach. Then I would like to stress also what my colleague from the World Bank stressed. Success of this plan, we rely on a deep involvement of the Minister of Finance. I know he wanted to be here, but unfortunately, Arik and Melissa didn't allow it. And the role of the Minister of Finance is very important, because at the end of the day, for example, IDB this year approved $174 million in grant. 43 are going to cash transfer, and other 130 are going to maternal neonatal child health and school feeding program, together with a great alliance with GPE, the Global Partnership for Education, the Qatar Education Above All, and the World Food Programme. So there is an issue of choices that need to be developed, and I think this is what the alliance will help to strengthen Haiti. And finally, let me conclude that our support to Haiti is unwavering, and we will support Haiti and the success of this fast-track implementation plan going forward. And thanks very much for allowing us to do so.
Thank you. Thank you, Fernando. A round of applause for our speakers in this group. We are a bit behind time, so let's thank you again for your participation. And without further ado, I wish also to call on stage the next round on speakers. We have more announcements and discussions to make regarding the Fast Track initiative. Please come to the stage, Mr. Felix Adoyo, Director of Resilience from the National Drought Management Authority, Government of Kenya. Mr. Maximo Torero, Chief Economist of FAO. Mr. Merdad Esani, Vice President of the Food Initiative at the Rockefeller Foundation. Mr. Rajib Kumar, Program Director and Additional Secretary in Niti Aayog from India. And last but not at all least, Dr. Sama Hamad, have the honor to have with us the Minister of Social Development from the State of Palestine. They are changing. We need a second to change the names. I think, Maximo, you're here, I think? Yes, I read you here. Yes. I'm here. This is so no one confuses our names. Very good. Welcome all. Thank you for being here. Some of you traveled very far. I wish to start with Felix Adoyo from the government of Kenya. And he's also participating in the Fast Track program with a very unique program, Magi Plus, that is working to bring water access to arid and semi-arid regions of Kenya, starting with schools, with this broader view on the water access in the interface of food security, gender empowerment, climate resilience, and many other aspects. I'd like to hear from that experience and Kenya's plans in the Magi Plus program.
Thank you. Thank you. Renato, Your Excellencies, Kenya's participation in the Global Alliance Fast Track reflects our conviction that resilience building is not by chance, but by design through adaptive social protection, inclusive partnerships, and community ownership. Our engagement is anchored in a joint statement of commitment by the State Department of Social Protection in Kenya and the National Drought Management Authority. The National Drought Management Authority, NDMA, coordinates drought risk management and climate change adaptation in Kenya, and this is achieved through resilience building for vulnerable communities in arid and semi-arid lands. And this focuses on 4 interlinked adaptive social protection priority: food and nutrition security, resilience building, and the progressive reduction of poverty and inequality. The Fast Track program pre-plan aligns fully with Kenya's bottom-up economic transformation agenda and the Ending Drought Emergencies framework, which are the twin pillars of our national effort to secure dignified livelihoods in the arid and semi-arid lands. Through the Global Alliance, we are translating policy ambition into coordinated national action that links humanitarian development, climate agendas to strengthen community resilience. A flagship outcome of our engagement is the rainwater harvesting for educational institutions in the ASAL regions, which is rebranded MAGIPLUS. This transformative initiative aims to provide sustainable water solutions for about 1,400 schools across 23 arid and semi-arid counties through rainwater harvesting and solar energy systems, complemented by kitchen gardens and fruit tree planting. MAGIPLUS will connect clean water with education, nutrition, and health outcomes, especially for the girl child, who too often bears the burden of water collection. The initiative embodies Kenya's practical commitment to the Alliance's policy basket of advancing SDG 1 on poverty, SDG 2 on zero hunger, SDG 4 on quality education, and SDG 6 on clean water and sanitation. Through NDMA, the government of Kenya is mobilizing co-financing partnerships with development banks, bilateral partners, and the private sector to scale this model to a replicable high-impact investment that links social protection, climate adaptation, and resilience building. The fast-track mechanism has provided a powerful framework for the coordination and alignment among government agencies, development partners, and the civil society organizations. In Kenya, this has unified key programs including hunger safety net, protection, drought risk financing, livelihood resilience, and this demonstrates the Alliance's collaborative model works. Through these priorities, Kenya seeks to build a lasting bridge between early warning, anticipatory action, and long-term resilience, thereby contributing to the global goal of ending hunger and poverty on all its forms. We remain committed to deepening this partnership so that hunger and poverty become challenges of the past and not challenges of the future. I want to close by confirming our commitment as the NDMA and the government of Kenya that every dollar shall count. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Felix, and congratulations for the design of this program. As you say, sits in the crossroads of so many aspects of development in a very innovative design. So I will call now on the Chief Economist of FAO, Máximo Torero. FAO is one very big elephant in the room in the provision of knowledge for SDG 2, but also SDG 1. And really throughout the fast-track process has been an example. So the UN institutions are complex organizations, but FAO has been in this process an example of an organization that has managed to mobilize country teams transversally across different departments and bring different kinds of support to align and apply with the different fast-track plans. So I want to hear your perspective, having championed this process on how it is to bring that alignment on knowledge to the country-owned processes.
No, thank you very much, and congratulations on your new position. First, we are the big elephant, but with a panther spirit. We want to be very agile, so we will move very fast. FAO is fully committed to the 6 Global Alliance sprints and to the fast-track process. We have submitted expressions of interest to provide technical support to Ethiopia on smallholder farmer support, to Haiti
on social protection, where we think we can do a quick transformation and work very strongly with the government, on Kenya, on access to water, which is great to hear what is happening, on Rwanda on economic inclusion, and Tanzania on maternal and early childhood interventions, and Zambia on cash transfers. For us, bringing technical support on the pre-plans of each of these countries, including Cambodia, and also working with Dominican Republic, where we have a big program operation there, and also in Mozambique in maternal early childhood, is a way to accelerate this process. We are firmer believers that we can turn around the hunger number, and the way to do it is to work strongly in the region which is the mostly affected, which in this case is Africa, which is still the number is increasing, but also to accelerate a region which is improving, which is Latin America and the Caribbean. And that's why we're trying to balance our work in both regions so that we can achieve as much as we can. Also, in all these countries, FAO provide clearly defined value addition based on our technical expertise and our analytics, alongside with a track record on supporting policy implementation. So we want to bring the full package. It's not just the intervention itself, it's the policy design and how implement things properly so that the evidence of the policy basket instruments that are already validated are really implemented properly. Because you can have a design which is working properly and has been tested somewhere else, but if it is not implemented properly, the operational part, then you will fail. And that doesn't mean that the policy is wrong. It means that it was not implemented. So that's why we need to bring all those together. Allow me to briefly highlight our investment in one of the countries as an example, in Ethiopia. FAO has worked hand in hand with the government in developing the Jalemat Tirufat plan, and we have participated in all matchmaking roundtables and follow-up with the African Development Bank and the government to facilitate the investment. We are discussing right now on how to with both partners, possible technical support to conduct the required preliminary studies with the African Development Bank final investment decision. And our expertise also in designing these investment plans is of huge importance. FAO is also working with Ethiopia to strengthen donor coordination with the Rural Economic Development and Food Security Joint Working Group, the REFs, in addition contributing technical expertise in value chains, rural finance, and resilience. And we will provide around 5.7 million in leverage of support, including animal health capacity development for prevention and preparedness against zoonosis, AMR, as well as support to poultry and pastoral value chain development. And I think this is a very good example how we can create convergence. No? Because we work on One Health approach, of course, we have a huge technical group on animal health, and bringing all those other investments and converge to this plan under the alliance, I think is what we are looking for, and that's how we are bringing together the financing pillar to the policy basket and to the action at the country level. So I think the case of Ethiopia and what we are trying to do with them will be a great example of this. Also, we are leveraging the Hand in Hand initiative, which follows the same logic of the alliance. We do targeting, very close targeting through geographical approaches, territorial approaches. We design interventions where we know we can reduce more hunger, and we do investment plans to attract financing. So leveraging from other initiatives is the way we want to move forward and try to accelerate that process. Beyond the fast-track country actions, FAO has actively contributed to the development of several policy instruments with the policy basket, as well as to drafting of the Alliance guidance notes for the financing for development and NDCs, and Belém Declaration on Hunger, Poverty, and People-Centered Climate Action. And we are going from here on Wednesday to the Belém leaders meeting, and we hope this can accelerate the process. The support mechanism, which is hosted at FAO, has established a multi-donor fund now, which is in 18.3 million, with 10.6 million received to date. So we need to still keep increasing. Significant support from Brazil, 8.47 million, 1 million from Norway, $870,000 from Spain, 300,000 from Portugal, and we heard today the 2 million euro from Germany. So FAO also has helped to build up the human capital team. I think by now you have a very good team, a dream team in the support mechanism, and we have hired 11 high-caliber professionals that will accelerate this process, and we hope to fill soon the 15 positions that were designed from the beginning. So again, our job is to help accelerate the process, and we are fully involved on the technical side, on the support side, but also converging. And again, what was mentioned earlier in the session before, that the demand also needs to come from the countries, no? And that's super important, and that the linkage between the finance minister and the agricultural ministry and the health ministry and the education ministry will be central to do that, so that the finance minister can also transmit that demand to the IFIs so that we can create this convergence. I think the convergence of the financing to the policy basket and to implement in the country will be what will help us to succeed in the alliance. Thank you.
Thank you, Maximo, for highlighting the convergence and the nuts and bolts of policy implementation that are critical. The three pillars of the alliance, national finance knowledge, have to converge, and this is the approach that we're trying here. Let's turn to the philanthropies, and we have the luck to have some of the major philanthropic organizations as members of the alliance, including the Rockefeller Foundation, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, but they are still to realize their full potential in the fast-track approach, and we are happy that Rockefeller is leading now with a support that is driving knowledge and phased pilot implementation to help the Kenya Maji Plus approach. So I invite you also to comment on this and more broadly on how the philanthropies could add value to the process.
Thanks, Renato. I'm happy to say that the Rockefeller Foundation beat Gates to be the first philanthropy to join the alliance. No, but of course, we look to work collaboratively with everyone. Of course, we're very interested to work with Kenya. We have an office in Kenya on the water harvesting, and there's very interesting examples from Brazil, Colombia, even Liberia, on how water harvesting and school gardens can drive nutrition gains for communities. It's actually been shown to be more efficient than traditional agricultural extension methodologies. So we will be working with our WFP's Center of Excellence in Brazil to help Kenya on that. More widely, at the Nutrition for Growth conference in Paris, the Rockefeller Foundation committed $100 million towards expanding school meals by 100 million children by 2030 through sustainable public finance and using local procurement and increasingly regeneratively produced food. It's a tall order, but as part of that, in January, there will be a school meals accelerator being launched in Berlin. And the accelerator at this current capacity will be able to probably take on about 15 countries. I think quite a few of these countries could be potential fast-track countries. I know that there's others who are vying to put commitments on the table. So that could be a good area of synergy between the School Meals Coalition as Accelerator and the Global Alliance. So we're looking to see how that could work. The Accelerator also will help countries design school meals programs to get multi-sectoral outcomes and improve the value proposition of these investments. It will help countries figure out domestic finance opportunities, international finance opportunities. And if you look at on our website, you will find a toolkit. It's called Regenerative School Meals Financial Toolkit. And it gives examples of different kinds of innovative finance that governments can use to try to access and grow their school meals. So if you're interested, do reach out to us. We're happy to help other countries on that track. Finally, what I would mention, at the Paris Peace Forum last week on Thursday, France floated the idea of school meals being a G7 priority for 2026, which was very well received in the room. I would really encourage the Global Alliance to use its full measure of its political capital to push this over the line. I think it would be a great victory for the Alliance if one of its tracks was adopted by the G7. Thanks.
Thank you, Medal, for the Rockefeller leading support, first in the Fast Track Initiative, also to the Kenya's program, and your highlight of school meals, which is another major program in the Alliance's policy basket. The work you're supporting on the School Meals Accelerator, and I also wish to highlight here to all Alliance members that there is work going on to ensure there is coordination and even beyond that, integration between the processes of the Alliance support mechanism and the future School Meals Accelerator, so that they operate as one whenever a school meals is concerned on behalf and for the needs of the Alliance member countries and the member countries of the School Meals Coalition. So with that, I will turn to India, Mr. Rajiv Kumar. So I think India is standing here for what the alliance can unlock in terms of South-South cooperation. So much is said about South-South cooperation. India has a wealth of knowledge and experience in policies and programs that are very large scale, very successful against hunger and poverty, and has engaged in a number of and pushed expressions of interest to the programs in this fast-track initiative. So we would like to hear from you how India intends to apply its experience and interface with the country's own plans under this initiative.
Thank you, Renato. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it's my privilege to join this special session on the fast-track process, a truly innovative approach by the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty to accelerate country-led action on hunger and poverty. I also thank the government of Qatar for the excellent hospitality that has been provided to us. Our engagement builds on a long-standing belief that cooperation among developing countries through the sharing of experience, data systems, and institutional practices can accelerate progress on hunger and poverty eradication. The Fast Track initiative exemplifies how rapid and demand-driven engagement can catalyze large-scale government-owned programs even before the full support mechanism is operational. As one of the leading contributors to the policy basket, India has shared 13 country examples that showcase scalable and evidence-based approaches in poverty alleviation, nutrition, social protection, and women's empowerment. India is privileged to contribute to the shared endeavor through knowledge partnerships, having initially submitted expression of interest to extend support to Kenya, Haiti, and the United Republic of Tanzania, and had the honor of participating in the initial roundtable discussions with Kenya and Haiti under the Fast Track progress. In Kenya, India is pioneering under the Water Harvesting for Educational Institutions in Arid and Semi-Arid Lands initiative, which addresses water scarcity in the region. In Haiti, India has expressed readiness to provide knowledge support for the country's national policy for social protection and promotion. There are several other countries for which we are in the process of extending our expression of interest, and I'm sure that we'll be able to work with many more countries. The New Delhi Declaration reaffirmed the global commitment of India to the 2030 agenda, placing poverty eradication and food security at its core. As one of the core committee members, that is as the vice chair, India sees the Fast Track process as a platform to transform these commitments into tangible action to achieve SDG 1 and 2. Having raised or having helped to escape 248 million people out of multidimensional poverty, as you know, in the recent past, through the all of government and all of society approach, we remain committed to supporting countries in co-developing high-impact country-owned solutions and look forward to deepening collaboration across the alliance. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kumar, for India's support and continuing, as you say, we expect that to continue throughout the programs of the Alliance, providing this essential South knowledge. Your Excellency, Minister Samar Hamad, you were the last to speak because also you represent the future or the immediate future of here the Fast Track initiative. You have worked with us in the transition team since the Alliance and the launch of the sprints, and regrettably the situation in the ground had put a bit of a stop and an obstacle to concrete implementation of the programs. We have worked with you to work not one but two programs. It's one of the countries that has two programs under the FAST approach, aimed at the most vulnerable, the most needy, and I think now that our hopes are that the situation will improve and that alongside the essential humanitarian work that is sorely needed, we'll also be able to build up the capacity of the State of Palestine to conduct its own programs. We hope that this can be immediately receive broad support from the members and that you can take these programs up. So let you discuss these programs and expectations for the immediate future.
Thank you. Your Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. First, I extend my sincere appreciation for the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty, for your leadership, moral vision, and unwavering commitment to bring us all together and to share a humanitarian purpose. Also, I would like to thank the State of Qatar for all the support they are providing for this summit, as well as the support they are providing for my country, especially in the last 2 years, and especially the support we gained to recover our education system under attack. 2 weeks ago, we just launched the results of the high school students, where 30,000 students in Gaza did their high school exam under attack and from rubber. So we are proud that we have been achieving all this despite all misery. Excellencies, Palestine stands at a defining moment in the modern history. After 2 years of unforeseen destruction and human suffering, Gaza lies in ruins. Its homes, schools, hospitals, livelihoods, the social system, everything being destructed. We are talking about almost 18,000 students, 18,000 kids, almost 30 schools have been disappeared, with the teachers, the students, buildings, rooms, desks, everything. And this is the same in all sectors. Also, in West Bank and Jerusalem, where families continue to face relentless attacks, the burning of their homes, belongings, and the destruction of their livelihoods, leaving communities in constant distress and economic suffocation. Yet, the government of the State of Palestine has chosen a path of national reconstruction, rights-based, transparent, and grounded in the social justice. We have an established institutional coordination mechanism for Gaza, West Bank, Jerusalem, for the State of Palestine. This mechanism is more than emergency response. It is the governance backbone of national recovery, ensuring efficiency, transparency, and accountability. At the Global Alliance Fast Track, as a State of Palestine, and as been mentioned, we have 2 programs. The first one, which is supporting the National Cash Transfer Program, and this is at the heart of our national social protection system. We used to have a national social protection system built in multidimensional poverty alleviation approach, and it was one of the advanced mechanisms in the Middle East. It has destructed in Gaza, but it continued in West Bank. This project will help us to regain it in Gaza, and it will be part of our national relief, early recovery, and reconstruction plan that the government of Palestine submitted to the international community, to the Arabs, to the Muslim countries, and it will be also raised and explained, hopefully, in our upcoming conference for Gaza reconstruction in Cairo soon. The second program, called RIFC, which add great value for our national social protection system, because it focuses on providing the protection, care, and empowerment for our children, for our future. And it is aligned with our efforts to provide nutrition. As you all know, Gaza suffered from starvation, and the most affected are the children. Now we are faced with 500,000 children If the food enter now, which doesn't enter in the amount that it should be, and we need the supplements for those children, still they will face the impact of this starvation for the remaining of their lives. Our efforts goes beyond aid. They are about restretching the social fabric of our nation that was torn in this world. When I'm telling you a social fabric, each family in Gaza has been destructed, and we need to work together to restretch this social fabric. Excellencies, the fast-track process is not just a coordination tool. It is a lifeline of hope. It connects global commitment with local action, ensuring that every hope and every support goes and reaches the people who need it most. We call upon all partners, Arabs, regional, international, all our colleagues and friends working in the social protection and the social development sector to make the fast track a living bridge between compassion and accountability. And finally, we hope that this project and these projects, the two projects of the State of Palestine, be recognized as soon as possible so we can regain the smile on those children that lost a lot and nothing can really fulfill their needs. Thank you.
Your Excellency, thank you. You spoke of need, you spoke of unimaginable hardship, of destruction, but also of hope, of commitment and action. So thank you very much for that. And I think that is a good note to conclude the panel. I would just say that all of these announcements that you are seeing on the website have been developed under the Fast Track Initiative. The plans themselves, the partnerships, the announcements, in barely 6 months. So I think that this is a really promising initiative. It does have obstacles. It is a learning process that will all, I think, collective learning exercise on how to work better together under these synergies. But the results that have been achieved in so little time, I think they speak for themselves. So thank you all. And I'll get back our room in the good hands of our Master of Ceremonies. A round of applause, please.
شكرا لكم السيد غودينيو وشكرا.
Thank you, Mr. Godinho. Thank you for all the panelists on the fast track status. I would like to invite all the panelists to come to the General Assembly so we can continue our high-level discussions.
نواصل الآن الجزء الثاني من مناقشتنا.
We will now continue the second part of our high-level general discussion in order to restore the international cooperation to make the programs in order to fight poverty and hunger. I would like to remind all panelists to respect the time allocated, which is 4 minutes, so that all panelists can take the floor.
الآن إلى المنصة سعادة السيد.
I would like to invite Her Excellency Hanin Al-Sayed, the Minister of Social Affairs in Lebanon. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Lebanon faces one of the most complex socioeconomic crises in its history. 1/3 of the population now lives below the national poverty line, while food insecurity has reached unprecedented levels. The Ministry of Social Affairs is leading a national effort to protect the most vulnerable and rebuild resilience through integrated social protection and development policies with the ultimate aim of advancing towards zero poverty and zero hunger, in line with SDGs 1 and 2. Our National Social Safety Net Program, AMAN, lies at the heart of this effort. It currently provides monthly cash assistance to nearly 20% of the Lebanese population, that is 60% of all poor households in Lebanon, by offering predictable income support to help poor households meet their needs. Simultaneously, we are expanding a national disability allowance program that provides direct income support to persons with disabilities to help cover the additional cost of living with a disability. In 2024, and for the first time, Lebanon allocated from its national budget resources to finance these transfers, reaching nearly 15% of persons with disability. In 2025, we doubled this allocation, expanding coverage to 30% of eligible individuals and reaffirming our determination to institutionalize and sustain this program through domestic financing. Looking ahead, we plan a further 10% budget increase in 2026, ensuring that persons with disabilities continue to benefit from a predictable and inclusive social protection system. Similarly, the Aman Cash Transfer Program now accounts for a quarter of the ministry's budget, underscoring the government's prioritization of social protection and poverty reduction. This represents not only a lifeline for these families, but also a strong signal of the government's commitment to institutionalizing inclusive, nationally financed social protection. Through this expansion, Lebanon has honored the commitment it made within the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty, specifically to strengthen and institutionalize the National Disability Allowance as a nationally financed, rights-based social protection program. In parallel, as a result of the recent war on Lebanon and the resulting displacement of Lebanese from their homes, we are launching the Cash for Rent program, which provides temporary rental assistance to vulnerable families whose homes were damaged or destroyed during the war and are still displaced to this day. It ensures access to safe housing for 1 year, covering rent and basic utilities. And most importantly, it reestablishes the presence of the state in these areas. Our partnership with the Global Alliance is therefore an opportunity to scale up as well as to consolidate these reforms. Through the Alliance's fast-track mechanism, Lebanon is seeking support to strengthen the coverage and sustainability of both the National Disability Allowance and our shock-responsive safety net that targets internally displaced Lebanese. We acknowledge that globally, financing for development is declining, placing additional strain on national systems already operating under tight fiscal space. Yet this also creates an opportunity to rethink how we finance social protection. Lebanon believes that sustainable social protection cannot depend solely on external aid. As demonstrated previously, we are exploring innovative domestic financing options, from greater efficiency in taxation to partnerships with the private sector and financial institutions, to mechanisms that mobilize national resources for social spending. Our goal is to ensure that financing becomes predictable, fair, and growth-friendly so that social investment strengthens both people and the economy. In response to the increased needs and decreasing aid, the Ministry of Social Affairs is expected to increase its budget by 40% in 2026, yet the needs do remain high. Until we reach the stage of full coverage for those in need, we still need international support and partners to match the government's commitment. Lebanon will be seeking support from the Alliance under the fast-track mechanism, specifically support to expand its programs already mentioned. In addition, support to help fund displaced families, cover their rental costs, those whose houses were destroyed during the recent war in Lebanon. These programs are important to help restore trust in the state as a guarantor of social and economic security and sustain social stability. Lebanon calls for renewed international solidarity and support for predictable financing to ensure that national systems can sustain and expand social protection. We look forward to receiving your support. In conclusion, Lebanon's message today is clear. Ending poverty and hunger requires both protection and opportunity. It requires systems that uphold dignity, empower individuals, and build resilience. Through this alliance, we can turn our shared vision into collective progress for our people and for humanity. Thank you very much.
شكرا لسعادة الوزيرة، وأدعو الآن إلى
I would like to thank the minister in Lebanon, and I would like to call upon the Mr. Dominic Habimana, the Minister of Local Government for the Republic of Rwanda, to take the floor.
Excellencies, distinguished leaders, ladies and gentlemen, let me begin by expressing sincere appreciation to the government of Qatar for the warm hospitality and to the leadership of the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty for convening this important meeting. Rwanda is proud to be a member of this alliance. We see this gathering as a timely and transformative platform, one that can unite our efforts, inspire shared responsibility, and put country-led action at the center of global strategies to end hunger and poverty. Our national vision aligns strongly with the mission of this alliance and the Sustainable Development Goals 1 and 2. Guided by our Vision 2050 and our National Strategy for Transformation, Rwanda continues to invest in inclusive growth, human capital development, and resilience to both climate and economic shocks. Our ambition draws inspiration from the words of His Excellency President Paul Kagame, who said, and I quote, "We shall no longer limit our ambition to the eradication of extreme poverty, but rather aim for prosperity and well-being for everyone." End of quote. This vision guides our work every day. It drives us to adopt approaches that are integrated, pro-poor, and community-driven, empowering citizens and strengthening local systems to turn policy into real change. Allow me to share two examples that capture this commitment in action. First, the Vision Umurenge program, VUP, the backbone of our social protection system, has supported more than 2 million Rwandans through direct cash transfers, public works, and financial services, among other things. 74% are women-led households. Second, our National Strategy for Sustainable Graduation applies a whole-of-government approach to help families move out of poverty for good. It combines income support, skills development, financial inclusion, and access to essential services. These homegrown solutions, integrated with other sectoral interventions, have helped Rwanda to reduce poverty from 39.8% in 2017 to 27.4% in 2024, lifting 1.5 million people out of poverty. Progress in food security has also been significant. Rwanda continues to invest in climate-resilient agriculture and innovative financing models that protect smallholder farmers from shocks and strengthen local food systems. Our experience, therefore, reaffirms a simple but powerful truth. When strategies are country-led, citizen-centered, and multisectoral, and when they are backed by genuine partnerships, progress is possible. As we look ahead, I commend the leadership of the Global Alliance for creating this vital platform. Let us continue to champion solutions that work by strengthening national systems, fostering innovation, and ensuring countries have the means and confidence to lead their own transformation. I thank you.
شكرا لكم معالي.
I would like to thank you, Your Excellency, and I would like to call upon Her Excellency Eleanor Kahwa, the Minister Delegate to the Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs for Francophonie and International Partnerships and French nationals abroad from the Republic of France.
Mesdames et messieurs les ministres, mesdames et messieurs les...
Ladies and gentlemen, ministers, ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank the state of Qatar for its welcoming, and I would like to felicitate Brazil for this alliance against hunger and poverty. This is a fight for justice and stability. I would like to tell you about something that is really difficult after 20 years of solidarity, the number of people living in extreme poverty and food insecurity is not being reduced. It is increasing. In some region where there are armed conflict, we are seeing famine. Last year, 1 out of 10 persons have suffered from hunger, which is 673 million people. As human beings sharing the same planet, we cannot accept this. Our mobilization must redouble in order to fight all this and to achieve the SDGs. That's why the World Alliance is an important forum. It allows exchange and it allows creating policies, and the politics of this alliance are a proof. They will be launched in Tanzania, in Rwanda, in Zambia and other countries, and will be followed up by France. France will work on 3 pillars: the intervention for mothers and children, as well as local farms. Those are the French policies led outside. As for the school meals, there are works being done, and France has a clear objective on this way, providing nutritious meal for all kids by 2030. We have held a first meeting in Paris in 2023, and we have participated in the second meeting that has gathered 70 partners. I would like to seize this opportunity to call upon all the countries which are not a part of this coalition to be a member of it. Then France is offering 140 million school meals per year. This is urgent for food security. School meals are a pillar for the school success, for fighting.
Maintenant en Somalie, un projet porté par le
for fighting diseases and for work and employment. FAO is creating gardens that will guarantee local products and will be beneficial for hundreds of children. Also, we are cooperating with Brazil in order to reinforce school meals, as well as in Senegal and Benin. In the world, 80% for school meals are being generated from the states. We would like to launch closer collaboration. School meals are one of the most important investments. According to the World Food Program, every dollar counts and has its revenue and its income. Therefore, the school meals are very important. That's why we need to be mobilized on all the level of food and agriculture in order to provide those meals. We are financing a mechanism that is entitled digitalization. This is an exchange between scientific and experts with their in the water sector and forest protections. Another priority I would like to mention with you, which is the upholding of family agriculture, which are at the heart of our national strategy for food security and for sustainable farming. In 2024, 350 million euros have been allocated for several projects in Africa. I can speak of the project Agri Lake that has been done in Cameroon and in Chad in order to uphold the family agriculture. In conclusion, I would like to underline my commitment and the commitment of my country to do our best in order to reduce the conflicts in the world, which are the first causes of food crisis. There cannot be sustainable development without peace, and this is the message of France when it will preside the G7. We would like to uphold our commitment that were taken few months ago during the Conference of Growth. You can count on us. Thank you.
شكرا لكم سعادة الوزير.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I would like to call upon Her Excellency Jafera Toros Caceres, Minister of Social Development and Family in the Republic of Chile.
Buenas tardes. Good afternoon. I would like to begin by congratulating this instance and valuing Brazil's leadership in this alliance, because the global panorama reminds us that we cannot let our guard down. A decade ago, the international community set out to eradicate poverty in all its forms. But Sustainable Development Goal number 1, the most basic and urgent, today seems to be receding. On the current trajectory, it is estimated that by 2030, more than 700 million people will still be living in extreme poverty. This reality forces us to look at the problem in greater depth. Poverty is not solved with a sum of programs or transfers, because it is not an individual attribute. It is the expression of structural inequalities that are reproduced in our societies. That is why it must be approached from a multidimensional perspective, which recognizes the multiple deprivations that affect access to education, health, housing, decent work, and social participation. Overcoming it requires comprehensiveness and coordination between economic, social, and territorial policies. In Chile, while we welcome progress in poverty reduction, deep gaps remain. According to the latest Casing survey, the 10% of households with the highest incomes receive self-employed incomes more than 40 times higher than those of the 10% with the lowest incomes. This marked inequality has direct implications for the well-being of the population and poses significant challenges to social cohesion and democratic governance. Poverty is not only an economic problem, it is a problem of human rights because it prevents the exercise of rights in conditions of equality. Our region has witnessed how structural discrimination and social exclusion undermine civic participation and hinder access to justice. Where poverty persists, the legitimacy of institutions is weakened. Facing this challenge is not only a social task, it is a democratic task. That is why we deeply value multilateral collaboration. Cooperation between countries has been essential to strengthen local policies and build fairer and more sustainable responses. The international community must ensure that implementation processes are measurable, transparent, and consistent with the commitments made. In this context, I would like to highlight some recent advances in Chile, which reflect a comprehensive vision of social protection focused on people and their rights. First, we are installing a national system of support and care, which seeks to recognize, redistribute, and reduce care work, thus ensuring that no one is left behind. We are moving towards a fairer society where care tasks historically invisible and assumed by women are recognized as a pillar of well-being. Second, we have launched the system of guarantees and comprehensive protections of the rights of children and adolescents, which marks a structural change towards a rights-based approach, where the state has the obligation to prevent violations and guarantee protective environments. Third, we are developing an adaptive social protection approach, which allows us to respond with agility to social, economic, or climate emergencies, thus strengthening the resilience of households. Fourth, we automated the payment of the single-family subsidy, which facilitates direct and timely access to benefits, reducing information gaps and access costs. And in the fifth place, we created the social single window, an interoperable information system that modernizes public management, integrates programs from different sectors, and strengthens transparency. These advances reflect a social protection that not only assists, but accompanies, recognizes, and empowers. And it also poses important challenges in terms of the existing gaps. A social protection that has to go from a hyper-focal model to a sustainable and resilient international cooperation. Today, we reaffirm Chile's commitment to continue to participate actively in the Alliance Board of Champions and to continue promoting multilateral cooperation and South-South cooperation. Because eradicating poverty and reducing inequality are not just development goals, they are ethical and democratic commitments to present and future generations. Thank you very much.
شكرا لكم سعد.
I would like to thank you, Your Excellency, and I would like to call upon
كان في جمهورية سورينام فلتتفضل.
I would like to call upon Mrs. Diana Poki, Minister of Social Affairs and Housing for the Republic of the Suriname, to take the floor.
Damos la palabra a Su Excelencia Diana Poki, Ministra de Asuntos Sociales y Vivienda de Surinam.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, on behalf of the government of the Republic of Suriname, I wish to express our sincere appreciation to the State of Qatar for its warm hospitality and the excellent arrangement made for this important meeting. We also commend the leadership of Brazil and the United Nations for convening this first leaders meeting of the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty. For Suriname, eradicating poverty and achieving food and nutrition security are central to our national vision for sustainable development. As reflected in our 2025 voluntary national review, we are advancing poverty reduction through a whole of society approach. We have strengthened this fight through expanded social protection programs that provide vital support to those most in need. Access to health, education, and housing services has been expanded with special attention given the indigenous and tribal peoples, ensuring that no one is left behind. For example, access to primary health services and social benefits in the hinterland is now more flexible than in the coastal areas. Additionally, targeted housing and infrastructure initiatives such as the Affordable Housing Program 2023 to 2025 are improving living conditions and addressing the structural roots of poverty across Suriname. Guided by our National Development Plan 2022 to 2026 and our Green Development Strategy, we are implementing targeted actions that place our people and planet at the center of our policy, such as the digitalization of all procedures to update the social database, ensuring we reach those most in need of social benefits. This makes cooperation and coordination with ministries co-responsible for social policies of vital importance. Updating to the beneficiary information system and developing an integrated national social protection strategy to eradicate and prevent poverty, strengthen families, and break the intergenerational cycle of poverty. Introducing the ICBAN network to complement social protection for children, strengthening social legislation and its enforcement. Despite these measures, we recognize that poverty eradication cannot be achieved without food security. Under SDG 2, Zero Hunger, Suriname is promoting sustainable and climate-smart agriculture. We are using our fertile soils and freshwater resources to strengthen local food production and reduce dependency on imports. Farmers and cooperatives are receiving training, access the input, and better link to markets. Nutrition programs now reach schools and remote communities, focusing on children and expanded mothers. However, to scale up these efforts, we call for international cooperation that is flexible, context-sensitive, and aligned with national development plans, enabling countries like Suriname to fully drive their strategies to eliminate hunger and poverty in a sustainable and inclusive manner. Our efforts are intrinsically tied to environmental stewardship as one of the three greenest countries on earth, with over 93% forest cover. Suriname understands that protecting ecosystem and combating poverty are inseparable goals. Forest livelihoods, ecotourism, and sustainable agriculture form part of one of the integrated development vision. Excellencies, Suriname therefore regards the Global Alliance as a vital platform for reinventing international cooperation, shifting from fragmented aid to coordinated country-driven programs. We work closely with our bilateral, regional, and multilateral partners whose technical assistance and financial support are instrumental in aligning our national programs with the SDGs and building the necessary data systems to measure progress. Going forward, we call for partnerships that deliver predictable resources, technology transfer, and capacity building directly to national systems. International solidarity must empower countries to design and implement their own solutions, reflecting local realities and community voices. Excellencies, Suriname reaffirms its strong commitment to this global alliance. We stand ready to share our experience as a small green upper middle income nation working to ensure that every citizen can live free from hunger and poverty in harmony with nature. Let us work together to turn promises into progress and cooperation into tangible change for all. Thank you.
شكرا لكم سعادة الوزيرة. رحبوا معي.
I would like to thank Her Excellency. Welcome Mrs. Doreen Pampa, the parliamentarian and the Minister for Developing Social Affairs in Zambia. The floor is yours.
Your Excellencies, distinguished leaders, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Deep appreciation to the government of Qatar for hosting us. Zambia commends the Global Alliance for convening this important meeting at a time when hunger and poverty continue to threaten the progress we have made towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. The theme, Reinventing International Cooperation for Fighting Hunger and Poverty, is both timely and visionary, as it calls for a renewed way of working that places the country priorities and country systems at the center of global action. For Zambia, this principle lies at the heart of our development agenda. We do believe that sustainable poverty reduction begins with empowered communities, inclusive national systems, and strong partnerships that enable people to live in dignity and security. Over the past decade, Zambia has made steady progress in expanding social protection and social development interventions, and our flagship being the Social Cash Transfer Program, which covers over 30% of our population households, contributing to reduction in extreme poverty and improved food security. We have, as a country, strengthened this program through the Cash Plus approach, which integrates cash assistance with complementary support in nutrition, livelihoods, education, and climate resilience. In addition, we are investing in skills development, youth empowerment, and women economic participation to create pathways out of poverty. Zambia's approach reflects our conviction as a country that indeed hunger and poverty are multidimensional challenges requiring integrated long-term solutions. However, like many developing countries, Zambia continues to face challenges, limited fiscal space, climate-induced shocks. These realities underscore the need for renewed international cooperation that is predictable, inclusive, and aligned with national priorities. We do believe that the Global Alliance is a powerful platform to achieve this by fostering joint financing, strengthening national capacities, and promoting knowledge exchange among partners. Distinguished delegates, Zambia supports the call to put country programs at the center of international cooperations. When global partnerships align behind national strategies, we not only accelerate progress, but also build the resilience and self-resilience of our poor people. In this regard, we reaffirm as Zambia our commitment to working with the Global Alliance and all partners to build a world where everyone will be free from anger, where every child, every woman, every man can live in dignity, opportunity, and hope. I thank you.
شكرا لكم.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Let's all welcome His Excellency Kutluhan Tachkin, the Deputy President of the Strategy and Budget Directorate in the Republic of Turkey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, distinguished delegates and esteemed guests. At the outset, I would like to extend our sincere appreciation to the Global Alliance team led by the Brazilian and Spanish government and the state of Qatar for hosting and organizing this important gathering. As a founding member, Turkey commends the efforts to bring together partners committed to eradicating hunger and poverty under the framework of Global Alliance. The combined effects of the pandemic, conflicts and climate change have deepened food insecurity and widened inequality. These challenges remind us that hunger and poverty are not only development issues, they are moral tests of global solidarity and shared responsibility. Strengthening country-owned program-based cooperation that aligns with national strategies will be essential. The Global Alliance serves as a platform of convergence, bringing together governments, international institutions, and development partners to support locally designed and implemented solutions. For developing countries, and domestic resource mobilization is essential. Stronger coordination between global mechanisms and local institutions will help ensure that international cooperation reinforces rather than replaces national ownership. Ending hunger and poverty is not only a policy choice, but also a shared moral obligation. Turkey stands ready to share its experience in digitalization and social protection and sustainable development with all partners. Distinguished delegates, over the past 2 decades, Turkey has undertaken a comprehensive transformation of its social protection and poverty reduction systems, linking economic growth with social inclusion. Our approach is human-centered, integrated, and data-driven, combining social, economic, and rights-based dimensions of development. Poverty reduction policies are closely aligned with employment generation, education, and social protection. Among Turkey's successful models in the field of social protection is the Integrated Social Assistance Information System, which links data from all public institutions, enables beneficiaries to access multiple forms of assistance through a single digital interface. This digitalization has reduced processing times from weeks to minutes, eliminated overlaps, and ensured transparent, efficient, and targeting of resources. The World Bank has recognized this system as a best practice, highlighting its effectiveness in improving efficiency and transparency in social assistance delivery. Distinguished delegates, Turkey's development cooperation is guided by the principles of solidarity, inclusiveness, and partnership. According to the OECD, Turkey's official development assistance reached to around 0.6% of national income, well above the OECD average. Through the Turkish Cooperation and Coordination Agency, Turkey implements development cooperation programs in over 150 countries, focusing on agriculture, irrigation, food security, education, healthcare, and institutional capacity building, particularly in least developed and low-income countries. Our Zero Waste initiative, recognized by the United Nations, promotes sustainable consumption and production, essential for long-term food security and climate resilience. Turkey also hosts the UN Technology Bank for least developed countries, which strengthens scientific, technological, and innovation capacities as a key driver for achieving food security and poverty eradication. Distinguished delegates, before concluding my remarks, I'd like to express that we welcome the ceasefire in Gaza. However, it's deeply concerning that despite all ongoing efforts, the humanitarian situation in Gaza remains devastating. This situation entails urgent international support to address the pressing need with growing cases of starvation and famine. The UN and UN relief and work agencies' role in coordinating humanitarian aid in Gaza is also essential. International community should remain vigilant to avoid any aggression in Gaza, West Bank, and in any other part of the world. Thank you all.
شكرا لكم سعادة.
I would like to thank you, Your Excellency, and I would like to invite now Her Excellency Samah Hamad, Minister of Social Development of the State of Palestine, to take the floor.
Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, allow me again to express my sincere gratitude for the State of Qatar hosting this important gathering, and for the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty, and also for the State of Brazil and Spain for leading this initiative. For the State of Palestine, the struggle against hunger and poverty is inseparable from the struggle for justice, dignity, and human rights. The ongoing aggression and occupation have destroyed every layer of life in Gaza Strip and strained the social fabric across the West Bank and Jerusalem. More than 2.1 million people in Gaza face prolonged food shortages and acute food insecurity. Almost the entire population classified in IPC Phase 3 or worse. At least 1.9 million people are displaced and homeless within Gaza. Some families in Gaza has been displaced within the 2 years 15 times. The average is 6 times per family within 2 years. And despite this immense suffering, our people remained steadfast, their resilience unmatched, determined to rebuild their lives and their homeland. In this context, international cooperation is not a choice, it is a lifetime. But we have learned that true sustainability begins only when cooperation strengthens, not substitutes, national system. Excellencies, the success of these initiatives ultimately depends on our ability to mobilize sustainable financing and protect physical space for social investment. For Palestine, physical space is not just a technical concept, it's a matter of justice. Restrictions on movement, access, and trade. Not only that, also restrictions on our own money that reach almost $4 billion now. It is a matter that we need to constrain our economy, while repeated destruction of infrastructure has drained public resources. Despite these constraints, we have maintained our commitment to social spending because we know that protecting the most vulnerable is the truest measure of a government's legitimacy. Building on this, our vision for relief, recovery, and reconstruction in Gaza is anchored in a nationally led framework that integrates social protection and human development. The government of Palestine has submitted a comprehensive portfolio of 326 projects for Gaza within the Gaza Recovery and Reconstruction Implementation Program, covering 18 sectors and 56 sub-programs with an estimated value of $67 billion. These projects aim not only to rebuild infrastructure, but to restore livelihoods, strengthen institutions, and recover the social fabric of our communities. We are already implementing the area recovery interventions in partnership with national and international actors, delivering food, shelter, psychological support, and protection services across Gaza, and still need to happen. More efforts is needed, efforts that has the same value of the destruction that my country faced. Also, we have the emergency cash transfers to Gaza that used an e-payment mechanisms, different e-payment, OTC, all kind of mechanisms that would allow us to transfer cash, especially for the vulnerable communities in Gaza and in West Bank. So we advanced the digital payment, not because we need this, because we need to go into digital economy, but because it's a need. All the banking system in Gaza destroyed. So we activated the e-payment immediately with the private sector to allow our people to get some cash to be able to recover some of their lives. As we look ahead to the Second World Summit for Social Development, Palestine calls for a new era of international cooperation, one that protects social investment, even in times of physical constraint and political instability. We must build an international financial architect that places people first, ensuring that humanitarian and development financing remain isolated from external pressures and conditions. Our collective responsibility is to protect this financial support for the most essential people, the human well-being. All this means integrating income support with employment generation, linking food security with education and health, and ensuring that social protection systems serve as both safety nets and springboards toward recovery and empowerment. Ending hunger and poverty requires not only resources, but trust, partnership, and political will. In this spirit, Palestine underscores the importance of collaboration and coordination, recognizing the reality of limited resources and the need to focus on priorities that create tangible impact, especially for my people. We know that resources will be limited, but we need to coordinate with each other to increase the impact and to focus on priorities. Through joint planning and aligned action, we can ensure that every effort contributes to rebuilding lives, restoring dignity, and fostering lasting resilience. In conclusion, Excellencies, we in Palestine know too well that the human cost of inaction is measured in lives lost and futures foregone. That is why our government stands ready to lead with clear plans and great responsibility, transparent mechanisms, and determination to ensure that every contribution translates into tangible progress. We call upon our partners to move from coordination to collaboration, from bridges to implementation, from aid to empowerment. Together, we can build resilient, inclusive, and nationally owned social protection system. Actually, it's not built to regain our social protection system that was destroyed. The State of Palestine remains steadfast in its commitment in social justice and human dignity, Even in the face of adversity, our people stand tall, not in despair, but in determination. Let this meeting mark the beginning of a new era, where rebuilding and reconstructing Palestine becomes part of rebuilding global hope, and our collective action turns solidarity into systems, compassion into policy, and policy into lasting protection. Thank you.
شكرا لكم.
I would like to thank you, Your Excellency, and I would like to call upon Ms. Maropian Lydia Ramokpa, Minister in the Presidency of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation in the Republic of South Africa, to take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to address this inaugural leaders' meeting of the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty. South Africa commends the state of Qatar for hosting us and acknowledges Brazil and Spain as the co-conveners of this alliance. We also recognize all members who have worked tirelessly since its launch. Hunger and poverty remain amongst the most persistent injustices of our time, and yet they remain among the most solvable. When Brazil, under its G20 presidency in 2024, championed the creation of this alliance, it reminded the world that ending hunger and extreme poverty must be placed back at the center of international cooperation. This message resonated deeply across the Global South, particularly for Africa, where food insecurity continues to undermine our wider development aspirations. Under South Africa's G20 presidency this year, we have sought to build on that solid foundation, ensuring alignment across G20 work streams and within the alliance itself. Recent data from the State of Food and Nutrition Security in the World Report shows that while global hunger declined slightly to around 720 million people, 2.6 billion people still cannot afford a healthy diet. In Africa, about 307 million people are affected. Ending hunger and poverty demands a shift away from project-based interventions towards cooperation that backs country-owned priorities, national systems, and long-term programs. However, we cannot ignore the reality that the ability of developing countries to invest in national systems is constrained by unsustainable debt burdens and pro-cyclical financing. Many countries are spending more servicing debt than investing in food systems and social protection. We are left with the dire choice between financial obligations and investing in food systems. It is a dynamic that has the potential to negatively impact our shared goal of ending hunger and poverty. Therefore, we need innovative financing and the financial architecture reform as essential to ending hunger. South Africa supports the full implementation of the Compromiso de Sevilla, as well as the Addis Ababa Action Agenda, which includes efforts geared towards aligning global financing, improving debt sustainability frameworks, and mobilizing blended and concessional finance at scale. We need instruments that reduce the cost of capital and de-risk investment in smallholder agriculture and social protection systems. Without these, national priorities will remain unfunded and commitments will remain aspirations on paper. Through the G20 Development Working Group and the Food Security Task Force, South Africa has prioritized integrated responses that strengthen national systems for social protection, agricultural productivity, and inclusive financing. Two outcomes adopted by consensus this year, the Food Security Ministerial Declaration And the Ubuntu approaches on food security and excessive food price volatility highlight the urgency of tackling price spikes and inflation, which undermine food access in a world that has enough food to feed all its people. The Global Alliance offers a platform to accelerate this agenda through solidarity, shared learning, and investments directed at national priorities. Its pillars of financing, coordination, and partnerships align closely with Africa's Agenda 2063, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, and the AU's Comprehensive Africa Agriculture Development Program. To scale impact, we encourage the Alliance to deepen collaboration with the AU Development Agency, NEPAD, the UN system, the international financing institutions, and regional development banks. South Africa reaffirms its commitment to working with fellow members to drive the next phase of the Alliance with country-led, evidence-based, and results-oriented implementation at the core. Let us seize this moment to turn collective will into action to ensure that no person goes to bed hungry and that the dignity of all people is realized in practice. I thank you.
I would like to thank you, Your Excellency. Let us invite now Her Excellency Lydia Lima Melo, the Secretary of State for Social Inclusion of the Republic of Cabo Verde.
Excelências,
Your Excellencies, I would like to thank the State of Qatar. It is with great pleasure that we are here participating in this summit, and especially in this panel that is promoted by Brazil, which is a great partner of Cape Verde with the Alliance, Global Alliance Against Hunger. The government of Cape Verde has not measured its strengths to combat the vulnerability of the groups that are at risk to be left behind in the process of development of the country. The combat of hunger and the food security and the reduction of social inequalities has been receiving a lot of attention of our government through a continuous work and investment that structure the conditions of access to basic, like sanitation, electricity, water, health, education, guaranteeing the social inclusion of the most vulnerable groups. We are aligned with the Agenda of 2030 of the UN, and in this we are pursuing the objectives of the ODS's working SDGs in this key sectors of development. We understand that the process of development has to be inclusive and has to promote the social well-being. In this, we have adopted a strategy of eradication of extreme poverty until 2026 to promote social inclusion of the risk groups that are to be left behind through this social empowerment and economical and to access to revenue. So we are implementing the strategy with the financial strategies of the state and the partners, institutional partners that are along with the UN, European Union, and World Bank. And with this junction, we are able to get to the most vulnerable groups with social interventions that combat food insecurity, with hot meals to many kids, adolescents, elderly, and other vulnerable groups in the schools and the centers, with the introduction of the rural world to majority of the production, the agriculture production that guarantees the sustainability, and through initiatives, local initiatives with projects of social markets that support the lives of the very vulnerable with food through the subventions, financial subventions, also to for the development of social projects that reinforce food security in times of crisis through the attribution of social revenue of inclusion, the vulnerable families, and the productive development that create opportunities of income, and also the care of where the kids will receive a hot meal, and also early childhood care, and also the intervention of the state. Within other measurements, but the more vulnerable publics, we develop actions that insert the kids through internships for youth without any employment. We are promoting the personal care of the elderly and also the disabled people, that promote empowerment of the vulnerable women through capacitation, professional capacitation, and other measures of protection, social protection. We have free access to health, to the elderly, disabled, and to kids up to 5 years old. We support the children and the adolescent with transportation to school, and also school kits, and also the living also for the vulnerable families. And we guarantee the very poor families to access to water, electricity through the implementation of the social tariff. For a good focus of these measures in the targeted groups, we created a tool of registration, a national registration that guarantees more justice and transparency in identifying and selecting the ones that are going to be benefited. So the struggle continues because with the solidarity between the nations, it's possible to get to our goal and protect the rights of our citizens and guarantee peace and social justice in the country and also in a global level. Thank you very much.
شكرا لكم سعادة وزير الدولة. ضيوفنا الأعزاء، أحب أن أنوه مرة أخرى على جميع المتحدثين التفضل.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Dear guests, please respect the allocated time, which is only 4 hours. I would like to invite Mr. Sudandith Bat, Secretary of State, Vice Minister of Ministry of Planning in Cambodia. The floor is yours.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is a profound honor for the Kingdom of Cambodia to address this august assembly. We gather here today with renewed resolve to eliminate hunger and poverty in all their forms. Cambodia makes significant progress towards achieving these goals. Food insecurity and malnutrition decline significantly. We become self-sufficient in rice production and a key player in the export of this commodity. Merely 20.6% of the population live in poverty in 2023, compared with 47.8% in 2007. These remarkable achievements translate into improved living conditions for millions. Despite these gains, much needs to be done, and progress can be fragile in the world where systemic challenges become increasingly prevalent. The COVID-19 pandemic caused a hike in Cambodia's poverty rate, while the 2020 flooding was severe, threatening food security and the effort to eliminate hunger and malnutrition. Excellencies, the only certainty is uncertainty, and the cornerstone of success is a joint effort. That is why Cambodia strongly supports the establishment of this global alliance, engaging in multi-stakeholder partnerships, particularly South-South and triangular cooperation. And public-private partnerships are deemed important to our development. Today, Cambodia renews commitment to pursuing the alliance objectives, pledging to implement national policies and programs with special priority given to the needs of women and children, and to those vulnerable groups and persons. To this end, we make certain that our policy instruments align with and contribute to the policy basket and sustainable development goals, especially SDG 2, Zero Hunger, and SDG 1, No Poverty. Formulate strategies to improve nutrition and healthy diets, especially among reproductive age women and children, and to promote sustainable food systems by strengthening the agriculture sector, food value chain, through climate-smart practices, sustainable fisheries, and infrastructure development, including irrigation systems. This particularly benefits smallholders. Last but not least, strengthen the implementation of national policies ranging from human capital development and closing gender digital divide to pro-poor and gender-sensitive support in the midst of shocks, prioritizing education and lifelong learning, STEM education, school health and feeding, safe drinking water, sanitation and hygiene, universal health coverage, adaptive social protection, and informal economy development. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, countries of the world continue to suffer from these two persisting deprivations. Cambodia stands ready to work with all members, development actors, aspiring to build a future in which no one anywhere goes hungry, and that poverty is not the destiny of any family. Together, we can make this aspiration a reality. Thank you. Thank you.
شكرا لكم سعادة وزير الدولة. مدير عام المشاريع الخاصة.
I would like to thank the Secretary of State, and I would like to give the floor to Mr. Mendoza. The floor is yours.
Excelencias, muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon, Excellencies. It's an honor to participate in these leaders' meetings against hunger and poverty, representing my country, Mexico. From the Secretary of Foreign Affairs and Mexico, I would like to thank the State of Qatar for hosting this important meeting and for the leadership and the commitment that both Spain and Brazil have had for us to be meeting here today. As the President of Mexico, Dr. Claudia Sheinbaum Pardo, mentioned, the main challenge of our time is not to just produce more food, but also to construct shared prosperity. In the G20 in Rio de Janeiro, our President suggested to address the 1% of military expense to the biggest reforesting program in history. And under the same principle, shared prosperity would become the basis of peace and social justice, and of course becoming also a tool to fight hunger and poverty. In Mexico, we are doing a historical advance of 13.4 million people that abandon poverty situations from 2018 to 2024, and this is 12.3% less than the levels of poverty in our country before 2024. Now, Mexico reiterates our conviction that international cooperation must reinvent itself and move from assistance to shared responsibility of shared financing and backing national programs and a discourse for a transformative action of all territories. Currently, we're facing shared challenges that can only be tackled by international cooperation between countries. In this task, Mexico recognizes the importance of triangular cooperation as a mode of cooperation that will strengthen the alliance. From Mexico's point of view, the objective of triangular cooperation needs to evolve and promote a more horizontal cooperation, both in terms of financing and benefits, ensuring that alliances continue and go beyond the duration of individual projects. The diversity of experiences and shared focuses prove that our model is an efficient tool to create innovative solutions, particularly in the global context. We reinstate our commitment to triangular cooperation as a key tool to promote sustainable development. Also, the resilience between South and North countries and international organizations. In this context, I would like to share two experiences that make Mexico very proud. One is providing life and the youth building the future, both hope for social justice, a sustainable environment, and human dignity. Sembrando Vida hopes to strengthen the rural economies. From Amexit, we have extended this model to the rest of Central America and the Caribbean through the program Mesoamerica Without Hunger and another program, Planting Together for a Shared Responsibility, which were programs that were made available to this alliance. And both of them have the objective of eradicating hunger by promoting agricultural systems that are sustainable and adapted to local conditions, focused in a triangular cooperation that implicates communities, governments, and international partners. The Youth Building the Future is another project and program that gives jobs to thousands of youths, breaking cycles that would have led them to poverty. These programs have encouraged women's participation, and both of them have also called for the participation of indigenous populations. Both programs are evidence that investing in society transforms lives at a social and climatic level and avoids forced displacements. Mexico joins the efforts of this global alliance, fully convinced that only by solidarity and cooperation we can bridge the gaps that divide our societies. Our Chancellor, Juan Ramón de la Fuente, was very clear and precise when he said that through international cooperation we must support all of the needs of all of the communities, because every tree that we plant and every youth that we train and each community that we empower will give us a world where poverty and hunger are history and not a fate. Thank you.
نشكر الآن فأدعو
I would like to give the floor right now to Omar Abdi, the Deputy Executive Director of UNICEF. The floor is yours.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of UNICEF, I would like to congratulate the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty and all of its members on the progress that has been made since its launch just under a year ago. I would specifically like to thank the governments of Brazil and Spain for their leadership in this endeavor, and the government of Qatar for their generosity and commitment to hosting us here today. UNICEF has been honored to be part of this journey since its inception and to contribute to the Global Alliance's efforts to build collective momentum to bring the world back on the path to zero hunger and poverty, with explicit recognition of the reinforcing and intersecting nature of poverty, hunger, and malnutrition. You have indeed our deep and strong support on this ambitious vision. To echo President Lula's sentiment, none of us should rest easy knowing that every day children go to bed hungry and wake up living in poverty. Although there has been significant progress over the past decades, today more than 412 million children still grow up in extreme poverty, and 440 million children do not receive the nutritious foods they need to grow and develop, robbing them of their opportunities to reach their full potential. It is to answer this moral imperative that we are gathered here today, and to meet it with bold and practical action to accelerate progress on reducing poverty, hunger, and malnutrition. For this, we must put nationally led solutions at the center, building on existing national programs and capacities. For UNICEF, this has always been a priority, and now is more important than ever in the current environment of constrained global resources. In this context, UNICEF is honored to support the fast-track country-led plans, particularly those on integrated maternal and early childhood interventions and on cash transfers, and commends the government of Brazil and the support mechanism for their leadership. With our colleagues in country offices, we are glad to be supporting the national plans in Bangladesh, Mozambique, State of Palestine, Tanzania, and Zambia. Our commitment to accelerating action on SDG 1 and SDG 2 is unwavering. UNICEF's new strategic plan 2026-2029 recommits us to supporting government partners to achieve results at scale, leveraging UNICEF's multi-sector approach and expertise and country presence in over 130 countries. Our commitment to the national partners and to the Global Alliance also extends to marshalling partnerships and financing in support of our joint objectives. UNICEF is working with governments and partners to leverage financing through mechanisms such as the Child Nutrition Fund. The Child Nutrition Fund is a UNICEF-led multi-partner coordination and financing mechanism designed to accelerate the implementation of high-impact actions supporting countries in achieving their national nutrition commitments. The Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty dares us collectively to be bold, to show leadership in realizing a better world for our children and their future. UNICEF believes this future is both possible and necessary, despite the daunting challenges we face. We are honored to share this stage with so many governments and partners also committed to this future, and we look forward to continuing to work with all of you to translating this hope into a reality in the lives of children and their families. Thank you.
I would like to thank you, Mr. Abdi, and I would like to invite Ms. Cecilia Ogas Estrada, the Deputy to the Director General of the UNIDO, to take the floor.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor and a pleasure to be here today at the first leaders meeting of the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty, representing the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO. Let me begin by thanking the government of Qatar for the hosting this meeting and the co-chairs, Brazil and Spain, for so ably steering the work of this alliance. As one of the founding members, UNIDO strongly supports the Global Alliance. Indeed, ending hunger is one of UNIDO's thematic priorities endorsed by our member states. The high-level objectives of the Global Alliance are well aligned with the conclusions of the World Without Hunger Conference that was co-organized in November 2024 by the government of Ethiopia, the African Union Commission, UNIDO, with the technical support of FAO. The conference highlighted 6 solutions to combat hunger: strengthening social protection, boosting farm productivity, improving rural infrastructure, promoting agri-food processing, expanding access to finance, and advancing fair trade policies. Excellencies, the fight against hunger and poverty must continue. We cannot afford to let it lose momentum. We know that there is enough food produced to feed everyone, yet an estimated 673 million people go hungry every day. As we all know, Africa remains the most food insecure continent, yet it exports vast quantities of agricultural commodities while importing around $80 million in food each year, a third of which are processed products that could be produced locally by strengthening regional industries and value chains. UNIDO supports its member states in developing their food processing industries and strengthening local value chains. These efforts aim to increase both the quantity and the quality of locally processed foods, ensuring that they meet local, regional, and global market standards. UNIDO's approach to strengthening agro-food productive capacities, as well as food processing and marketing in an inclusive and sustainable manner, contributes to job creation and income generation beyond the farm, particularly in rural communities. It also supports the fight against hunger by increasing the availability of healthy, locally produced food in domestic markets. In Ethiopia, the Alliance and UNIDO are currently supporting the Yelemat Tirufat flagship program led by the Ministry of Agriculture under the auspices of the Prime Minister's Office. UNIDO's ongoing agro-industrial portfolio will also benefit this program across 4 value chains: dairy, poultry, honey, and fisheries. Building on experience and knowledge emanating from such partnerships, UNIDO stands ready to work with all of you on combating hunger and poverty. We look forward to a continued and a strong collaboration. I thank you.
I would like to thank Ms. Estrada, and I would like to call upon Rania Dash Kamara, Assistant Executive Director for Partnership and Innovation in the World Food Programme, to take the floor.
Good afternoon, everyone. Are you still here? Great. Excellencies and ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to join you here today, and I join all those before me who have expressed what a great opportunity it is today to focus on action and solutions and addressing hunger and poverty, and in all their multifacets. I do want to start by extending WFP's appreciation to the governments of Brazil and Spain and Qatar for arranging and hosting this conversation. So thank you, and thanks to all of you for being here. Only 3 points, and I'll be really fast about them. The first is we have a problem. I think the problem has been extremely well articulated today, so I'm not going to go into why hunger is surging and how the multiple and the intensity of crises is reversing a lot of our development gains. We know there's a problem. The second is that we have the leadership and the political will, whether it's in this room or as demonstrated by Brazil previously, or as being led by many of you and France in proposing to the G7 that we continue to push together. 200 partners and growing, I think, demonstrates strong political will, and that's across governments, private sector, UN agencies, civil society, and individuals. So we are all set to collaborate and to work together to crowd and resource and advocate together. Now I'll come to the third and more important point, and that is about solutions that we in WFP are here to work with you on and to extend. And it's pretty straightforward. The first for us is social protection. One of the best policy tools that we have seen that reduces hunger, malnutrition, and poverty at scale is national social protection systems. Many of you articulated that today. But what is remarkable in the progress that we have seen through that is that it is historic to have, for the first time, more than half of the world's population covered by at least one form of social protection. And the problem is there's still about 2 billion in low and some middle-income countries who are uncovered, and that we would like to change. In 2024, WFP supported about 63 countries, and we came in with technical expertise. We enhanced coverage, quality, and responsiveness of the systems that the governments are putting in place. We would like to grow that with you. So that's point one. The second is a second policy area that has seen enormous progress in recent years, and that is school meals. Our last State of School Feeding report, which we launched last month, says that there are 466 million children receiving school meals today, and that's government-led programs. So a massive congratulations to all of you, and that is 80 million more children than we had just a few years ago. What's amazing about school meals is that they create jobs, they increase farmer incomes, they reduce carbon emissions, whilst making sure that the children are well nourished and ready to learn. And in the Secretariat for the School Meals Coalition, for us as WFP, we work closely with the Global Alliance to ensure both initiatives are reinforcing and providing governments the expertise to turn school meal commitments into impactful programs. So with the fast-track process and beyond, we've worked with Benin and Cambodia and Indonesia and are ready to work with all of you to continue doing so. And then to the third and final point, which is the enablers. In WFP, we have a very strong South-South triangular cooperation team. It has centers of excellence in Brazil, in China, in Cote d'Ivoire, and they work on exchange and knowledge. Please lean in and use it, and we are very happy to extend and support you. And then finally, we have an innovation accelerator in Munich. It has an AI sandbox and many other ways that we can work with you to innovate and scale quickly. You want to use it, we are at your disposal. So thank you. And thank you.
شكرا لكم سعادتكم. أما الآن فاسمحوا لي أن أدعو سعادة السيد أندرياس كاكوريس المبعوث الخاص لتعددية الأطراف في جمهورية قبرص، فليتفضل سعادته.
I would like to call upon Mr. Andreas Sakouris, the Special Envoy on Multilateralism of the Republic of Cyprus, to take the floor.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to begin by echoing previous speakers in expressing our sincere appreciation to our gracious hosts, Qatar, and to Brazil and Spain for their inspired leadership. We meet in Doha at a time when the international community faces growing demands but diminishing resources. Development and humanitarian budgets are under strain, while millions suffer from acute food insecurity and multidimensional poverty continues to rise. Conflict, climate change, and inequality continue to fuel these crises, undermining collective efforts and putting the goals of the 2030 Agenda further out of reach. In this context, revitalizing international cooperation cannot merely be an aspiration, but it is an imperative. And in Doha, we have a unique opportunity to renew our collective commitment to the 2030 Agenda, especially to Sustainable Development Goals 1 and 2, to end poverty in all its forms and to achieve zero hunger. The Global Alliance comes at a critical juncture. By placing country-led and people-centered programs at its core, the Alliance seeks to overcome the fragmentation of multilateralism, enhance coherence, and ensure that assistance reaches those who need it most. This approach reflects the founding values of the United Nations: solidarity, partnership, and shared responsibility. But these challenges cannot be met by any single country or organization acting alone. They necessitate coordinated, multilateral responses rooted in collective action and shared purpose. Cyprus is proud to be a founding member of the Global Alliance and fully endorses its mission. And through our statement of commitment, we recognize that hunger and malnutrition are manifestations of structural poverty and inequality. Our engagement is firmly anchored in Cyprus's long-standing commitment to multilateralism and to the United Nations system. As a member of the UN Human Rights Council, Cyprus promotes the universality of human rights and human dignity, principles that guide all our humanitarian and development cooperation. And through Cyprus Aid, operating under the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we maintain strong partnerships with UNICEF, the World Food Programme, and many other UN agencies. And we actively direct funding towards programs in the African continent, in our immediate neighbourhood, the Middle East, and in small island developing states in the Caribbean and the Pacific. Recognising the growing global needs, Cyprus has substantially increased its humanitarian assistance budget for 2025 and 2026, a deliberate decision that runs counter to the global trend of shrinking aid budgets. It underscores our political commitment to doing more within our means to advance the objectives of the Global Alliance and to contribute to international efforts towards eradicating poverty. In the same spirit, the Amalthea Initiative, a maritime humanitarian corridor from Cyprus to Gaza, has become a vital lifeline for civilians facing acute food insecurity. And between spring and summer 2024, approximately 22,000 tons of humanitarian aid were delivered to Gaza directly through this initiative. And following its reactivation, shipments between August and October 2025 delivered over 3,000 tons of essential supplies, including food, shelter, and medicine, reaching families in desperate need. Amalthea demonstrates Cyprus's unwavering commitment to multilateral humanitarian engagement. Hunger and poverty are among humanity's greatest challenges, but they are not beyond our collective ability to end. This can only be done through effective multilateralism, collective action, and a people-centered vision of sustainable development. And in Cyprus, we stand ready to play our part in these collective efforts of turning commitment into sustained action so that the goal of no one is left behind becomes a reality. Thank you.
I would like to thank the special envoy. Allow me to invite now Mr. Radwan Hassan, Ambassador of the Republic of Indonesia to the State of Qatar, to take the floor.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi.
In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful, the speaker moved to English.
Excellencies, honorable colleagues, first let me give my sincerest appreciation to the Brazilian and Spanish government and the state of Qatar for hosting and organizing this important meeting. Indonesia recognizes that poverty and hunger demand our continued attention. Significant progress has been made, with poverty reduced to 8.47 and unemployment to 4.76%, the lowest in decades. Yet, many Indonesians still depend on the informal sector, face constraints in accessing essential services and broader economic opportunities, and remain highly vulnerable to shocks such as job loss, illness, price volatility, natural disasters, and extreme climate. Indonesia's 2025-2029 National Medium-Term Development Plan reaffirmed its strong commitment to eradicating poverty and hunger. Through Priority Agenda 6, Indonesia is determined to addressing basic needs, advancing adaptive social protection, promoting affirmative economic empowerment, and strengthening rural development with focus on youth, women, older persons, and persons with disabilities to ensure no one is left behind on the path toward a resilient and inclusive Golden Indonesia 2045. To advance national priorities, Indonesia continues to strengthen transformative programs that enhance people's welfare. The free nutritious meal, makan bergizi gratis in Bahasa Indonesia, we call it MBG, program ensures children are free from hunger and protected from stunting. While boarding schools, Sekolah Rakyat, provides holistic education for children from low-income families. By investing in children's nutrition and education, Indonesia tackles food insecurity and strengthens human capital development. At the same time, social protection and economic inclusion initiatives such as the Social Welfare Card, Affirmative Entrepreneurship Card, and village cooperatives empower low-income communities toward self-reliance and a more dignified and productive life. Indonesia remains committed to global partnership that promotes social welfare and human development. Collaboration with Brazil, China, and Finland support the Free Nutritious Meal Program through knowledge exchange, while cooperation with UN ESCAP and Asia-Pacific countries strengthen climate resilience for communities in vulnerable situations. This partnership reflects Indonesia's dedication to mutual learning and shared progress toward an inclusive and resilient global society. Indonesia firmly committed to fighting poverty and hunger in all its forms. Through inclusive and sustainable policies, our country continues to strengthen social protection, enhance food security, and expand equal opportunities for all. Together with global partners, Indonesia strives to build a future where every individual can live with dignity, prosperity, and hope. We look forward to continuing this effort through strong cooperation with UN organizations and member states, and we invite all countries, especially those in the global south, to strengthen partnership and share best practices, ensuring no one is left behind in our collective pursuit of sustainable prosperity. Thank you, Chair. Shukran jazilan. Wassalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
We would like to thank you, Mr. Ambassador, and allow me now to call upon Ms. Magdalena Sepulveda, Director of the United Nations Research Institute for Social Development, to take the floor.
Excellencies, distinguished leaders, colleagues, it is an honor to address the first leaders' meeting of the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty, but let me start by thanking the leadership of Brazil and Spain and the generosity of Qatar. 30 years after the Copenhagen Summit, poverty and hunger continues to be the unfinished business of our generation. With increasing inequality, climate shocks, and food insecurity, this alliance demonstrates that the urgency and determination to act together are stronger than ever. The alliance embodies a renewed commitment to multilateral cooperation, creating a platform to transform global commitments into country-led actions through shared knowledge, solidarity, and mutual accountability. UNRISD, the United Nations Research Institute for Social Development, is proud to be part of this alliance. The Institute is unique within the UN system as the only research institute fully dedicated to the social dimension of development. Our contribution to the Alliance lies in generating and sharing evidence that helps countries design and implement effective, inclusive, and sustainable policies. We bring 6 decades of experience connecting research with policy making, particularly on social protection, care systems, and inequality reduction. UNRISD stands ready to support the Alliance policy basket, as a knowledge partner, helping countries to identify what work, for whom, and under what conditions, by drawing on comparative evidence and local innovation. In this context, leading up to this social summit, UNRWA conducted a global survey and 6 regional consultations to capture the diverse priorities and practical solutions for advancing social development. These insights can help inform the Alliance as it scales up country-led programs and strengthen the social foundation of sustainable development. Esteemed delegates, UNRWA views the Global Alliance as an effective means to transform global commitments into tangible outcomes. Based on UNRWA's research and the core principles of the Global Alliance, I would like to present 5 key messages on how we can enhance international cooperation to be more effective and tailored to the needs of countries. First, inclusion is non-negotiable. Policies must reach those furthest behind, especially women, informal workers, and marginalized communities, by addressing the structural inequalities that drive social exclusion and poverty. Second, integration is essential. Poverty eradication and food security must be pursued together through integrated social, economic, and environmental policies, linking social protection, employment creation, and local food system. Third, evidence must drive cooperation. The Alliance should embed research, data collection, and peer learning into every country plan to ensure adapted, accountable, and effective solution. Fourth, resilience and sustainability must guide implementation. Fifth, country ownership must be a cornerstone. International cooperation should align with nationally defined priorities, strengthening local capacities and institutions. In conclusion, the Global Alliance presents a transformative opportunity to enhance multilateralism for the benefit of both people and the planet. UNRWA is prepared to support this process by providing evidence, fostering knowledge, partnership, and assisting government in developing equitable, resilient, and sustainable social policies. Together, through the Alliance, we can rebuild trust, renew social contract, and accelerate progress to SDGs 1 and 2. Thank you very much.
We would like to thank you, Your Excellency, and I would like to call upon Sheikh Mohammed Bilal, the Ambassador and the Managing Director of the Common Fund for Commodities, to take the floor.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon. Guten Abend. This is how they say good afternoon in the country that I am from now, the Netherlands, agricultural powerhouse. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, friends, we must begin by thanking our generous host Doha and also our co-host Brazil and Spain. It is really a privilege for us, the Common Fund for Commodities, to join this first leaders meeting of Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty. We gather not simply to reflect on injustice, but to correct it with courage, ensuring a world where hunger and poverty are not menaced, but made history. For more than 3 decades, the Common Fund for Commodities, with its 101 member states, has stood with those whose hands feed humanity, yet too often go hungry, smallholders, women and girls in rural communities, youth and workers at the first mile of global value chains. They safeguard our soils, water and biodiversity. the frontline defenders of our shared future. This is why Common Fund was one of the first who not only accepted and admitted to this alliance, we also committed to the fast-track projects. Every year, nearly 500 cooperatives and agri-businesses seek catalytic support from the Common Fund. Their message is clear. Human potential is universal, but access and opportunity are not. Our responsibility is to close the gap with purpose and partnership. We live in a moment of overlapping crises, climate shocks, rising debts, fragile food systems, yet this must be our moment of polyunity, turning many challenges into one shared opportunity for fairness and resilience. We must move from charity to equity, from isolated projects to system change, from risk avoidance to shared risk and shared reward. That is why we champion the humanizing the value chain, delivering justice by each transaction. So dignity, labor, and value at origin are recognized, rewarded, and respected. When we call about value chain at origin, we must pause to thank Spain for their similar commitment to make it happen. For the first time in a UN document, they codified this. To move finance where it matters most, we call it Agricultural Commodity Transformation Fund for 100 million fund. We are so happy to announce we almost reached to the goal of 40 billion and we are still looking for. It was only 1 month ago we have activated this. I am pleased to share that the Invest International of the Netherlands joined this effort, taking powerful step toward scale. We extend our profound appreciation to our host country, the Kingdom of Netherlands, for its principled partnership and enduring commitment to dignity-driven development. We warmly commend the United Kingdom and FCDU for its 3 million catalytic facility for projects below 500,000. A bold act of confidence to rural enterprises. A leadership example others should match and surpass. As we salute President Lula da Silva, a guardian of dignity and voice for the poor, as we approach COP30, Brazil reminds us that the climate justice must include smallholders, women and workers, indigenous communities, making the COP30 a COP for producers and COP for justice. Before I conclude, I'd like to say that before we preach, we try to do our work through practice. In Senegal, a CFC loan of only US $1.46 million helped 3,000 rice farmers nearly double yields and raise incomes by 60%. Proof that higher opportunity flows, prosperity follows too. In Kenya, only our $600,000 loan supported solemn investment to reach 50,000 smallholders and increase income for 40,000 farmers. 74% of those are women. I would also like to congratulate France and all the countries who are initiating and UNICEF for a school meal program, and we must also pause to appreciate Brazil for conducting this school meal program where they made a policy of 30% to be procured from the local smallholders. If we can connect with what Common Fund is now conducting called Model Village Initiative, which should initiate from the local smallholders, I think we can expect for a new kind of world. Excellencies, hunger is not fate, poverty is not destiny. They are failures of fairness, and fairness can be restored. Let us build systems where women-led, youth-innovative, biodiversity thrives, regenerative agriculture flourishes, farmers and workers live with dignity. Let our legacy be justice delivered, transaction by transaction, village by village, life by life. Thank you.
I would like to thank you, Mr. Ambassador, and we give the floor now to Mr. André Degens again, the Chief Executive Officer of Instituto Ibirapitanga. You have the floor.
Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I represent Ibirapitanga, a Brazilian foundation, and speak on behalf of the philanthropic seat on the Board of Champions, also composed by the Rockefeller Foundation, the Gates Foundation, and the Global Alliance for the Future of Food. Together, we represent philanthropy's commitment to food security and to building food systems that are sustainable, resilient, healthy, and just. Our presence intends to reaffirm that ending hunger is not just about delivering calories, but about making healthy, affordable, and culturally appropriate diets accessible to all. The priorities shared by the philanthropy and the Alliance reflect this broader vision. Nutritious, locally sourced school meals feed children, sustain smallholder farmers, and strengthen local food economies. Promoting healthy diets helps prevent disease and counters the global spread of ultra-processed foods and displace traditional nutrient-rich foods. Public procurement that favors local producers can channel public spending towards fair, low-carbon supply chains and create stable markets for family farms, especially in vulnerable communities. Climate-resilient, regenerative agriculture restores soils, increases productivity, and helps rural families adapt to droughts, floods, and other environmental hazards. Shorter, fairer value chains keep wealth in local economies, reduce dependence on industrial supply chains, and reconnect farmers and consumers. Together, these priorities link food, climate, and inequality, calling for solutions that strengthen the agency and voice of those most affected. The value of philanthropy within this alliance is not measured by the size of its funding. Our resources will never match those of government and multilateral organizations, but by the catalytic role we can play. Philanthropic capital is flexible, agile, and often unrestricted, allowing it to take risks, fill gaps, and accelerate innovations that public budgets cannot easily support. We invest in research, data, community-led programs, and advocacy to build political momentum and help policies reach those who need them most. Our convening power can bring diverse stakeholders together, foster collaboration between sectors, strengthen civil society organizations, and amplify the voices of marginalized communities. In this way, philanthropy can act as a catalytic force, helping align and unlock larger streams of finance, policy, and knowledge behind strategies that reduce inequalities and build more resilient food systems. We intend to put these tools at the service of this alliance and reiterate the pledges made a year ago towards supporting implementation of proven policies to help end hunger and promote equity, both through the fast-track country implementation plans and the newly established Secretariat. The organizations sharing this seat have shown that investing in innovations and policies for school meals, nutrition, climate-resilient agriculture, and local markets can improve lives and livelihoods. By working together with the Alliance leadership and partners in this room, we can transform food systems, empower communities, tackle the root causes of inequality, and move us closer to a world where all human beings can fulfill their potential. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Andre. Allow me now to call upon Professor Sabina Alkire, the professor at the Oxford Poverty and Human Development Initiative at University of Oxford, to take the floor.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, friends,
I am grateful for your professionalism, precision, and passion with which many of you spoke and many more of you act, and heartfelt gratitude to the governments of Brazil, of Spain, and of Qatar for creating this space and platform by which we can channel our collective energies against the world's greatest global challenge. My question is this: how do we know if we in the Global Alliance have made progress against hunger and poverty? How do we know when and why to cheer, and how loudly? There could be many avenues. More financing and financial architecture directed to poverty, high-impact, holistic policies that sprint to end poverty's interconnected deprivations, technologies that accelerate progress, peace building that prevents conflicts. But it may not be a coincidence that perhaps Minister Wellington Diaz and the Global Alliance chose the 3rd of November, Amartya Sen's 92nd birthday, to gather. For in the end, the Global Alliance is successful if fewer real people are poor because their capabilities expand. As Amartya Sen would stress, without knowing if poor people's lives improve, we cannot know if our work has borne fruit. Many today cited the 763 million figure for hunger, but fewer cited poverty numbers. For that reason, I wish to commend to the Global Alliance a small but clear track of poverty metrics that reflect the lived experience of the protagonists we are here to support. First, perhaps the Global Alliance might use monetary and multidimensional poverty measures because these complement each other. Multidimensional poverty indices, or MPIs, span the education, nutrition, health, housing, and livelihoods dimensions that leaders have discussed. Second, the metrics might both compare countries and be country-owned. Comparable measures show priorities across the globe. For example, with UNDP, we estimate an acute MPI for 6.3 billion people, of which 1.1 billion are poor. And looking forward to COP, we found that 80% of those almost also were exposed to high heat, air pollution, flooding, or drought in the same year in which they experienced poverty. Most lived in middle-income countries. So we do need global diagnostics beyond GDP per capita and international poverty lines, but those are not country-led. So we do need official national metrics of multidimensional and monetary poverty. And many countries in this room are developing or already use these data for budgeting, for targeting poor households and groups, for integrated multisectoral policy designs and coordination, and reporting data. The Alliance might consider recognizing and affirming these country-led efforts. Third, as we've all discussed, all poverty data need to illuminate inequalities by age, subnational region, race, ethnicity, gender, disability status, occupation, and so on. And finally, each of us need to reach out and invite new actors into this global alliance. The youth just starting their careers and wanting to work for social justice. Private sector leaders wanting to use their skills and resources for rigorous evidence-based interventions. Philanthropists, volunteers, and researchers, please don't forget academia, passionately wishing to play their part. And any countries not yet part of this alliance, in this room, we will know those countries and can invite them. But this requires communicating poverty data simply, vividly, in an action-oriented way. A few strong measures that portray the lives of those on whose behalf we are here are vital. So all actors know the country's own priorities and what to do next. And so the Global Alliance knows when to cheer and why and how loudly. Thank you.
I would like to thank Professor Sabina. We will continue with you with your interventions. Allow me now to call upon Mr. Pablo Bartol, Manager of Social and Human Development at the Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean, to take the floor.
Cuando el presidente Lula
When President Lula launched the program 20 years ago, he didn't know that it was going to be successful. Even there were many people in the society, especially those that were financing these financial transfers, that had doubts if that money was going to be used properly, if families were going to use it for food or for something else, in vices, for example. And that controversy today is solved because Lula somehow was the champion of financial transfers to those who are most in need, because he had the commitment, the trust that those families were going to use the money well because he knew them. Those transfers were progressed and developed into more evidence-based. And what started being condition transfers, we know today that they do not need to have any conditions. It was probably that concession that was made to those sectors that were questioning them so that they could have their peace of mind that with the precondition, they were going to be well used. That family was going to be independent, especially their children. Today, we know we do not need more conditions. The Bank of Development in Latin America and Caribbean that has the biggest presence in the American continent, what we do is cross-pollination. We take good ideas from one country and take it to another. Of course, we are boosting these programs in other countries from Latin America. And of course, in Argentina, where we have financed more than $1 billion in the food program Alimentar, which is similar to the family basket, and it's a government that has had many cuts because it needed to create a macroeconomic balance, and yet it increased the transfers to families that needed it the most. It was the only part of the budget that increased instead of decreasing. This is a lesson for all the Latin America that we try to keep boosting and translating to other countries. We have another part of the population that we need to trust even more, just as Lula trusted the countries, the families that were poorer and that they were going to use it well. We need to trust more the local producers, the rural producers, that they are going to feed the schools. They will be able to organize themselves, just as families needed that little boost, that little nudge of that transference, that economical transfer to increase during their crisis. Rural producers in our American continent that are the most excluded in all the possible sectors in the society, they need our trust. The purchase system of the school feeding system is the biggest in the food system in the world. No other system has a bigger purchasing power and boosting or driving power than the school food systems. What could talk about hospital food system or other benefits, but none has such a big, powerful purchasing power. We need to leverage that purchasing power that the state has to create a market and create cooperative of producers that can create resilient systems and long-standing systems to schools. Thus, they will develop like cooperatives to feed other sectors and develop themselves as communities and as people. What we need to do, like a bank, is use programs like we have in the one in Ecuador and another one in Salvador, programs of strengthening of these small communities that are excluded in the rural world, that we need to strengthen with new opportunities. Thank you very much.
I would like to thank you, Mr. Bartol, and I would like to call upon Ms. Alexandra Newlands, the head of Sun Civil Society Network, to take the floor.
Distinguished delegates, on behalf of the Scaling Up Nutrition Movement and its civil society network, it is a great honor to join this first leaders meeting of the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty. The Sun Movement is proud to be a member of this alliance. We see it as a vital platform to reimagine international cooperation, one that truly puts countries and communities at the center and recognizes that nutrition lies at the very heart of ending hunger and poverty. Many alliance members already understand the power of nutrition in building human capital, in driving social and economic development, and in breaking intergenerational cycles of poverty. Nutrition touches every aspect of life, and healthy nutrition fuels progress towards every sustainable development goal we share. It drives learning and productivity. It lifts people out of poverty and strengthens resilience to climate, conflict, and economic crisis. This has been reaffirmed through global milestones this year, from the UN Food System Summit stocktake to the Finance for Development Summit and the $30 billion commitments made at the Nutrition for Growth Summit. Together, they show that nutrition is not a side issue. It is a central driver of human and economic development. The Sun Movement views the Global Alliance as an important partner in accelerating the cross-sectoral integration of nutrition across food systems, health, education, and social protection. Sun already embodies the kind of partnership model that the Alliance seeks to promote, one that is inclusive, coordinated, and focused on impact. Sun is country-led, but it thrives because of the partnership between government, civil society, the UN agencies, the private sector, academia, and the young people, all aligning behind national priorities to make sure the power of nutrition is fully realized. I can stand here today without speaking of the vital role of civil society. Civil society brings something unique to this partnership, a deep grassroots reach and a trusted presence with communities. Through over 5,000 local level organizations organized across 60 country level alliances, the Sun Civil Society Network connects community realities with national and regional decision making. This is what allows the Sun Movement to be a bridge, linking voices from the communities to the world stage, ensuring that no one is left behind. Let me illustrate this bridge in action with an example. In the Gambia, a cash plus care model led by the National Nutrition Agency combines cash transfers with nutrition and health education. Despite being newly launched, the results are already impressive. 98% of participating households now afford more varied and nutritious meals, and over half of the families have started small businesses, with 58% of them led by women. By pairing income support with knowledge and capacity strengthening, this model transforms temporary relief into lasting resilience, helping parents feed their families, educate their children, and build independent futures. The Sun Movement helped make that possible by serving as a coordination platform, bringing together government, donors, UN agencies, and at its heart, civil society, training communities, monitoring implementation, and ensuring the much-needed accountability to the people we serve. The Global Alliance now offers a powerful opportunity to build on proven models like this. If we place nutrition at the heart of our shared efforts, we will accelerate progress on SDGs 1 and 2, while strengthening the broader social development agenda. Through its country-driven platform, regional structures, and grassroots civil society reach, the Sun Movement stands ready to work hand-in-hand with the Alliance to drive nutrition integration as a decisive lever for ending hunger and poverty once and for all. Thank you.
I would like to thank you, Alexandra, and I would like to call now on Zeolata Patapures from Colombia to deliver her remarks.
Excelencias,
Excellencies, members of the state and the government, heads of present delegations, dear panelists and guests, friends, in my condition of indigenous woman and permanent ambassador of Colombia before the United Nations, and on behalf of the President Gustavo Petro Urrego and the population of Colombia, I would like to express our deepest gratefulness to the State of Qatar and the Federative Republic of Brazil for their leadership in the organization of this first leaders' meeting of the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty. Colombia is honored of being a co-funding country of this initiative that was born in the G20 in Rio de Janeiro, and that today is consolidated as a space for cooperation, solidarity, that is trying to tackle two of the main challenges of humanity, extreme poverty and hunger. Our government has the strong commitment to eradicate these challenges of humanity, and that's why within the framework of our development plan for 2022-2026, Colombia is trying to move forward in the consolidation of the policy Zero Hunger and reinforcing the popular economy, indigenous economy, and descendant of Africans. And in the program for an ecological transition that has already allowed to improve the life of 1.6 million people in the country. In 2024, we created the National System for the Progressive Guarantee of the Human Right to Nourishment, with a focus on social justice and human rights. Today, we want to reinstate and reaffirm in this meeting our willingness to work towards international financing mechanisms that are more fair, that provide a fiscal space for those lower income countries, and that allow for a sustainability of social policies and climate policies in the long term. We want to promote a solidary articulation between the G20, the UN, and the financial organizations in order to accelerate the eradication of hunger and extreme poverty through these initiatives. Our country firmly believes that transforming these food systems is an indispensable condition to guarantee the human right to nourishment. To face this structural inequality and give a response to the climate crisis. That is why we will be honored to host the second international conference in rural development and agriculture reforms that will take place from the 24th till the 28th of February 2026 in Cartagena de Indias. And we hope to have the active participation and the different proposals from all the state members of this alliance in order to continue advancing in the agricultural transformation that are necessary to eradicate hunger and poverty. With this spirit of cooperation, we hope to continue contributing with our experiences, learnings, and political leadership in order for this alliance to be able to continue advancing and moving forward under the solidarity spirit of the United Nations of not leaving anyone behind. We will see one another again soon. Thank you very much.
الضيوف الكرام نصل.
Dear guests, it is time for the last intervention in our session. Allow me to welcome the Minister of Agriculture in Ukraine to take the floor.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor for me to present today at the first leaders meeting of the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty. On behalf of the government of Ukraine, allow me to express my sincere gratitude for your leadership in mobilizing global efforts to eliminate hunger, overcome poverty, and ensure a good life for every person. We are thankful to the state of Qatar for its hospitality and for hosting this new global platform aimed at enhancing coordination, sharing experiences, and developing joint solutions in the fight against hunger and poverty. We welcome the contributions of international organizations such as FAO, WFP, IFAD, and the UN Committee on Food Security and others whose actions are aimed at overcoming hunger in the world. For Ukraine, this issue holds special significance. For more than 3 years, we have been defending our land against the full-scale armed aggression of the Russian Federation, which has caused huge damage to our agricultural sector, rural communities, and infrastructure. Despite this, Ukraine continues to fulfill its global mission to remain a reliable food supplier and an active participant in international initiatives aimed at combating hunger. Today, every third bottle of sunflower oil in the world comes from Ukraine, and even during the war, we maintain production and export volumes. In 2022, President Volodymyr Zelensky launched the humanitarian initiative called Grain from Ukraine. To date, more than 300,000 of tons of agricultural products have been delivered to 18 countries most in need: Palestine, Pakistan, Sudan, Zambia, and other countries already received our products. Ukraine stands ready to expand these efforts through the new initiative, which is called Food from Ukraine, sharing our expertise in agriculture technologies, food processing, and sustainable land cultivation. We invite you to actively participate in the next upcoming summit in November. These humanitarian food initiatives clearly demonstrate that even under attack, Ukraine does not retreat from its responsibility. We remain a trusted partner, a global food supplier, and a firm defender of the principle that no nation should ever be held hostage to hunger. The future of global food security and poverty rooting out depends on our unity, foresight, and collective action. Ukraine firmly believes that the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty can become an effective instrument of a new international solidarity, one that combines humanitarian support, investment in the resilience, and the development of sustainable food systems. We stand ready to contribute and to work together with all partners to achieve our shared goal, a world free from hunger and poverty, where every person lives with dignity. Thank you.
شكرا لكم السيد باشليك.
Thank you, Mr. Bashlik, Your Excellencies, dear delegates. We just finished our high-level discussions. Allow me to thank all the panelists for their valuable contributions to this important discussion. Indeed, this was a very valuable day thanks to your cooperation and work. We have listened and enjoyed several testimonies. We have noticed concrete partnerships, and we reiterated our collective commitment to put an end to hunger and poverty. I would like to call for the co-chairs to deliver their closing statements. First, I would like to give the floor for the Ministry of State for Social Development in the Kingdom of Spain. The floor is yours.
Thank you. The meeting is over, and I would like to start thinking, and I think it would be good to ask for a round of applause for the Master of Ceremonies that has been introducing all the speakers. Thank you so much for your help and for keeping us in order. There's been more than 70 interventions during the day. It's been very intense, and I want to thank the state of Qatar for its hospitality, to Brazil for its tireless leadership, and Renato and the support mechanism that allowed us to be here today, and for us to continue our work. And also, of course, all the participating countries, international organizations, civil society, philanthropy, academia, all of us who are part of the Global Alliance. I think we can say that this meeting has been a success. We can define the Alliance as a platform that is live, inclusive, and results-oriented. The day that we are now closing has had a strong message. We've heard commitments. Renato was talking to me about expressions of interests that were coming in through the day, international experiences, national experiences, proposals that are concrete, and also calls to actions to reinforce social protection, food security, integrated financing, and everything was under a human approach that we all share towards development. I think the message is unequivocal. When there is a political will, when there is a shared vision and a coordinated action, change is indeed possible and real. Throughout the day, we've also seen this tangible progress in the fast-track processes, show that the roadmap actually works. Several countries are moving forward. There are financial and knowledge partners ready to act, with academia ready to act. And if we align efforts together around priorities, we will enable change. It is important that these are national priorities, and they are clear national priorities. So what's now? What's now after this first leaders meeting? Our responsibility is not to stop. We need to keep at cruising level, consolidate what we have been achieved, and scaling it as much as possible. We can do it with essential principles that have been guiding our actions here: country leadership, multilateral cooperation, and attention to the people who need it most. The road is opening ahead of us, and it is concrete. June and July, we close Seville, the fourth conference, where with two initiatives, one of them was the Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty. Tomorrow we start the Social Summit of Doha, where we will strengthen the social agenda, the global social agenda, with this human dimension, and this idea that was lingering over us of prosperity, of shared prosperity. We talk all the time about shared prosperity. After Seville, we have COP30 in Belém, which will have the opportunity to close the loop between poverty, hunger, and climate change. So we hope that all countries can be able to endorse the declaration that we have created here. So the coherence between Doha and Belém and Seville will be essential to reinforce our message and our partnership. Please count on us, on Spain, our commitment, our joint commitment with all of you, so that no child goes to school in the morning without having breakfast. Spain will be governing, will be implicated in projects, in governance. We will be innovating with all of you and making partnerships, building partnerships with all of you, because all of us here share that we need to reinforce the multilateralism. We need to be committed, and we are committed with the 2030 agenda. Zero hunger, zero poverty are not rhetorical ideals. They are moral imperatives, political imperatives. Today we've sown the seeds of hope, but we need to call for action, call for unity and determination. Thank you so much.
شكرا لكم سعادة الوزيرة.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you for your compliments and your closing remarks. You are our guests in the state of Qatar, so welcome once again. We will now give the floor to Mr. Wellington Diaz, the Minister of Social Development and Family and Hunger Fight in the federal state of Brazil and the co-chair of the Global Alliance. The floor is yours.
Eu começo com uma reflexão.
To begin with a reflection. It has been 30 years ago. Certainly, we have a lot of memories, but we need to not forget that 30 years ago, the world had more people going through hunger more people in poverty. So therefore, the social summit of Copenhagen had results. 30 years later, we are here in Doha in Qatar. And therefore, I would like to thank the government of Qatar, to all of you who contributed to allow us to be able to be here in this summit of the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty. In the same way, I would like to also thank UN, the Assembly of UN that has also agreed for us to have, in partnership with this summit of the social summit, this meeting of the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty. And of course, allow me on behalf of my beloved Eva Granado, a round of applause for Eva, please, on behalf of Eva. Each one of the members of the delegations that came here, on behalf of Renato Godinho, also the team, the mechanism team, FAO, that contributed also so that we could have this moment. It was a long working day. After my speech, nobody leaves because I want to invite you to have a group photo so that we can have it as a keepsake for heroes that resisted until the end. But we leave here, and I hope, energized by the powerful statements and firm commitments that we have heard. Each announcement, each partnership, each renewed pledge brings us closer to work together for a world without hunger and poverty. Today we witness something unprecedented. The Alliance's partnership building approach, connecting national plans to multiple partners willing to support with financing and knowledge. It is innovative. It is transformative. And it is already generating concrete results. Let's see that if we compare the result that's been published in July of this year by FAO and the report of the global scale of food security, the year of 2024 in relation to the year 2023, 62 million people approximately less in the food insecurity. So something is happening. But let us be frank. This approach has limitations. Each partner has its own separate approval processes, budget cycles, and financial programming mechanisms. This creates frictions, delays, difficulty in establishing synergies and joint operations. We have to follow replacing the fragmentation of the cooperation for the development that imposes high costs of transactions to the government, weakens national ownership, and hinders the building of self-reliance. The G20 task force that established the alliance had already warned on this problem of fragmentation. We recognize that we need more systematic mechanisms to better integrate support among the alliance's many members, specifically the financial support, the social doesn't have to be treated as charity. Social support, social development has to be worked on as a strategic part of the economical development and now integrated with the environment. Therefore, in 2026, in line with the initiatives launched under the Civil Platform for Action, we will begin conversations and understanding of a voluntary financing alignment mechanism, a kind of a one-stop shop for national programs in low and middle income countries, which could reduce fragmentation, improve coordination among humanitarian, climate, and development players, and strengthen country platforms. We look forward with anticipation the launch of later this year of the ODI Global Report, which will identify mechanisms and practices through which national plans can be connected to external financing through voluntary arrangements for pre-committed funding, with a focus on the Alliance's policy and program basket and aiming for better utilization of multilateral sources. This report, I hope, will improve our understanding of the strengths and weaknesses of existing financing approaches, including in contexts of fragility and conflict, and will identify the desirable features of one or more mechanisms that can improve the adequacy, efficiency, and effectiveness of financing for national programs against hunger and poverty, leading to better outcomes for vulnerable populations. But we can count from 2026 to the example of the Oxford University that we saw here, the knowledge with the participation of the universities, the academia. I must confess that I dream also to have the organization of the parliaments of the world on behalf of the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty for the weight that it contains. But we will not wait for perfect structures to act. In 2026, the support mechanism will reach full operational capacity. Any member country will be able to request support in a process entirely driven by demand. And at COP30 in Belém, we will adopt the Belém Declaration on Hunger and Poverty and Human-Centered Climate Action, reaffirming that a just climate transition must protect the most vulnerable. Those who have access to the minutes of the text that will be seen by the leaders of the Social Summit, you must have realized that we already have the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty as a very important mechanism for the challenges of humanity. Here we have had the condition to have the presentation of plans of Cambodia, Cuba, Lebanon, Dominican Republic, Indonesia, Mozambique, Somalia, and they are already well advanced, and your countries have expressed the interest to begin in the next few days. We'll deal with the next steps to be taken. What we have built in this first year has already been extraordinary. The best is yet to come. The alliance is alive, it's growing, it's delivering its promises, and together we will prove that hunger and poverty are not destiny, they are choices. And we choose differently. We choose to overcome hunger and overcome poverty. So let's go forward with hope. Adolescent. My family in Brazil, we are descendants from the indigenous people. And there we were living in the rural area. I was able to follow a bird, couples of birds, and they established their nest. And there they laid their eggs, 4 eggs. And I started to follow them, and I saw something that after reading a book of the president of China, the President Xi Jinping, I saw that most likely he lived through something similar, because these 4 birds that I observed, I saw that one was a small bird. It was more fragile. And I saw the care that the couple there of birds were looking after that more fragile and smaller bird. After my grandfather called my attention and he told me, see that the small bird flew first and he flew higher. So the countries are like birds. They are small, but if they are well taken care of, they are supported, they will fly and they will fly higher. So let's cheer for the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty. Thank you very much.
I would like to thank the speakers, the members of the delegates, and everyone, distinguished excellencies, distinguished delegates, on behalf of the State of Qatar, the United Nations, and the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty. I thank you for your active participation, your inspiring commitments, and your unwavering dedication to this vital cause. We have reached the end of the first leaders meeting of the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty. Thank you and safe travels to all of you, and may the peace and blessings of God be upon you all.
Acordarem, podemos vir juntos aqui à frente, fazemos uma foto.
We can go together. We can go together, we can make a bridge. Photo.